Mic check. Is this thing on?
You're on.
Trying to avoid those $5 mute fines, Hogue. Welcome. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV, the most watched, most trusted futures trading stream out there. You will be surrounded by real traders trading real money in real live markets. So buckle up. Here we go. A lot of moving parts today. Welcome to the opening call. You're looking at Hogue. I'm JD. Mr. Hoagland. Markets are moving this morning. PPI out. Came in a little worse than expected. Well, more than a little worse than expected. Producer prices are going up, which means consumer prices are going up. We got CPI out tomorrow. This is a nice precursor into what we can expect there. What'd you think of that move early on in the markets there, Hogue?
It was vicious, nasty, and I'm glad I was not participating.
Yep. Anybody catch that?
I hope so.
I sure didn't. Nice dip and rip. Now we're right back to where we started. S&P and NASDAQ are hovering right around VWAP. Oil's taking a little dump, and gold is putzing around its overnight highs. But anyway, that was a quick check-in on the markets. How are you feeling this morning, Hogue? How's it going?
Me, I'm great, man. I'm looking forward to today. We got a great lineup. We got Dr. Jinnie Cristerna today. That is going to be fantastic. I'm looking very much forward to watching that. And it's going to be another good day. Hopefully a profitable day for everyone.
For sure. I'm looking forward to that too. I'll be hosting that interview, so stick around. That's going to take the place of group coaching later on today, 12 o'clock Central Time. Dr. Jinnie Cristerna, we're going to put up a form in the chat in just a little bit so you can drop your questions for her. Mindset, trading psychology, anything you want to talk about. She's going to be listening and answering questions. All right, let's get into a little bit of news. How does that sound?
Sounds good.
Lots happening overnight. GameStop surge 100% pre-market today. This meme stock craze is back on. I even heard a rumor that the trader-in-chief MP jumped on board early this morning too. It's all started around Roaring Kitty's first online post in 3 years the other day. Pretty incredible. Saying shares traded 100% higher in pre-market following a 74% advance on Monday. AMC soared. Oh, AMC is up also. 110% this morning. AMC raised $250 million of new equity capital yesterday on that spike in stock. And it's up another 110% again pre-market today. So the meme stock rally is a thing. Keep an eye on those stocks today. Just a quick check-in on the Magnificent Seven. We are seeing some movement. Apple's up 1.7%. Amazon down 0.5%. Google down 0.25%. Meta down 1.7%. Microsoft down 0.25%. NVIDIA up 0.5%. Pardon me. And Tesla up 2%. Tesla up 2% this morning. That's pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving on. The Dow has broken its 8-day winning streak. It has ended its streak at first loss in 9 days, fell 81.3 points, 0.21% yesterday. NASDAQ inched lower 0.2%, and I'm sorry, S&P inched lower 0.2%, and the NASDAQ held above water by about 0.3%. That's a long streak. 8 trading days in the green for the Dow. What do you look for? Not throwing you on the spot or anything, Hogue, but when you see 8 green bars in a row, what's the first thing you're thinking of?
I'm looking for a pullback. 100%.
Pullback? If you're long, you're thinking about getting out. If you're not in, you're thinking about getting short.
Yeah.
Or looking to buy the dip.
Yeah, that's quite a streak.
Yeah, for sure. What else do we got in the news this morning? Oh, yes, it's election season. So what does that mean? Tariff wars with China are back on. Here we go. The White House announced a bundle of steep tariffs, increasing an array of Chinese imports, including electric vehicles, computer chips, and medical products. What did I just read? Including a quadrupling of EV electronic vehicle duties to over 100%. And we're going to keep ratcheting those up. I also read In the United States, we imported $427 billion in goods from China in 2023, and we only exported $148 billion. China did say they are going to retaliate, and they demanded that we retract these tariffs. We'll see what happens, though. I don't anticipate that happening. And in other news, if you thought we had it bad with inflation, Argentina just hit 300% inflation yesterday. Can you believe that? One shopkeeper who sells produce was saying she was forced to raise wages for employees just because rents are going up. Everything is trickling up. When that happens, the price of food goes up. Even the price of plastic bags, she says, has more than quadrupled in the last few months. That's some pretty terrifying stuff. The dollar just doesn't go as far as you need it to anymore.
No.
At least in Argentina. But on the economic calendar front, Hogue, what's it looking like today? What do we have on our plate?
Well, 5 o'clock this morning, the NFIB small business optimism came out better than expected. At 6 o'clock, the OPEC monthly report came out. That's Central Chicago time. But the talk of the town this morning is, of course, going to be the PPI numbers that just came out at 7:30. Now, the core and overall PPI year over year came out as expected. Where the shocker is, where there's a little bit of heat in these numbers, is the month over month. The core PPI month over month was expected at 0.2%. It came out 0.5%. That's a hot number. And the overall PPI was expected to come out at 0.3%. That also came out higher at 0.5%. So some kind of hot inflation numbers there. The equities, the markets all did a really quick knee-jerk reaction, kind of returning to where they were before the numbers. PPI, the CPI number tomorrow is really going to probably going to be more impactful. The PPI numbers kind of indicate what CPI numbers may be at some point in the future. We'll see what the most recent CPI numbers are again tomorrow morning at 7:30 Central Chicago time. 7:55 this morning, the Red Book came out at 8:10. Right about now, we have one of the talking Feds, Cook, is due to speak at 9 o'clock. Central Chicago time, we have Chairman Powell due to speak. At 10:30, there's a 52-week bill auction, and at 3:30, the API crude stocks is due out, expecting about a 1 million barrel boost. The VIX this morning, knee-jerked higher, but came back. It's up about 2% this morning. The dollar index, also with a knee-jerk on the 7:30 numbers, has returned pretty much back to even at 105.21, and the yield on the 10-year pretty much just flat, still hanging right around that 4.5% level. As far as earnings this morning, Home Depot came out beating earnings per share numbers, but missing on revenues. Alibaba, the opposite, missing on earnings per share, but beating on revenues. That's what we're looking at as far as the economic numbers, or at least known economic numbers this morning. JD, back to you.
Let's check out that tip of the day. I hope a lot of you paid attention to what our tip of the week this week. Can we throw that up real quick? And it's up. Have a clear mindset. Ski, bike, run, play. No matter what you do to clear your mindset after a trading day, make sure you clear your mind in order to get back to trading sharp and smart. Keep those creative juices flowing. Great setup for, once again, our big event later this afternoon. Dr. Jinnie Cristerna is coming in, trading mindset coach, clinical psychologist. She's going to be talking a lot about having a clear mindset. So we're going to post that form in the chat in just a little bit. So get your questions ready. And with that, Hogue, what do you say we dive into some charts and see what the markets are doing this morning?
All righty, let's do it. Okay, so looking at the daily in the S&P is really range bound, waiting for new information yesterday. We got a little bit of information this morning at 7:30 with the PPI numbers. Pretty good dive to the downside, but buyers did kind of come back in and recover. The rally, however, the short time frame rally off these lows seems to be stalling, awaiting new data, which it has gotten some today, some more tomorrow. I'm sure everybody will be peaked listening for when Chairman Powell speaks here at 9 o'clock this morning. See what he has to say about all of this. Volume has slowed. And of course, waiting for new information. We had an additional 8,000 contracts in open interest added to the S&Ps yesterday. That is going to increase the energy, I think, when there is finally some decision made. And the market really has been for the last two sessions centering around last week's weekly kickoff high, 52.50. Anything can happen, as always, ladies and gentlemen, and we will profit from when anything happens. But again, that previous weekly kickoff level, very magnetic for the last couple of sessions. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. And so overnight inventory before the number came out was largely flat. I mean, we were looking for new information. There wasn't a lot of accumulation in short time frame, either to the long or the short side. We have our big dive that happened at 7:30. We've returned back to range. We've returned back to value. That to me says, okay, we're going to have to digest these numbers throughout the day. It'll be interesting to see how the regular trading hour activity treats those numbers. But take a look at yesterday's range value, previous days, Friday's range value. It's almost a carbon copy of the same day. I'm finding that to be relatively interesting. I mean, there was a 75, just a 3-tick loss in settlement price from Friday to Monday. So we really didn't do anything to change perception of value just yet. And I'm going to be watching to see how that changes throughout the trading day today. Take a look at the profile from yesterday. The opening range we know was the high of the regular trading hour session. We had an excess low. The range yesterday, pretty much the high of Friday's range. The low yesterday, pretty much Friday's low. We're right back in the middle of that. Anything can happen. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day, just two of the kind of carbon copy days. Market is looking for new information. And that CPI number, I think tomorrow is probably going to be a little bit more impactful than the PPIs today. Let's take a look at how the NASDAQ is treating all of this new information. Getting to the daily chart here, let's get our volume on here. Let's get our moving averages. And we'll take a look and see what's happening. All right, so here's that volume. There it is. All right, so here's the daily chart. And again, an inside day yesterday was looking like an inside day today. And so we had the numbers come out. Numbers came out and tested us right back down to that 18,190 level, that weekly kickoff high from last week that we finally saw some participation above on Friday, taking us back to that level as those numbers came out. The rally continues to seem to be suffering the rally from these lows here. It's been a pretty decent run. As JD mentioned, it was 8 straight up days in the Dow that broke yesterday. So volume was slow yesterday, of course, anticipating new information. Open interest, we added 2,400 in open interest yesterday. That should, when there is some sort of decision made in and around this level, whether that's today or in future days, the more open interest we have, the more energy this market is going to have to move away from this area. Take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Okay. So an inside regular trading hour and extended trading hours yesterday from Friday's regular trading hour range. No major change really in the perception of value. Value did move a little bit higher yesterday. Normal kind of variation trading day, similar to the S&Ps. We did not complete the value area special situation play in the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ actually held up the best yesterday. All right, overnight inventory, none. We have our big dive to the downside as those numbers came out. That has now been recovered. It's looking like this market is going to open in range and inside value from yesterday. Usually a suggestion to me to stay patient because I believe that better trade locations are probably going to come after the open. In maybe somewhere in that first hour, there's going to be an extreme that maybe something we'll be able to use for a good trade location. So try and stay patient. Overnight inventory, there is none. We know the numbers came out. The market recovered back to value. Stay patient this morning. The profile yesterday, again, another normal variation, neutral stance kind of a day. Take a look now at crude oil. Let's get the daily chart up here. Here's the daily. Let's get the volume. And where are we? Well, we're in rollover, ladies and gentlemen. And when we are in rollover, there is a tendency for the market to remain range bound. I call it the rollover range. And we've really kind of settled in to a range here, looking at maybe 77.70 is the low of it. Last week's high 79.96 is the upper extreme of that range. Why is that? Why does the market in crude oil become so range bound during rollover? It's because a lot of hedgers are they're moving their positions out of the June contract into future months, and it takes a lot of focus for them to do so, because they can make or lose a lot of money just moving those positions over. So it really kind of consumes their concentration during rollover is just making sure they get a cheap roll. So volume becomes very blurry. We're seeing more volume moving into the July contract. Don't trade the July contract just yet. The volume is about half of what June is. Later on in the week, we will be moving to July. You won't have to worry about that on Topstep X, but we'll be letting all of you know when the volume does move over into the July contract, when you should move your activities into the July contract. So volume and open interest are always very blurry during rollover. Unfortunately, crude oil rolls over every month, so we get about a little over a week where we're really kind of difficult. There's a difficult time in using volume and open interest in any of your studies. As a matter of fact, yesterday on that rally, it looks like we lost about 27,000 in open interest, but that can be a function of rollover. So that makes it very difficult. Let's take a look and see what we're seeing here on the 30-minute chart. We're still holding below that 80-30 weekly kickoff. Was the weekly kickoff low is the neckline for the head and shoulders pattern that we kind of preempted here. That pattern is still in play. We're in a very sticky area here. A lot of congestion here. We're in that congestion, and during rollover, it's going to be hard to get away from that congestion. Back to the 30-minute chart, and we're looking at a repair day that we called yesterday. In other words, we were looking for the market to trade up to the distribution that occurred early in the session yesterday and down to the distribution that occurred at the end of the day on Friday, not yesterday, on Friday. Well, we really spent all day just kind of repairing the single TPOs that were left on Friday. We repaired those. The market now looking for new information, new levels to facilitate trade. Well, it certainly seems to be seeing it now, doesn't it? Overnight inventory was really kind of flat. We're seeing continuation of the downside. We've tested to this naked point of control in regular trading hours. The next visual target to me would be the next naked point of control, which could be down here at 77.50. Looks like we've already tested to that. And then a move down towards last week's low. Remember, we were talking about this area right here, 77.80, 77.70 being really kind of the inside extreme of balance. This might be an interesting opportunity if we begin to build some sort of structure on this low here for an execution. Take a look now at gold. Daily volume. Scale. What are we doing here? We had had a nice rally to the upside. We've been digesting up here since really kind of when we put in this high on the 12th of April. Weekly kickoff low, 2307. That's kind of the lower extreme of the balance. The upper extreme, 2410. Really kind of looking at a market that had a shorter time frame breakout to the upside on Thursday. Friday's activity we talked about in the market on the opening call is that extension of that kind of shorter time frame breakout up there. The it really didn't perform well. I gave the continuation of the short time frame breakout that happened on Thursday, on Friday. I gave it a D. I didn't like the way it looked. I didn't like the way the volume was, open interest. None of it said to me that, yeah, we've found new buyers. As a matter of fact, looking at that as saying the buyers we did found were short time frame. They took a lot of heat yesterday, and we lost about 7,400 in open interest. That is something that I would expect in a breakout that is failing. We roped in all the shorter time frame longs. Though they didn't get paid, they abandoned it yesterday. We are in short time frame control in a range bound type of situation. Take a look at the 30-minute chart and see if we can find anything interesting there today. Look at all the weaknesses in structure below, a little bit above, but there's not that much activity above. We're still pretty close to all-time highs. A lot of weak structure down below. The market is going to target those levels should it head down to that direction. So we've got a gap that was left from Friday to yesterday. We closed out a little bit of it. The gap was really Thursday to Friday. We closed out a little bit of it yesterday. Market is holding possibly some overnight shorts here. We did see the market move back to settlement on the 730 number. Seems like the market is kind of getting a little bit buoyant here. So if we can reject the range from yesterday, the gap close from Thursday to Friday, or to finish that gap close, seems like an easy peasy kind of opportunity, perhaps. If we can continue that move, the move up to the point of control from Friday would be 23.7420. Watch the dollar. We'll see what the dollar is doing, and that might be one of the signals that if the dollar starts to fall off a little bit here, that we might see some continuation in gold. Really not seeing any acceptance above yesterday's regular trading hour range here just yet. So keep your eye on that, on the high from yesterday. Could be an important level. Also, I mean, our overnight high comes in at 23.5430, and if we can't hold above that, then a rotation back into the range, back down to settlement, could be something that could be in play. All of these things are really just kind of contextual, and as always, we're just trying to help with a little bit of context in these markets. Always thinking about risk management and remaining patient in our trading. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take your deep breath and stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, every day, remember to pray for peace. Let's have a good trading day today.
Awesome. Thanks, Hogue. Excellent analysis as always. Folks, we've got an incredible show lined up for you today. Coming up next, we've got Fast Markets featuring Andre, Hogue, Coach Dakota, and Rips. We've got some of the best traders at Topstep going to be trading live with you in just a little bit. After that, Power Players with Andre Dobley and Isaac R. Isaac R is back. Top Quiz with Jack and Anne-Marie. Then we are doing the Trading Mindset session with Dr. Jinnie Cristerna. That will be Dr. Jinnie and myself between from 12 to 1 o'clock Central Time this afternoon. After that, we've got Market Stalking with Dolby, Robert, Deeyana, and Coach Jay, and we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Andre Dolby and Austin Silver's coming back. I think we've got someone knocking at the door right now.
Yes, we do.
Somebody there? There he is.
There he is.
Here comes the boy. What's up, Rips? How we doing this morning?
Hey, JD and Hogue, my two favorite people. How are you folks doing this morning?
Excellent.
Happy to hear
What do you got for us on the...
Yeah, we had the PPI print that came out a little bit extra juicy and a little bit hot today. So we did see the market start to roll over, specifically over in the NQ and S&P futures. We saw the market take a little bit of a tumble here. I do have my screen up. Let's switch over to my charts here. So we did take a little bit of a tumble here and a little bit of a roll. What's funny is that I was trading this live on my own stream here, John. And what's so funny is that I watched the print go all the way from up here all the way to down there. And you know what I did the whole time? I sat there and stared like a deer in headlights, which is one of the rarest reactions from a momentum trader. If you've been doing this for long enough, you know, I've been momentum trading for the last, I don't know how many years. I've been focused simply on just momentum itself. I'd say 5 to 7 years, momentum alone, solely momentum. And for me to just sit there and stare at that like a deer in headlights, very uncharacteristic of my style of trading. But nonetheless, it was nice because it allowed us to give a little bit of a reaction here. This is the 15-minute bars. Let's drop it into the one just so we can get a little bit granular here. And you can see how big of a deal this 1 minute candle was. Big bar that swept down below. And we had yesterday's liquidity getting swept because if you look back, let's go to the 15-minute chart here. If you look back, we had yesterday's lows getting immediately swept. But if we're looking back to maybe Friday's lows, those got swept as well. And we're actually trading down in the zone that we saw as far as last Thursday, May the 9th. And what's interesting about that is that we rejected that liquidity pretty quickly. We came down there and we didn't find confident sellers holding the price down there. Instead, we found buyers. And so what I did was I tried one little cheeky short at a refresh down below 200s, ended up getting stopped out. I took a long there and ended up getting paid a couple times. We scalped in and out of longs here as we made our way back into this green zone here. And that's some bullish order flow that we've seen before that print came out. So it was really, really nice to scalp around that. Made some dollars there. I'm up currently about $2,300 or so in some combines. But scalped around in there. And now I'm looking forward to seeing what the market reaction is. For me, the watch is very simple here. Going back to the 5-minute chart, the watch is very simple. I would like to see the price action auctioning back above this area here and revisiting this business. I feel like we have some unfinished business up there. If we do get back up into that area, it would be very nice to see us holding above that 305 level like Pitbull would. And holding above that level would very much guarantee that we're going to have a strong day today and prep ourselves for a rally pre-CPI. Because remember, folks, tomorrow CPI is going to be trading 8:30 a.m. Eastern time, 7:30 a.m. Central time. It's going to be a lot of fun to trade that print. You show up for it, tune into TopstepTV and trade that. But it's going to be a very, very interesting print. It's going to dictate a lot of what the Fed is looking at here. And keep in mind, we do hear from Jerome Powell in about, looks like about 30 minutes here. So we're going to be hearing from Jerome Powell 30 minutes after the open. So a lot of stuff on the docket today. Very, very excited to trade with you, John. Anything specific that you're looking at? Are you kind of in line with the same type of analysis? Longs above here, maybe shorts if we get back below that bullish order flow?
Yes, very much so. And I, you know, with the market, the NASDAQ and the S&P is both just kind of coming back inside value from yesterday after an inside day from the previous day. You know, I'm going to try and stay patient. I want to see something come to me. I'm not a momentum trader like Hugh Rips. I've got to find something that makes sense to me. And so I would be trying to just kind of stay patient. The market is in range, back in value. Be patient. Better trade locations are likely to come later on.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there. Today is a day to have patience. Today is a day that if you do not have patience, it's very easy to get chopped apart and get shaked and faked out from the market because it can look like it's going into an area, reject from that area, come back down, if only to reject from that prior area, and then just flip and switch around and do a little bit of loop-de-loos. If you paid attention during Globex, we had a tremendously soft session. Yesterday's session as well, tremendously soft, not a lot of opportunities. We had a flush and then a rebound and then just kind of loop-de-loos throughout the rest of the day, but not a lot of price action here. A lot of focus right now actually is on the meme stocks, AMC and GME, and I'm sure that we'll talk about that during fast markets, but a lot of the focus has been shifted there. But with PPI out and now CPI on deck, I think that traders now have some information to be trading off of here, and I think that's what's going to be interesting and driving today's trade here, which, by the way, market is opening in about just 1 minute here.
Apple kind of ripping to the upside here a little bit here. Amazon looking to the downside.
Hello, what's up, fellas?
Hey, what's up, Andre?
What's up? What are we? How are we doing? What's up, man? What's up? Bell's about to ring. Let's do this. How about that PPI print?
Yeah, it came in definitely hotter, 20 basis points hotter than expected. And that's, I guess, 30 points hotter or 40 basis points hotter from the prior read, or 30 basis points hotter. Anyway, it was a hot read, and the market certainly wasn't pricing that in. So we had a rush to find what was accurate pricing. And then I think that everybody just realized, hey, we might have overshot this thing quite a bit. It's not as bad for the market as once we all thought. So we had a big rejection off of that print. So I'm excited to kind of sit back and let this open take place. I'm going to be trading this a lot like how Hogue trades. hands off, letting the price action develop, and then making some decisions from there. I'd love to get a 50 lot on the table today on the house account, as long as Dakota has an agreement in price where is and the way that you've been executing lately, Andre, has been phenomenal.
Oh, thank you. Where is we are open. We are open.
There it is. Opening bell has hit. Right now, we are seeing a little bit of a burst to the top side here in NQ, as well as the S&Ps. S&Ps want to be comfortably back above 5250. That's kind of their bone zone that they want to be in right now. So as long as the S&Ps can shake and shimmy above 5250, I think they're going to be comfortable for the bulls. If we are auctioning below that, the downside level that I'm looking for on the S&Ps is right below 5245. That's where we get a little bit troublesome down there. So that's where I'm going to be just hands off as we diddle in the middle here.
Everyone wants the 50. That's awesome. Good stuff, Rips. Hey, who's that at the door? Whoa, look who it is.
Here I am.
Fresh haircut. Fresh haircut. Looking good, Dakota.
A little late to the party, but that's okay.
It's okay.
That's right.
We got
better late than never.
Where do we buy it?
Yeah, where do we buy this right?
Bad news, good news. Bad news, we go up. High inflation, we go up.
Infinite bids market, right? A perma bull like you, Dakota, absolutely loves that kind of market.
I'm just getting things set up on my end.
All right, well, take your time. The market will wait, as Coach Jay likes to say. Should be some levels, fellas. We got that house account open. We are locked and loaded for that. If we do see some opportunity present itself, I'm currently looking at S&Ps. We could do NASDAQ as well. Either one, we should be good to go.
I'm actually looking for a short right here.
What? Oh, boy.
Yep.
What got into you? What got into you? What happened?
In the NASDAQ?
In the NASDAQ, yep. I'm looking for a short right around 18,290s right here, right now.
That's interesting. I'm actually myself, I'm looking for a reclaim of 305s and a hold above 305s for longs.
Okay. All right. Well, we got conflicting. Trade off right now. That's okay. We'll see how this open goes. John, talk to us about this open. How are we looking right here on this opening range?
Well, the S&P broke to the upside in the opening range. NASDAQ is still inside its opening range, and the Dow also, Dow has actually traded both sides of the opening range, so that would have been a bad trade to take in the Dow. I'm not in a big hurry here this morning when the market did open in range and in value, and that's typically going to hold me off from taking the opening range trade. So I think NASDAQ in range, in value, S&P in range, in value, right at point of control from yesterday. No major change right now so far in the perception of value, but we all know that that's going to be changing very soon. Looking at the tilt, I mean, S&P's 50-50, NASDAQ 60% long, gold 58% long, crude basically 50-50. So we're not seeing anything majorly tilty here in the S&Ps or in the NASDAQ just yet.
Okay, sounds good. We'll keep our stay patient, stay disciplined. Rips, Dakota, please talk to us. Let us know what you guys are seeing. Any trades? I know Dakota's looking to take a short right here, right now. 290. Did you take it, Dakota? Rips was possibly looking.
Yeah, I'm getting my charts set up before I share them, and then
all right.
I'll let you know.
Rips trade idea getting long above 305, I believe.
We did see a halt actually in GameStop and GME and AMC to kick off the market here. I believe there were downside halts, maybe an upside halt in AMC, but GME looks like it got halted to the downside here. And that's just because there's so much liquidity pouring into the market here. And there's no conspiracy. These are the rules of NASDAQ stocks and NASDAQ trading. There are halt bands that are specific price levels that if the price gets to that level in a certain allotted amount of time, the price action halts so that people can prepare their orders. It will unhalt probably in about 5 to 10 minutes here, depending on how much liquidity that they're trying to gather to support these certain price levels. So it's not a conspiracy. Don't worry. If GME is halted, it's by design. It's a function of the actual markets.
Rips, what are your thoughts about these meme stocks?
I love them. My biggest trade of all time was actually on GME in 2021.
True? You're one of them.
Yeah, it was in the options chain. It was a high 7-figure trade, and it was in GME. So I have a very a nice soft spot for GME.
Because that's my biggest losing trade was in GME.
Well, I thank you for your contributions to the Bank of Rips there, Dakota.
And I guarantee you it was the exact opposite of what you took. I was
incredible. Incredible.
I was short some vertical spreads because I was one of the guys. I'm like, oh, okay, you know what? We're up into the hundreds. There's no way it could get any higher. And that night is when Elon Musk sent like that game stonks tweet.
Oh yeah,
and sent it rallying just over 100. And I'm like,
incredible. Oh. We got two of them on the panel right now, John. That is absolutely incredible. I did not know that. That's good stuff, guys. That is good stuff. Well, we'll keep an eye on that.
So I'm still looking to the long side here in the NQ, looking for that 305 level to be reclaimed here. So I'm just kind of holding and waiting, looking for an entry here as we are. We did kind of draw back a little of that liquidity into those 60s there. So I'd like to see a nice little pullback as long as we can get over into those 300s here. I really do like this trade. So again, kind of just looking and waiting. We're just kind of rejecting off the point of control here. And the S&Ps are kind of chopping sideways as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tesla's off to the races. NVIDIA showing us a nice bounce. Meta as well. Microsoft is showing some push to the upside. We also have Google out with their I/O event today. That's going to be at 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern, noon Central time. So that's going to be interesting. We saw the Chat GPT demonstration yesterday, and I think it was a disappointment to most people because it's kind of just like Alexa on steroids. And if you've ever seen the movie Her, it reminded me a lot of that one as well.
Rips, letting the hot takes just rip today, baby. I love it. I love it. Was it a dud? I didn't see it. Was it pretty weak?
Well, they promised that this was going to be a replacement for search. So going into the conference, we had Google really selling off. And then once the conference basically took place and they saw that it wasn't a replacement for Google search, we saw Microsoft going to the downside and then Google rallying back up. So Google I/O should be introducing some interesting new products today.
Interesting. Good stuff. All right, Dakota, let us know when you're fully set up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to share my screen. I'm having tech issues right here trying to share my screen.
It's a morning right now, Dakota. You're having a morning right now.
It is. I want to get short right here, but I need to focus on getting this fixed.
Old question. Look at the new polls. That looks different. Have you ever traded?
Yeah, they look great. I'm actually taking this long right here, so I couldn't wait any longer. We didn't get that pull back into the 60s. So I'm long in the NQ here, looking for Mr. 305 Pitbull himself to give us out some room to the top side here.
What does that mean, 305 Pitbull? I don't know what that means.
It's Miami.
Question.
Dale.
Great question.
He's one of the greatest artists of our time, John.
Wow.
Slack Alyssa and ask her, John. She'll tell you.
Yeah. Oh, she loves Pitbull, right?
Who's that?
Mr. Pitbull.
One of our UX designers here. Yeah. It's her favorite artist of all time. She wants the Pitbull bobblehead for winning TopQuiz.
It's Mr. Worldwide. Let's be honest. Let's call him by his true name here.
It's one of the finest.
Well, how do I not know then?
Oh, you've heard his music. I guarantee you've heard some of his songs.
Oh, okay.
Your kids.
You actually have to turn on a radio.
Yeah. Pitbull. That's so funny. All right, Rip. Did you take that long? And if you did, tell us how many times.
We're in long at 292 evens, and just take a little bit of heat here. I'm actually going to move my stop down just a little bit here. I'm willing to take some heat on this position. I'd like to get an ad into the 60s if I can get an ad down there. But the way that the rest of the trade is developing here, the fact that Google will have that conference today does give me some confidence in this trade here.
Okay. There's Alyssa in the chat. I heard we were talking about Pitbull. Alyssa, her ears were ringing, of course, when someone brings up Pitbull. She's in. Yes. Someone's talking.
I don't want to say it because Alyssa likes me. I don't really know Pitbull or his music, Alyssa. I apologize. And
John, you should know.
Rips was making a reference to it, and I was asking what it was. And I'll turn on a radio that's something other than classic rock one of these days.
I want to watch
you. Only listen to classic rock, Hogue.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So still looking for 305s to trade. We are currently wrestling at these 300s right now. So if we did see a blowout up here, we could definitely see a blow off top. And that's kind of what I'm trading around here. Just 3 long at 296 halves here.
3 long, 296.
Yeah, I'm a bear today. I'm a bear today because of the inflation.
Wait, I thought you don't care about. I thought you don't care about news and numbers and all that stuff.
No, not really. But from a technical standpoint, we did break through, and I'm okay if.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something. Maybe I'm just completely off, but I'm been looking for shorts. So.
All right.
Today's the day that I'm probably just completely wrong, and then we rally, and I'm like, man, I should have just stuck with being probable.
Can you not say that, Dakota? Can you not say that today? We got the house account open. I'm just kidding. We'll see how this plays out. Keep in mind, we do have Jerome Powell speaking top of the hour in about 21 minutes. Boss himself will be speaking. Rips, after your just trade, I'd like to talk to you and get your thoughts on what we're expecting to hear from him. I know you do your scouting reports on all the Fed speakers, especially the head honcho himself. Powell. So,
and we also heard from Lisa Cook a little bit here, and there's not much color commentary that she brought to the ticket today. So really looking for Jerome Powell to bring us any kind of news that's going to be moving the market today.
Awesome. All right. Well, we'll remain patient.
Yep. Good old Papa Powell.
That's right.
Daddy.
Papa Powell. Yeah, I don't even see anything on Financial Juice, anything about anything Cook said. So apparently she didn't say much.
Okay. Yeah, she probably came out and said, I'm not going to speak on monetary policy, which they do from time to time. We are running into the 300s, blowing out to the 305s here. This is a big level if we can actually find continuation up and over this level. So that's what we're looking for, is continuation through 305. We have liquidity all the way up to 312. If we start to get speedy through that level, we do have room all the way up to 319 halves, and then we can kind of assess the position from there and see if we have a boot, scoot, and rally there to the top side.
Rips 305 is yesterday's value high.
How about that? Interesting how our numbers tend to line up like that. There's our 305 tickle, looking for this thing to hold that push through that level. There are going to be a lot of folks who are capping on shorts there and also selling. This does coincide conveniently with 5250 evens on the S&Ps, which we are currently trading here and now.
Which is last week's weekly kickoff high.
Imagine how that works. You're saying there is something to these levels, eh, John?
You're saying there's a chance.
Fantastic film. There we go. Blowing out. There's those 319 halves on the ticket. Looking for them nice and strong and long here. Dakota, wow, I got to say, Dakota, the rocket ship had seats for you. You should have just hopped right in the capsule, my friend.
Yeah, that's...
Dakota, I'm not sure about this vibe today, Dakota. I'm not positive about your vibe today, Dakota.
It's because I can't get my charts to share. I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's get you locked back in here, and we will we'll start slapping some size around. John, are we seeing anything here in terms of levels? I got the levels up. I got my Topstep daily levels up here. We did hit the 305s in the NASDAQ. What was the significance of that level, John?
That was yesterday's TPO value high.
Thank you.
You know, so if we're going to see continuation, as Rips is looking for, I'd like to see price kind of remain above that. I want to see that hold, and I know Rips does too if he's still long that.
Sorry, Trader Page. I know he's still sick. I think he's feeling better. His voice is just on the mends right now.
Yeah,
sorry,
my voice. The doctor said that this cough and my voice might last like this for another week. So it's okay. I feel good. Just have to get over it.
Excellent.
Yeah, how's your health, Dakota? I didn't even ask today. How are you feeling? Are you feeling much better? I know you've been putting in a lot of work doing slow markets. By the way, if you folks haven't tuned in, tune into slow markets every single evening, 8 p.m. Central Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Coach Dakota hosts that show Monday through Thursday, and he gives out free alpha. I mean, this alpha that he gives out, it's honestly some of the best alpha that I mean, I've been browsing for alpha in my days, and it's very rare that you come across alpha like the alpha that Dakota is giving out every single Monday through Thursday on slow markets. It's definitely worth its weight in gold.
Thank you, Rips. Yep, I'm just
speaking facts here.
It is awesome.
Yeah. Just trying to get over this sickness. Like I'm finally over it. I feel great, and now it's just my voice, just resting my voice and resting overall.
So we are still tooling up here. 319 halves is a level I'd like to see a nice clean breakout. If we do break above those 319 halves, we should have a liquidity pull to the top side, simply because there should be a lot of resting orders above that. Would be some buy stops, some early short sellers, basically from the Globex session, would have their orders perched above that level. And potentially above that would see us being blowing out to our next level of 338 quarters. And if we do get above that level, the speed would be intact. And I would like to see basically the auction going to 5260 in the S&Ps there beyond that point. So long and strong is the idea here, going into Google's I.O. conference, going into Jerome Powell's conference, his press conference. And if we can hold these pushes here, right now NVIDIA is wrestling with 900s. If we can hold these 900s in this push here, like I said, we could see potentially more upside. And like Dakota said, he's looking at the short. This could be the last hurrah before we see a big dump in the market here. But I want to be trying to hold this for as long as I can into that Jerome Powell presser. Hopefully he does comment on monetary policy, and hopefully it does give us some volatility here.
Okay. Yeah, you're long 3 contracts at what?
My entry is 296 halves, 3 contracts long, currently up about 1,000.
Beautiful
Very nice.
trade.
Very nice. Got Nick for a tick in the chat. I am short. Yeah, I assume he's talking ES 52.52. Looking for a quick scalp lower, probably before Powell speaks. Get a couple tickies in there before Jerome talks.
15 minutes till Powell?
15 minutes till Powell.
That is correct. So there's 319 halves on the docket. That's a level that we wanted to claim next. I'm still holding my position strong here, hands free. Just wanted to see this 319 halves clear out. If we solidify bids above 319 halves, this is where the shorts can really start to get in trouble here.
Yeah. So just so you guys know, I am short. I'm short here on the NASDAQ. I did get in 1 contract at 18,298. And I built a little bit of position up here as we got into the 3 teens, as in like 315, 316. So we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure why it's not letting me share my charts.
If the pop here in the S&P, trading 52.52 quarter.
So yeah, we're looking for 5260s clear out on the S&Ps here. As long as NVIDIA can stay strong, I'm looking for NVIDIA to clear out 901s in a jiffy here. Tesla's super strong, but it doesn't have as big of an influence on the NQ. Microsoft and Meta tooling to the north side here is giving me that confidence to continue to hold these 3 lots here. We're currently up about $1,700 on this trade. Average is 296 halves.
Battle of the Goats is right, Paige. 1 short, 1 long. This is interesting. It's very interesting.
I really want to see this tickling into 338s here, which is about 15 handles away from where we're trading right now. Watching for a retest of 319 halves here. Little bit of a rejection on NVIDIA, just under 900s, which I don't like to see. I would like to see NVIDIA carrying above 900s, tickling into that 901 there. Right now, Microsoft, Meta, and Google are what are supporting the NQ movement to the top side here, as well as the burst of volume we're getting in the S&Ps as we currently are speaking here. So nice little move up. We're about 13 handles away from my next target of 338 quarters.
We are pushing.
A little pre-Powell run up.
Yeah. Had that account.
Pre-Powell.
John, we don't see this. Some of our top traders here, 1 short, 1 long. And the funny thing is, like Dan Trader said in the chat, they can both make money, even though they have a
That is true.
That's the beauty of this thing.
Okay, I think it's working now. I can share my screen. Okay, and I did just get stopped out of my short.
319 halves giving out a little bit here, so I might want to readjust my risk on this trade. But I'm seeing if we can reclaim that 319 halves. This could be just a slight pullback here. Apple's still strong, a small pullback in Meta, pullback in Microsoft. The big pullback that I'm wary of is the NVIDIA pullback, but as long as we can reverse that, reclaim 900s, we can continue to hold this trade here. So there's the reclaim.
Yeah, I got stopped out of my long. That was a beautiful short rips. Or long.
Thank you. Yeah, we're back below 319 halves. Definitely want to make sure that we're adjusting our risk in this trade here. I'm just looking across the board if we're going to be holding above 52.52 in the S&Ps. We are 12 minutes away from Jerome Powell speaking. That's when we should see a whole mess of volatility coming in here.
Will he be talking monetary policy, Rips?
That's the beauty of it. We don't know until he says it, but we did hear from one of the folks from the Bank of Netherlands who was commenting on monetary policy. Okay. And he did say, or she said, I don't know if it's a male or female, but they said that a 50 basis point hike, they used some funny verbiage. I want to get the exact first 50 basis points of rate cuts is a quote, no brainer.
The individual from the Netherlands was saying that about the United States.
And this is a hawk from the Netherlands. So that is setting the tone. Maybe Jerome Powell had a nice shot of whiskey with them and said, hey, guess what? We're talking about cuts. They're like, me too.
What is happening? What a time to be alive. This is incredible. Okay.
We're currently rejecting under 319 halves right now. We do need to see this reclaiming in a jiffy. We are about 10 minutes from Powell, so we'll have to see how this shakes out here. Seeing a little pullback in Microsoft as well as NVIDIA. Things are just kind of frozen in motion, waiting on Powell here.
Yeah, we got that nice rejection I was looking for, but it's a little too late for me getting stopped out.
What would be the price that you're looking for, and would you be looking for longs or shorts?
Well, I was actually looking for shorts as we rallied up into first I got short at the 290s, and then I built the position right around 18,315s, and then that little push up to the 320s just stopped me out. But maybe that was me being a little bit impatient. I just believe that we could push back down into the below 200s, maybe see a test of 250s again.
So we did tickle back into Mr. 305 there, Mr. Worldwide. We did dip into 305, and we did find some bids strong there. And it looks like that is the hot ticket as we are jacking back into those 319 halves here, as we did reject off of Mr. Worldwide.
I'll be right back, guys.
You got
it.
Jesus. Oh, boy. Couldn't help yourself, Rips. Hey.
No, I mean,
Oh, my God. Dude, his John's not here. Dude, John asking who Pitbull was so funny. That got me so good. who is Pitbull? Who is Pitbull? Too good. All right. 9 minutes till Powell.
Yeah, still kind of in this downtrend ever since we traded up there, those 325s. Still just kind of rolling a little bit over here, but we're still defending those 305s, so we'll have to see whether or not this can hold. I'd like to hold this into Powell and see if we can get any kind of movement back up to the top side.
Oh.
That, like I said earlier, that might have been the clear out that we could have flattened on, and where it swept liquidity to the north side here. But I'm going to be a little bit stubborn here and continue to hold, especially as I'm watching NVIDIA patiently trying to reclaim those 900s here.
Yep. I'm actually really liking a short right here.
You can keep that kind of commentary to yourself, Dakota.
Wow, I love this. Competing forces. Very difficult to trade the house account with this, but that is okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to trade before Powell.
Is primed and ready, but I got Rips and I got
before Powell.
Yeah, we got Rips. We got Dakota having opposing trade ideas. Makes it very difficult. So that gives you 0 check marks. We write a level down and we do a little check mark scale. The more check marks, the more conviction.
Technically, you have a check mark just for one for each side, right?
Yes, yeah. That's a trade off. That's a trade off, which is cool. We've never really had something like this, so I kind of want to see how this plays out. Very interesting.
So far, I'm the loser. I got stopped out, and I'm watching the market rally.
Okay.
You can always go long. Nobody's going to stop you.
Yeah, there's that. There's that button, and keep in mind, everything's could possibly change here in about 8 minutes.
Yeah, this is going to be a big deal, I think, because I really do believe that it's pretty unlikely he's going to say, I'm not going to comment on monetary policy. And that can go both ways. If he does say that, the market can say, well, he can't say anything bad now. Let's go infinite bids and let's continue that whole trend. Or the market could look at that and say, well, now we don't have a reason to rally anymore, so then we're going to pull back. So I don't know. It can go either way. I'm just still holding and seeing what happens here.
Shout out to Shashwat in the chat with the pointing out the liquidity block at, where is it? There it is, 52. Shoot, I lost it. What was there? 52, 55 halves, 600 lots sitting on the offer to the upside. 55 halves. 5 halves. Yep, sitting there still. We'll see if this remains there through the Powell speech. Rips, are you still in the trade?
Oh, yeah. We're still long from 296 halves here. Just kind of chopping around that 305 level and seeing if we can get that bid back above 900s in NVIDIA. If we do get that bid back above 900s in NVIDIA, I think that will carry us. Right now, Microsoft and Google are both kind of pulling back a little bit, and I think that's what's giving the market some pause.
Okay.
Everybody's kind of waiting for Powell. I think that we're seeing volume steadily decline here, so I think everybody's waiting for the man of the hour.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Powell, we got over 5,200 people watching right now. Watching some of our all-stars right here. Mr. Rips in the middle, the man beneath him, Coach Dakota, some of our finest traders here at TopStep, TopstepTV. Please click like, please click subscribe. I know I sound like a broken record saying it, but we're seeing this thing grow quicker every day in the march to 100,000 subscribers. But for the time being, we appreciate those clicks, those likes, and of course the chat. always on fire for better or worse. You should. They were on one yesterday, Rips. They were on one.
Oh, I missed it. What happened?
I don't know. They were just letting it rip, and yeah, they're fired up. It was a slow market day. It's a slow day in the market, so they just won the chat and just let it rip. But it was all good. Speaking of yesterday,
I'm glad
Dakota,
to see you made it out the other side here today.
We did. Live to tell the story. But hey, Dakota, you squeezed out like $6,600 in those markets yesterday. How did you do it? It was very, very, very range bound, slow. Volume was low. What were some of those trades?
I actually ended up finishing the day like 7,800, but I was short. I was actually shorting the market at 18,300. So similar to what I was trying to do this morning. Today it just didn't work out.
Yep. 300s are definitely a significant level. We are above that. Mr. Rips himself is long, looking for a push to the upside. What's your upside target?
That might have been the final push. That might have been the final hurrah. It really is. I'm using NVIDIA as my indicator for that. So if we're not auctioning back above 900 in a jiffy here, you have all of the moving averages that are just tucked below 900 here. So if we did see a breakout of that level, then it could go floating to the top side here. So I do like my trade idea, though. I'm willing to risk it to get the biscuit, because if we do see that breaking to the north side here, this could be a $5,000 or $10,000 trade if we time it appropriately.
I was just going to ask you that. Will you just set your stops and you let this sucker run into Powell?
Yes. I'm willing to take the downside risk here.
Hell yes. Let's do this. Let's do this, baby. Hell yes. Exciting.
The 305s have given out here. We have found some pressure through those 305s. We are seeing this come lower here. So the shorts are in control as we are speaking. NVIDIA is auctioning a little bit lower. Microsoft's coming down, trading those 410s again, which is a precarious area for Microsoft. It was kind of the area that we bounced from on Friday in Microsoft. So if this doesn't hold, again, we're kind of just doing that whole if this, then that deal. If it's not holding down here, the market is likely to start to roll over and revisit some liquidity, possibly below in NASDAQ. I'd say around 260s, 270s is where a lot of liquidity is resting right now.
Okay. 4 minutes. Let's do this. All right, Rip. So where will you have your stop going into
right now, my stop is at 264, so I'm willing to let it probe that liquidity down into those low 70s, high 60s.
All right. You're watching it, folks, live on TopstepTV. Got a position in the money. I'm going to Jerome Powell's speech. Let's see if we can get this sucker taken off to the moon. Come on. Say rate cut.
Definitely risky. Very, very risky trade to have on.
I love it. Say rate cut, Jerome. Your boys. The guy next to the guy next to him said rate cut, right? 50 basis points.
50 basis points would be a quote no brainer. So
all right. This is sweet.
Yeah, this could be the final draw of liquidity. Right now, GameStop is going off of a cliff too, which is generally pretty good for the broader market and equities when meme stocks are rolling over. So take that as you will as well.
Oh, baby, this is gonna be fun. I love it. Dakota, thoughts? Dakota, you're flat. How are you looking to play this?
Yeah, I'm freaking flat. I got
Dakota. I'm not sure about your.
You sound so stressed out.
Dakota, I'm not sure about this vibe right now. I'm not gonna lie. Everything's a sigh. Everything's just stressful. You're trading.
Man, I was looking to get short in like 315s in this zone, and I got wicked out. And I'm not a good trader when I'm trying to short the market. I could tell you that. I'm a better buyer than I am a short trader.
Yes, you are.
So maybe it's time to put that buying cap on and let's get some rallies going here.
Yeah.
Maybe it is.
Oh. All right. Here we go.
Just had
GME
right idea,
on the way up, by the way. I'm going to continue providing updates for our GME traders out there.
Thank you.
I just got off a call with Powell.
What do you say, John?
He said markets are going higher unless they go lower.
Oh, wow. That is some deep insight there.
I like that first. Hey, John, so Rips is long from, what are you long from?
296 halves.
296 half. He's staying long. He's staying long into this Powell speech. Got to stop in place. Let's see how the sucker plays. Long from 296. Got to stop in around the 260s. And we're going to see if we can ride the sucker to the upside. This is going to be really, really exciting stuff here.
And we're starting to see that roll right now.
Okay.
Definitely seeing a bigger roll coming in. We are 40 seconds away from Powell. Looks like somebody might have a preview of what his speech is here.
Where are you watching this, Rips?
Just watching the NQ price action here.
Gotcha. No, okay. I'm talking about the Powell. Are you just going to watch headlines or are you just going to watch the markets here?
That's frustrating sometimes. See, it happens to everybody. It happens to everybody. You get wicked out, and then the market goes in your direction.
Very frustrating.
All right, let's see if we have any commentary here from Powell.
Well,
a lot of liquidity coming in right here, right now.
Mm-hmm. Man, I'm nervous. This is sweet. This is so sick. Come on, Powell.
Yeah, these pops are being a little bit short-lived, which, again, I don't like to see. I do like that if we are short in this, seeing those pops that are kind of getting negated and sold off here. But I'm going to stick to my original thesis just in case we do have a headline from Mr. Jerome Powell himself.
Very thin right now.
Yep, extremely thin, waiting on any kind of words from him, Mr. Jerome Powell himself.
I'm seeing on the juice here that they're not really expecting anything new from Powell, especially ahead of the CPI tomorrow. If we hear anything about policy, they would expect him to stick with the FOMC script. But as always, there may be surprises.
We are back at the point of control, by the way. We are trading 288 even. And still, again, kind of wrestling down. Dakota, are you in any shorts here, by the way?
No.
Tell me how you really feel about it, buddy.
Dakota.
I can't tell you how I feel on stream.
So we are currently taking some heat here, looking for this to push back and reclaim 300s, but we don't see that happening soon here. I'm probably going to trim the position and take the L, but we'll have to see whether or not we have thinner liquidity to the top side. Right now, we're seeing thicker liquidity to the top side. So a lot of folks are having the same kind of idea that Dakota had, where they are probably barreling into this to the short side here.
No problem, John Jones. Not seeing anything coming across here just yet.
We did see some larger liquidity showing up at 285 here, about 700 lots in the NQ, but still nothing in the way of a push back up to the north side here. I do want to see this reclaiming 300s, but right now we are seeing some pretty heavy offers to the top side and not a lot of interested buyers that are swiping at those. So again, continuing this heavier trend here to the downside.
I don't really see anything as far as like big liquidity in the S&Ps, maybe a little bit thicker to the upside.
Yeah, that's the same thing I'm noticing. Very, very thick liquidity to the top side here.
55 half, John. 55 half. There's a 600 lot up there somewhere. Yeah, 600 lot on the 55 half offer. That's about it.
So looking for this reclaim in the NQ right now of the 300s. Let's see if we can actually swipe at this. A little bit thinner than what I'd like to see on the bids. So still just kind of fiddling in the middle here, chopping around. We had an attempt there to reclaim 300s, and then buyers were exhausted as we made our way back into those 300s there.
Hey, John, Michael Stan's asking for a quick Delta update if you got time.
Yeah, of course. Positive 3,300 in the S&Ps, negative 120 in the NASDAQ.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's about flat there in the NASDAQ, surprisingly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 903. All right. They're introducing Powell now. Thank you, Brian Wagner.
Here comes a potential big dump or big pop.
Say the right thing.
Ripacito or flushacito, one or the other.
We're going to rip.
It's one or the other. Right now, NQ is looking mighty heavy to the downside here. Tell me how you really feel, Dakota.
Dakota. Oh.
That's how I feel today, guys. Nothing worse than getting stopped out and then the market going in your direction.
Going your way.
There's nothing worse.
Yeah, it's one of the worst feelings as a trader. 100%.
Powell coming on stage.
So we are seeing these little miniature pops, but then no follow through. So again, it's looking like more likely than not that I will get stopped out on this trade, given that we aren't getting back to reclaiming 300s here. But let's stick to my guns, stick to my thesis, just in case we do get a little bit of a change in the momentum here and then get all of these early shorts having the potential to get blown out on Powell's words here.
I mean, nothing's really trading.
Perk back up to the 290s here.
Mm-hmm.
Chairman Powell is speaking.
Let's go. I got nothing so far.
Households are in good shape financially.
Really? Economy has been performing very well, he says.
Consumer and business spending is strong. Market is catching a bit on this for the time being, but again, I want to see claiming over 300s in the NQ here.
Strong labor market.
Still labor shortages. Overall, a good picture.
Mm-hmm. Nothing really trading right now. Keep us posted, Rips.
Yeah, everybody's listening.
Kind of hanging out here.
Yeah.
Yep. Strong
labor market is strong.
Yeah.
Nothing really of note. Come on, Powell.
Labor shortages in many industries. Overall, is still a good picture. He's probably.
Ooh, he's saying inflation is down.
Really?
Really?
Market doesn't like that.
Wait a minute. Inflation. Oh, he did.
Gradual cooling in the labor market. Yeah, it's coming down. Woof.
I got to walk this one off.
There's another trade coming, Dakota. You know that. Thank you, Robert. Gold tilt. I'm showing 68%, 69% long in the tilt here in gold. Equities, 63% short NQ, 50-50 ES, 66% long YM.
You just said shut the door.
He said inflation is expected to go back down. Market is rallying on that hit.
Go.
Here comes a 300 reclaim. There's 300 tickle. Can we get through it? Wow, that was a huge bump off the lows there. Let's see if we can get continuation through 300s here. This would be beautiful. Squeeze, baby, squeeze.
Yeah.
Inflation is going to be coming down to levels more like last year. So again, very, very dovish commentary out from Jerome Powell. This is exactly what I'd be looking for on this trade here. Beautiful.
Yep. Oh, shit. God, this is all algo trading right now, John.
Stuck around there.
Yeah.
Looking for this 305 reclaim. Microsoft going straight up alongside Meta. NVIDIA still testing to get above 900 here, and it has not broken yet.
My confidence in inflation moving back down is lower than it was.
Yeah.
What is it now?
He's just jerking it around here.
Yeah, he's doing the he's doing the Fed thing.
You guys could update my PNL. Minus
I believe
6,
that move is called the Powell Shuffle.
The Powell Shuffle. Yeah, PNL update, Dakota.
Yeah, minus 6,000 for me, live account.
All right. All right, they're showing Powell and CNBC here. 18,300. That is the level right now on the NASDAQ.
We really need to see this squeezing back above 305. I'm seeing some bigger bids stepping in, but we need to see this actually holding here. We're not seeing buyers are kind of exhausted up here, and we just need to see that snap through 305. So watching here at 305 for that reclaim and snap.
There we go.
There's a push. There we go. Stops are getting popped a little bit there above 305. Aggressive sellers, though. There are a lot of people who are trying to short this market right now, and the more aggressive they get, the more fuel that this can provide to the upside on one good headline from Powell here, because those shorts will have to close. I'm seeing a lot of shorter term time frame traders that are kind of getting into this and aggressively shorting this. And if that trade doesn't work out in minutes, then they usually pop out of that.
Yep.
83% long YM right now. 83% long.
72% long S&Ps, 67% long NASDAQ.
Okay. Thank you, John. All right.
We got negative delta here in the NASDAQ, negative 200.
Okay.
That shows that we have a lot of aggressive shorters here, John.
Mm-hmm. Shorter time frame. Exactly what you were saying. Got to see it hold above that 305 level, value high from yesterday. You got the S&Ps above value high from yesterday, which was 52.51.
We keep testing 900 here on NVIDIA as well. As long as we can clear above those 900s and start to hold a grip on that, we should start to see this clear out to the north side here.
Yields are doing nothing.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jack.
It's actually a really good update. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, it is. We should probably be looking at that a little bit more.
Yeah, right.
A little more carefully. Thank you, Jack.
Okay, we're blowing out 305s again. So there's those early term shorters that are getting a little bit blown out, but we need to see that continuation and that snap. They keep layering it very, very heavily above. And if we can tickle into that liquidity and prove that it's just spoofing, then we should be able to rise higher.
Mm-hmm.
Getting pretty close to that 55 half level in the S&Ps. There's 600 on the offer there.
Right.
Yes, there is.
And you have to wonder if that's a real order or not. And I think a little tickle would reveal it's probably about 150 lots shy of a real order.
A watch.
Thank you. Above that, we got 250 on the offer. Above that, we got almost 400 on the offer.
Right, so there's some real liquidity here at 310s. If we can get through this, it also looks like a nice safe haven for folks to be covering their stops in these 310s if we have thick liquidity here. So that can start to feel this push, this little squeeze to the north side here. Nice squeeze above. Looking for 319 halves to trade. We have to get to 315 first.
Yeah, there was about 12 to 1,500 that just filled at 5 half.
All right. So that was real.
That was real.
Yeah, and it makes sense too. That's also a safe haven for folks that are, covering their shorts as well.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You can see there's a lot of unloading going on, but absorption in the bid up here. And again, going back to my original thesis, holding above 305 is exactly what we want to see in this trade. Another rejection on NVIDIA at those 900s. Doesn't want to do it.
Why doesn't it just do what we want it to do?
Yeah, do the right thing.
That would be too easy, John.
Do the right thing. Come on.
Rips, I've seen a lot of questions about the book map that you're showing there on the left side of your screen. Give a little synopsis over what that is, and what that's showing.
So the size of the bubbles is the amount of liquidity that's being added or pulled from that area. And you can see the size of the bubbles increasing, or it's very, very small. It's going to show you the amount of volume that was contracted at that specific area of price. So imagine on a candlestick, you can see the candlestick, but you can't see how much volume was taken at each part of the candlestick. What Bookmap allows me to do is it allows me to see inside of that candlestick. So I can see if liquidity was taken at the high part, the low part, the mid part, or the entire thing. And I can see how much was added or taken away, and then the velocity at which it was added or taken away. These bubbles grow and contract in real time.
And the horizontal lines are basically showing the size of the bids or offers, showing liquidity above or below the marketplace.
Correct. That is your resting liquidity, and you can see that it's often flashing on and off. That is just the liquidity providers just providing liquidity in case we get a sharp movement. in order to catch that liquidity and provide liquidity into the market. But you can see resting liquidity that has been there for a longer period of time, and that liquidity is something that you want to be keeping an eye out there for. Now he's talking about PPI.
All right.
He's saying it's mixed.
Oh, come on, man. Any trade ideas, Dakota?
He said, I wouldn't call it hot.
Yeah.
From the man himself.
I'm just watching, Andre.
Okay.
Order book's clearing out as he's speaking. Interesting.
Back beneath those 55 halves in the S&Ps that traded 1,500 times.
Do you think he has his charts up while he's speaking? Yeah, he's got Topstep X on a teleprompter that he's watching right now.
He's so sweet.
He's watching the tilt, right?
Yeah, he's watching the tilt.
He's watching tilt.
$5,600 people watching. Click like, click subscribe. You're watching real-time trading as Jerome Powell speaks. Rip's been riding outright throughout the entire speech. Pretty wild. Good stuff.
He says we need more data to understand inflation. No way.
Come on.
Classic.
All
Powell.
right.
He's back at it again. He did it.
All you need to know is that it's transitory.
Hey, is inflation more persistent than what you expected? Well, here's the thing. We got to look at data.
The data.
Classic Powell. Gets me every time.
Yep.
All right, I got in short. 18307.
Dakota, we had a conversation about this. You can keep those thoughts to yourself. Nice short there, buddy. Very, very nice. Great entry.
Guess what? On Topstep X,
he just said it's going to take longer than expected to bring inflation down. So that's negative for the markets there.
There you go. What were you going to say, Dakota?
Yeah. No, I'm saying I'm on Topstep X right now in the combine. I'm not going to trade my live account right now. This is a combine.
Alrighty.
That works too. John, I think we're hands off for the house account for the time being.
He said higher for longer basically now. So getting a very hawkish tone shift from Powell here.
Wow. Oh, there it is. Yep.
Ooh, he said there's a very small probability that we could raise rates. He's never said that before.
No.
He waited for Dakota to get short to say all that.
That was nice of him to do that for Dakota.
It was very nice.
More likely that we'd hold policy where it is.
Okay.
We need some dovish commentary quick or I'm going to get stopped out here. This is not looking good now. We had it, but the man couldn't stop himself, could he?
Sure couldn't. Dakota, where? Oh, you're trading combine. Dakota, what's your position?
Yep, I'm doing combines.
What's your position?
Topstep X. I need to switch to Topstep X. I'm doing transitioning. I've been practicing it. I've loved it, and I think this is a good reason to start practicing on Topstep X and continue to do it. I pay for my combine just like everyone else, so that's what I'm trading on.
He's saying housing is good now, so back up we go.
There we go. Not the easiest trade right now.
Well, because he could say anything at any time. It's like a hair trigger.
Yep.
Yeah, those algos are looking for any reason to get us back above those 300s. Gotta love them.
Dakota, you still short?
Yeah, I'm still short from 307. I'm going to see if we could push back down towards 250s.
One short, one long, folks.
Nick for a take. What is this? A Jerome speak for ants?
He's short right now.
It's going to need to be 3 times bigger.
See what he says here.
That's right, Trader Page. Let's hope that happens.
Do we have anything else after he speaks?
We do have a 52-week bond auction or note auction.
Nothing.
That's going to be due out at 10:30 Central Time.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it for the known stuff.
That's all we got, right?
Yep. We have some API crude inventory later on, but much later.
Mm-hmm. The API is expecting a 1 million.
Oh, we are starting to squeeze back with those 300s.
Yep.
Oh, my.
I added
to my Keep
short.
saying those sweet nothings.
All right. Talk to us, guys. Dakota, you added into these shorts.
NVIDIA's back above 900. Big break above 900 here. Microsoft is rallying. Meta is rallying as well. As long as we can get this 300 to hold back above 305, we might be able to actually hold it this time.
Okay.
So you're saying there's a chance.
Something's going to happen here.
Where are you going?
We're seeing some bid to cover coming in from those early shorts, but we need to see this holding above these 305s here. We want to see this confident push, a blowout, and then a retest and hold of 305s here.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can get this push and hold above 310.
307's trading.
Yeah, I'm going to try and get.
What a roller coaster!
Crazy. What's up, Dakota?
I'm just saying, I'm going to try and get into 3 contracts.
All right.
If we get back up into the 310s, I will.
You're flipping long. That's beautiful, Dakota. I was waiting for you to join sides over here.
You guys are getting long now. All right, now we have confluence here. What?
I'm kidding,
okay.
I'm kidding.
No. I'm getting in short. I'm providing.
You guys are shorter.
That's fine. That's fine. Finally, we're getting back. We're getting somewhere. Those 309s.
The 310s, again, we want to see those 310s blow out to the top side. And again, if long as we're holding above 305 there, it's going to be strong. Little blowout of 310s here. Looking for 315s to trade. 319 halves is that level again that we want to see tickling to the top side here. Getting excited again, Andre.
Yeah, I'm getting there, man.
The only thing I'm not excited about is that Mr. Dakota's not with me on this trade.
Hey,
you're still on.
There's that blowout. There it is. 319 halves. Wow, let's see if we can make new high on day here. Wow, look at those bid to covers coming in on the map. Wowzers. Holy smokes.
That was quite the move.
That was a beautiful move there. I saw it coming the whole time, said every fake trader in the world. Oh, goodness. From going to, I think I might get stopped out here to now up $2,000 per.
Wow, we're pushing.
Wowzers. Look at this. Looking for 338 quarters here. See, I told you. I'm kidding. I'm completely kidding.
Rips, this is a
nice to see a trade
long time frame trade for you, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a very long. It's good that you mentioned that there, John. This is probably one of the longest trades that I put on in the last 3 weeks.
Through Powell too. Not only was it long, it's through Powell too. It's just amazing.
Yeah, you know, to be honest with everybody in chat, I just knew the whole time. Obviously, you know,
it just no. That's it.
Absolutely not. No, that was. This is, I mean, the idea was there, but the fact that it happened is a whole different story. We can have trade ideas all the time, and many of them never come to fruition. There we go. Whoa, there's that 343 level to the top side there. Looking for a blow through that level. 371 would be the target above 343 here. Dakota, it's not too late to join the party. Get to the long side here. NVIDIA is trading 905s, looking for 910s now on NVIDIA. Holy smoke sauce.
Up here near yesterday's
No, I'm
high.
done. I can't. It's too late for me.
No, Dakota.
Never say never, Dakota. In the words of our friend Justin Bieber, never say never.
Wow. Boy, Rips is just feeling it today. Bieber and Pitbull and just everything today.
Today's a red day for me, and I just need to accept it.
Holy smokes, there's that 343 blowout now going to the top side here. Holy smokeroonies. Oh, there it goes. We're blowing out really fast here to the top side now. Oh, my goodness gracious. Let me see if I can close maybe one contract here because this thing is boot scooting rallying to the top side. Pulled out one contract there, realizing $1,100 here, and I will pull out as we are getting this. I can actually move my stop now to 328. Beautiful, beautiful move here to the north side.
Nice trade.
Taking out one more there. We have one contract as a runner.
I'm just going to watch and
sometimes you just got to believe in your ideologies and ignore what the nonsense is in that TopstepTV chat on YouTube.
Don't
ignore
listen
to the nonsense and stick to your guns.
Absolutely.
Headshot.
Tell them.
Beautiful trade, Rips. You're the bull, and it pays. It pays to buy the market.
Yes, it does.
I mean, get the horns out and everything. It really does pay to get those horns. I tell you, Dakota, you should have just known.
Dakota, you should have just known.
You should. Sometimes you just got to know it, right?
It's so funny. Dakota,
371 is my target to the top side. I am aggressively trailing my stop now in this position.
Okay.
All-time highs. Why not?
That's what I'm saying, Dakota. Why not?
Yeah.
High inflation data. Powell saying maybe a tiny chance to raise rates. Let's make some all-time high.
And off we go. Makes no sense, does it?
Well, the thing is, we're not here to make sense of what people say. We're just here to trade price action, right?
That's true.
The short's coming in now. Between 52, 57 S&Ps.
What's GameStop doing? Is GameStop at like $1,000 a share yet?
Nick for a tick. GameStop is the new gold. Don't say that, I hope. Yeah.
Well, if you have pause, we can do some news real quick on GameStop.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's throw it out there. This is updating constantly. Let's show the other one first, the GME one, James, but that'll play into it. So the discounted cash flows from the future are changing rapidly for GameStop as we speak. It's actually on the day right now, we're trading at 52, scratch that 51, $52. Hit a high of nearly, good Lord, like 65 last night, 80 maybe, I see. S is crazy there. Keep an eye on it. Stay out of it, please, unless you're Rips. But it's pouring into.
I just got stopped out of my trade, by the way. We're up $7,000 in XFAs, just so you know, Andre. That was for you, buddy.
Ooh,
nice.
There we go.
Thank you, Paul.
On the other side of it, we can show that AMC thing again. AMC raised $250 million in stock sale during the meme rally. Shares still up 110% pre-market. Not financial advice on this show, but Andre, I don't know if you saw that maybe a certain someone took a little part of this.
Who?
You read Slack this morning? We'll ask MP about it when he's on tomorrow.
I missed it. No, who did? Who got in there? Oh, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes.
Exactly. Yep. And then we'll just end with some local news here. There's this big battle going on at the Logan Square Farmers Market. Now, this probably isn't important to many of you. It's becoming sort of like a party-like atmosphere, but I'm only showing this so that I can show this amazing Slack message from JD.
What is it?
He's not in here to defend himself, but not to sound pretentious, but it totally ruined my Sunday croissant delivery from Le Boulangerie yesterday.
Wow, JD.
Wow.
You sound very pretentious. That sounds
is this
very
Chicago every man thing all an act?
Yeah.
You can tell us when he does the stats next. That's what we got for now.
You've been outed, JD. Wow. Good stuff. Yes, Jack, I did see participate in that trade. Ouch.
Well, that was fun. I have up on my screen too if you want to flip over. But yeah, that was fun. I'm done. That's my trade for the morning right there.
I would say so.
Beautiful.
Nice
well, that's why you're my trading buddy, right?
Sometimes you get lucky. All right. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes you get lucky.
Beautiful trade.
Mm-hmm. Is he still talking?
As of 9:27, he was still talking.
Okay.
We've made real progress on inflation.
We're not there yet. Yeah, we're not quite there yet, or something to that effect. We have no house account trades in the books just yet. Rips was the bull today. Dakota was the bear.
Hey, Andre, somebody in my community just pointed this out. Imagine if we would have done a 50 lot trade on that bad dogger.
Boy, how much?
I mean,
that would have paid.
Man.
Well, we would be up about 100 G's right now, my friend.
We call it a week. Yes.
Could have done that move right there.
Yeah. Still on the panel. Thank you. Thanks, Coach Jay. John, you seen any levels up here?
Well, I mean, in the S&P, we still haven't taken out yesterday's high. NASDAQ, we took out yesterday's high and last week's high.
What price?
Last week's high in the NASDAQ was 18,348. The high from yesterday's session was 18,336.
Right.
Yesterday's high in the S&Ps was basically last week's high. Yesterday's session high, extended trading hour session high was 52.64, which is exactly last week's high. So we've got a bit of a kind of a weak high up there. So, some people call it a double top, and sometimes it works that way, but it's just showing that there's a lack of excess. Friday's high, yesterday we got to Friday's high. The market was still willing to do so. Another test up there might be a good opportunity. For now, we've rejected value in the S&Ps from yesterday. Yesterday's value high was 52.
Also, did anybody notice the clubhouse level, by the way? Anybody?
Yes. What was it? Hit us with the number.
Anybody notice anything interesting there? Or is it just me? I'm kidding.
What is it?
What is it?
What was the level? Yeah.
It is 71. 71 on the ticket.
No kidding.
We were one tick away.
We freaking
one tick away, and that's where we exited the final line.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
You should have known.
Yeah, if I would have just known that level, right, then
that's it. That's all you needed to know.
I'm not gonna lie. When he said the word rate hike, even though it's a small chance, I'm like, oh no, look out below. And the buyer stepped in and said, all right.
But like I said, I'm not going to pretend like I was sweating bullets in that trade. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like, I knew it the whole time. Oh, no. But again, folks, what we're doing here is we're trading. We're putting on risk. We're not putting on a guarantee. We're putting on risk. And if you're not willing to accept the risk that you're putting on, like I said in that trade, I was willing to lose, $2,000, $3,000 in that trade idea. That's a good risk reward if I'm going to make $7,000 on the trade, right? Mm-hmm. We're putting on risk. We're not putting on a guarantee. I got a little puckered up, when the price action's coming down, you get a little puckered up and you say, boy, is this just going to drop or what? And I just don't have any idea. And so you just really have to pace yourself on whether or not, if you believe in your conviction for your trade. And sometimes you do.
See, that was my thought process for the past 1 hour.
It feels like they need to recalibrate the algos a little bit. Something that I see happening constantly, it was in like the bonds and the stocks today, is an inflation number comes in a little hot, nothing disastrous, and immediately sell it to the floor for the first, 30 seconds, and then it rebounds, takes out new highs, and then at least in the bonds, nothing was really moving while Powell talked. So I don't know.
Yeah, the algos, I see we worked all the way down to beneath 18,200 and yes, NASDAQ closer to 18,160 I'm seeing. S&Ps all the way down to 52.20, 52.16. Just to see it now, we're trading highs of the day.
All right, we're getting a pullback. So what's our thoughts now, Rips? Are you looking for a pullback to buy it?
Or 71 rejections. So here's the thing. On news events like this, when they do conclude, there's a couple different things that happen. Like when FOMC conferences conclude, we usually tend to give back the entire move that we just did, depending on what the verbiage is during this. So Powell say a whole mess of nothing here. And the thesis did play out in this sense where the reason why I think that we saw that squeeze is because we had so many shorts that were comfortable. John and I both talked about that, where we were seeing the delta in a way that represented that people were aggressively shorting this on a shorter time frame. And when you have that, that can fuel the explosive move that we saw to the top side. Is it going to happen every single day of the week? Of course not. If it was, I'd be worth trillions of dollars. Again, we go back to what we're saying. We're putting on risk here. This is not a guarantee. This is a probabilistic chance. And in this case, I got lucky and it worked out. That's what trading is. Sometimes you're not going to have that work, but you have to have stops in place that respects your risk. I was willing to risk $2,000 or $3,000 on that trade, and I probably reached my maximum extension. I almost pulled out at the highest tick of that trade. So putting on risk is completely different than putting on a guarantee. We've established that. On a trade like this, what we're looking at here is potentially giving back that move, getting shorts back comfortable. And we have to go back to what was happening. Well, now we're coming down straight down. We're nosediving right now. But what was happening on the way up? We had aggressive shorters. Do you think that they just took the day off? Of course not. They're blown out. They want to, their desks are telling them to get back, to get some equity back in those accounts. So they're going to be back aggressive on these shorts. So that's what we're seeing right now.
So while you guys were talking, I just made 6K on that short.
What? Wow. All right, so we're back.
Nice.
So I'm down $900 in my live account. I know it happened fast. I didn't want to interrupt. I ended up shorting right around 18,360 in my live. I was, that one worked out. And I just closed off my last position. So minus $900 on my live account.
Okay, don't call it a comeback. These boys are trading it up right now on TopstepTV. This is good stuff. No house account trades, that is okay. Everyone's got to trade their own account first. We will look for some levels. We still have we still have an hour and a half left here in fast markets. Plenty of opportunity, plenty of time.
We can find something.
Oh, we'll find something. We are selling off right now, Rips. Look at this. Just like you said, once he stops speaking, we give it all back. Is that what's happening right now, Rips?
He is still talking. We go back to lower days. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think we go back to lower days. I think right now I'm looking for opportunities to get in short. I'm going to continue to have a bearish bias today. I mean, price action is starting to show it now. So I'm going to wait for a pullback and I'm going to get in short and I'm going to see if we could push back below 300. And I still like 230s to 250s, maybe a low of day. So I'm going to be a short. I'm going to be a bear today, and I'm going to be looking for a push lower.
All right.
Here it goes.
We are selling off.
Dakota speaks, the market responds.
Yeah, seriously. Dakota's back. Rips up. Dakota's getting back. Good stuff.
Look at that. And it's great because we had opposing trade ideas. And even though he was early to the move, he respected his own risk. He got out of that trade and then he nailed it right there from the top, shorted it and made back every single cent that he lost, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct, Dakota?
Still down $1,900.
Okay. Well, but I mean, what a recovery, right?
Enough to make me feel good.
Absolutely. That's back in it.
That is a victory.
Let's see what we do. This 18,300 level in the NASDAQ. Take a look at tilt. 50-50. 75% long. What am I seeing here? 50-50. Yes, 50-50 NASDAQ. 76% short YM.
That's one of the reasons why I love Dakota too, is because he's just kept his head down, didn't get emotional, just focused on the price action, nailed that trade. This is why Dakota's my trading buddy. This is why I respect him so much, not only as a person, but as a trader. And I think he's one of the most phenomenal traders out there. He kept his head down. He didn't worry about, he's not trying to dig himself out of a hole. He's looking for opportunities. He respected the risk that he put on in the first trade and then nailed it on the second trade. That takes talent to do, and that's not something you're going to see from, your amateur traders out here. Dakota's been trading for what, 14 years now, Dakota?
I feel old, but yeah, just over 14. and I'm back in short again.
Here we go.
And this one's my combine. Not feeling too confident enough on my live, but short combine. 18,303. I'm looking for a push back below 300 and lower.
Hey, Dakota, just quick update. Your live account is only down $1,000, correct?
My live account's down 1,000. My combine's down 1,000. But I am in short, and this one's looking good. Let's see if we can break 270s. I'm looking for 250s here.
250s. We're pushing. Great stuff.
Maybe we could push down and see where we were finding closer to 18,200.
Trading 18,289 NASDAQ. 52.43 quarters in the S&Ps.
Powell is still speaking.
See that?
Really?
Yeah, we've seen demand for workers cooling off pretty substantially. You also see wages coming down. I think that tells you that policy is probably restrictive. Probably.
There's definitely something to note too about this price action is that we are trading exactly where we were off the open here. We are dang near exactly where we opened. You notice that too, John?
Yeah. I mean, we've taken out the low of the opening range right now in the S&P. Is the low of the opening range is 52.4675. Low of the opening range in the NASDAQ, however, is 18,272, which makes sense. I think the NASDAQ has been kind of holding up a little bit better than the S&P is. It did take out the high from yesterday. It did take out the high from last week in the NASDAQ. The S&P did neither. I think, the NASDAQ is holding up a little bit stronger than the S&P at this time.
I added another contract to that short. So I'm 2 contracts short at 18,303.
And that's your 5-minute chart on the left there, and your
correct
your
5-minute chart on the left
and
a 100 tick chart, a 100 tick chart on the right. And this is Topstep X. I'm getting used to Topstep X. I really like it, and I'm starting to fall in love with it. Just takes time, takes some practice, and I'm getting used to like anything.
Hey, John, if you take a look at the S&P ladder, what do you got? What are you seeing there on that 52.44 bid on the S&P ladder?
691, 700 on the bid there.
All right. Liquidity paper is getting filled today. That is for certain. So it's 55 halves.
Those shorts that were put in, what was that, 55 half?
Yeah. Yep. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Delta's positive 3,300, 3,200 in the S&P is negative 100 in the NASDAQ. No major delta to be talking about in the NASDAQ.
All right.
The S&Ps did take out the low of the initial balance, possibly creating a failed auction if that remains down there.
All right, JD, we'll come to you. We'll let this trade play out. We'll come to you for some hot streaks, chart of the day, all that stuff that the people love so much in fast markets. Like John said, we've got 730, 760 now in that 52.44 bid in the S&Ps. Liquidity is back in the S&Ps. Good to see.
Yeah, when we have Powell speaking like this, the liquidity tends to find a way back into our environment here.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
Dakota talks through that trade. You are building into a short position, right?
Yep. Yep. I want to get into 3 contracts. 3 contracts is about average of what I get into per account. Nothing too big. Like I said, smaller trades is 1 contract. Some of my biggest trades is 3 contracts per account. I rarely get over 3 contracts per account, and that's all you need, right? You hear Mick say it all the time. You could make or lose $1,000 with 1 contract, really easy. You've seen it here, right? We rallied all the way up to 18,370s, and now we're back to 18,300, and that's 75 points up, 75 points down, and 10 minutes up, 10 minutes down, really fast. Hey, Rips.
I'm still listening to Powell here. He's just doing a whole mess of yapping. We are at those 305s again. As long as those 305s are rejecting, Dakota, I do like your short. So
thank you.
Kind of running into that same level here, just kind of bouncing up at that liquidity. So we'll see if that plays out or not.
That was a beautiful exit on your longs.
Yes, it was. Look at that. Yes, it was, Rips. My goodness.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your chart, Rips, and man, you can't time it better than that.
Sometimes you get lucky. Like I said, we put on risk. Sometimes it works out. Sometimes it doesn't. I was happy to have a trade that worked out and able to display that here on TopstepTV with everybody. It was a lot of fun. But like I said, we're putting on risk here. This is not putting on a guarantee. The trade could have easily just taken me out and then immediately gone right back up, and I probably wouldn't have rode the trade there. But, I have certain liquidity areas that I'm watching there. We talked about that 71 to the north side there. That's where I started to peel into that, and that ended up being the top of the trade. Looks great now, but we're putting on risk.
Yeah, we could have easily went the other way, right? And vice versa.
100%. I mean, I did take heat on the trade. I think the most heat I was in is about $1,000 on that trade. So, taking a 3.5 to 1 heat to reward ratio is not so bad.
No.
Oh,
thanks, Jack. 700. Where is that 700 lot? I don't see it anymore.
Trades on the house account. What are we looking for? That's what I'm thinking of now.
Well,
I've lost all of the drive to trade on the house account at this point. I need a cigarette. I'm good.
Cigarette and a sandwich for Rips. All good. All good. We'll hit a little reset here after you guys get flat. But let's monitor your guys' trades. And it's gone. Yeah, I thought I saw it pulled there, Isaac. Yeah, we'll monitor you guys' trades and we'll reset after that. But right now you guys trade. Okay. Thank you, Jack. We'll be right back, guys.
Yep. Yeah, so right now I'm just kind of in the same situation you were, Rips. I'm in a trade. I'm just waiting and waiting and waiting to see something happens. I'm short. 18,303, 2 contracts. And I'm seeing if we could start to break. I mean, the key level that I'm looking for is a zone. I'm looking for us to go down towards 18,280s and then maybe break down below 18,280s. If we do break that, then, just watch out below.
Yeah, I do like the idea of a rejection in this area up here. I do like that we are holding below that. And as long as we continue to find sellers in this area up here, I do like your trade. So anything above 305 that we're selling into there, I like it a lot.
And nothing's guaranteed. Like you said, we could very much just rally right back up above 300s and get stopped out again. But that's it. I have a question for you, Rips. And I'm always curious. You wake up really early compared to myself. Do you have a morning routine?
Of course. I mean, I talk about this all the time. I do have a morning routine. A lot of it is visualization. I found that a lot of your self-talk can go so far, but I like to visualize myself in trades that I've taken in recent memory. Sometimes my biggest trades, I like to revisualize those things. So I kind of walk myself through what I was like feeling at my entry, what it was like at the apex of the trade when I'm pulling out contracts. Like the trade that I took here, in hindsight, ended up being a very beautiful trade. Yeah, I took some heat on it. Yeah, it was a risky trade. But in hindsight, it was a perfect execution. Peeling out where I did was at the apex of the curve here before we made that big flush to the downside. And that to me is considerably one of my better trades, right? In recent memory. And so I will visualize a trade like that and I'll walk myself through it. I'll close my eyes and I'll walk myself through, what did that feel like when I put it on? What did it feel like when I was taking risk? What did it feel like when it started to work? And then I'll do something called anchoring. For you folks that know about neuro-linguistic programming, you can anchor certain thoughts to parts of your body. In this case, I can rub my right knee. This is a little woo-woo for some people, but this actually works. You can anchor certain thoughts to parts of your body. And so if you want to rekindle that sort of energy, that re-provoke those thoughts, that process, you can start to rub your right knee. And then all of a sudden, those linked thoughts come back to that. So there's a heavy part of that mental visualization in the morning. I'll go through that. I'll go through beautiful trades that I take. And before I even look at a chart, before I even write my memo, I'm just visualizing just pure calmness, pure peace, going through those visual representations of how can I have a day that was similar to one of my better days? What can I do in a trade like that? How can I recreate that type of energy? And I'll go through that, visualize that, and project that thought process. And usually that just makes you feel all warm and fuzzy, makes you feel good to approach the day. And if you go into the day and you're thinking, I'm super stressed, I don't want to do this, I hate trading, I'm going to get smoked, you carry that weight and then you're kind of battling yourself during the day. That's what I used to do. I was a very, very aggressively angry trader where I would face the markets with a lot of anger and I wouldn't do well with that. And what I found is that self-talk, positive self-talk it's very important to you as a trader because you're really the only teammate that you have in this game, right? It's much like tennis. It's you versus you. And if you are filling your head with negative thoughts, you're going to carry that throughout the trading day and you're going to be filled with self-doubt. You're going to be filled with anger, frustration, and you're probably going to do things you shouldn't do. I had a very calm mind going into my trading today. I had a good stream this morning before I came on the TopstepTV stream, and I had a calm and sound mind. I was willing to take losses on that trade. I was going into the trade with a calm mind saying, if I lose this trade, I like the setup. I like what I took. Yeah, it was risky. But overall, I'm projecting that positivity. And it's not the reason why I won the trade. It's the reason why I was able to stay in the trade and just keep a sound mind and kind of make jokes about it. Obviously, the energy level was low as it was coming down and about to hit my stop. And I even said, it's probably going to hit my stop down here. But I really wasn't tied to this emotion of, if I lose this trade, all of a sudden I'm a loser on the day. I made that decision the moment that I put risk on that trade that I said, I'm willing to risk $2,000. And that is the default outcome of this trade. If I lose $2,000 on this trade, that's the default outcome. And when you come to terms with this as a trader, it makes it a lot easier to wrestle through these emotions that when the trade is actually going in your favor, you're sitting there and you're saying, wow, this is fantastic. This is what I had planned for. Let's not fumble the ball. And thankfully, I got the apex of the trade there.
Man,
yeah,
I love that. And just for everybody in the audience, if you guys didn't know, me and Rips message each other like daily, like throughout the entire day, right? And we go back and forth, and I go through like drawdowns, losing days, losing streaks. Same with you, Rips, and we're always talking back and forth and working through that. So it's really nice, and it really is nice to see you have such a winning and a beautiful trade. And I don't mind I lost money. Like it was beautiful. It was nice to see that. And it's like one of those, like, man, it's much needed, I guess, from a psychological standpoint, to see traders do better.
And psychology is a lot of things. Like, for instance, there's somebody in the YouTube chat right now. Their handle is GhostT_T. And they just put, Rips talking like a 14-year-old girl who believes in astrology, feelings, emotions, and doing rituals. Now, if we look at their chat history, the messages that they wrote before that was, I need to see Rips stopped out. Nothing against him, just to feel a bit better. Imagine waking up and hoping that another man that you don't even know stops out on a trade that has no effect on your own life. Imagine being that sad of a person. That's the type of person who will always fail at trading. Always.
Yeah. And we talked about this last night in my slow markets. If you caught any of that, Rips, we were talking about copy trading and my feelings towards it and back and forth. And regardless of how I feel about copy trading and other streamers, faking this, faking that, I would never wish any bad on anybody. We're all in this together. No. We're all looking to make money and trying to be profitable. And I know, and this is why I've aligned my goals with Topstep goals, is to help traders become successful, to make money, and hopefully be able to go out and do it yourself and explain that. Like, I don't mind any of the other streamers. Like, I will never say anything negative about an individual. It's like, hate the play. Like, you don't hate the player, you hate the game. And that's part of it. I mean, there's some things in this space that I just, I have a different opinion on, but I will never hate another person as an individual. And that's how we should be going about this. Is we're all trying to figure out this thing called the financial markets and make money day trading. And it's already hard enough going about it at yourself. And so just like you said, Rips, I mean, you have an amazing community, Topstep here, and our Discord is amazing community, and it's 100% traders helping traders. And that's why I'm starting to like Topstep X, because we're building a platform, and as a community, we're finding these little features to also help each other, like the lockout feature, like these little tiny things that help us become profitable and to guide brand new traders who might be misguided by all the crazy stuff online, and kind of hold your hand. And I'm excited to, when MP joins me and MP was having some conversations last night that I'm excited to share. I'll share them when he's on. And it's very similar to what you said, Rips. It's down the same line.
Well, that's why we started Topstep. That's why I've been with Topstep for so long, is we all want to see other traders doing well, right? And there's a little tool here that we created, the emotional journal template, that something Rips was talking about, just kind of going through and kind of feeling your way through past trades. This little emotional journal template is something we created to help you do that. I just put the link into the chat, and we've all worked with a lot of traders. I know I've worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of traders, and nothing makes me happier than to see them doing well. And that's one of the tools that, was taught to me by a trading psychologist many years ago. And it's something that, when I'm actively trading, I'm trying to keep up with, because, feeling your way through the trades, like Rips was saying, he was up, he was down, he took the trade, he understood the risk. How did he feel about it? And using that information to kind of find patterns and understand your own kind of thought process during those periods of time is something that Rips obviously has found useful. Pretty sure Dakota does something similar, and active traders, kind of reliving those trades can really, again, help kind of point out some of those patterns that we have in our decision making, and how our emotions change those decisions.
Yeah. And going off that, Hogue, and everybody knows my opinion about copy trading. If you go over to my screen, guess what, guys? Like I said, I will always have an opinion. I can have opposite opinions. Look, I'm on Topstep X. I am copy trading. I'm copy trading 5 accounts, or this account and 4 others. It's a double-edged sword. When you lose $1,000, it's not just 1,000. It's 1,000 times 5. So I mean, technically, this combine says I'm down 1,000. I'm actually down 5,000. So I am copy trading. I'm now short 3 contracts at 307 and a quarter times 5. So I'm actually short 15 contracts in the reality of it. So and we're rallying. We're pushing up.
Yeah, copy trading it can be a double-edged sword. You have to remember, with copy trading, you can have losing trades, so you can multiply your downside as well as your upside. So it's not all rainbows and puppy dogs and butterflies. You have to consider you're multiplying both sides of the risk. There is a double-edged sword with copying. And I think that a lot of folks don't really think about that when they are starting to copy trade. They're only looking at the upside. I know that when I first started to trade 10 years ago, I was always looking at trades, looking at how much money am I going to make on this trade? And that's a really toxic, negative mindset to put on you're putting on risk, right? You don't want to be looking at it as a single exit door for this trade, saying that I'm only going to make profit, because what that does is it opens up the door to disappointment, and it opens up the door to self-loathing or feeling like you're a failure. Because if you don't open up the door to say, I could lose on this trade, I'm only going to win on this trade, well, guess what? You're never going to have a 100% win rate unless you're some special snowflake that I've never met. But the reality is that you're probably going to have something between 50 to 70% win rate, generally speaking, if you're a decent trader. And with that, you're losing 5 to 3 trades every single 10 trades. And so if you're not opening up the door to having losing trades on your plate, you're going to have a really bad time. So with copy trading, open up the door to understand that you will be multiplying your downside risk as well. And always, whenever you're putting on risk, look at what your downside is first. This is one of the things that helped me about 3 years into my journey. I started focusing on, when I'm putting on risk, what is my actual downside risk? So just, whole numbers, you putting on a trade, I can lose $200 on this trade. What's my potential upside? Well, my TP1 brings me $200. TP3 brings me $600. whatever, right? But look at what your downside risk is so that if it does come and stop you out, you already say, well, I planned for that and I was okay with accepting that risk.
Yeah, and I just got stopped out of that short, guys. So if anybody's watching.
Is everybody flat?
Everyone's flat. I'm flat.
Everybody's flat. I hope everyone's thoroughly enjoying this. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't had to say much at all today. I'm letting these masters go to work right now. This has been thoroughly enjoyable. I'm a viewer today, and this has been thoroughly enjoyable. Letting these guys cook. You're watching some of the best around, best at Top Step, making money to the upside, making money to the downside, giving you insights, even coming after those haters in the chat, dude. I love that shit, Rips. Love it, love it, love it.
All the haters.
With that being said, all the haters. Hey, no one hates on number 2,
Wait,
as they say.
On that note, Andre, where's JD with yesterday's best and top 10?
How did you know what I was going to do? What are you trying to run this show? Are you trying to take my job, Dakota? What are you trying to do right now? What are you doing?
You were talking
Absolutely,
about
we are going to Mr. JD right now. Mr. Croissant himself at Logan Square Farmers Market got in the way of his delivery. Mr. Croissant himself. What's up, JD?
Show me a man that says he doesn't like croissants, and I'll show you a damn liar. And that's the truth of it. All right.
Jean Doherty.
Oh, oui. Very good. Very, very good. JD.
All right. Let's take a look at those hot streaks.
Now. Let's do it.
Here are our hot streaks from yesterday. All right. Brian A is back in the game. Brian took a week-long hiatus, but he reclaimed his place at the top of the hot streaks list. Brian is now sitting on a 27-day heater and is inching closer to that record of 36 consecutive days of positive P&L. Daniel, Jacob, Roberto, and Earl have all also extended their streaks another day. Earl has really put together a nice string of winners there, close to $1,000 a day for 19 straight days. That's some real money, folks. All right. Let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Oh, look who it is.
I've seen that guy before. He's always at the top of that thing.
That guy.
$7,700 trading the NASDAQ. You just need to put a nice string of winners together, and we'll get you on all 3 leaderboards there, Dakota, right at the top. Venkata.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever be on the how many days in a row winners. I don't think I'll ever.
Oh, the win streak. That's not the win streak. Yeah.
It's a tough one to get onto for sure. Who's else? Venkata, Kevin, Jake, and Lou, all with nice days trading the NASDAQ and S&P yesterday. Well done, everybody. Give me a few minutes and I'll come back with that top 10 list. I know you're all looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Hit that question for and pin in the chat for Jinnie Cristerna. She's coming on at noon Central Time. Trading
exactly. She's amazing.
Get those questions in.
Amazing.
Jinnie, tell us about that really quick. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, we have a few plugs. This is one of them. JD is going to be providing the questions for that. But yeah, get them in there. She's amazing. Everybody enjoyed when she was on last time. It's a 1-hour segment on trader psychology. There's a form where you can submit the questions we've been posting throughout the day. Don't miss out. But if you like psychology, we also have Brett Steenbarger coming on Thursday to sit down with Hogue and Anne-Marie at 11. We are also going to be posting a form at some point so you can submit your questions in advance. And be sure to check out those 5-minute TopStep X tutorials from Coach Robert the Riz Cooney. He has a series of videos that will help any new TopStep X user learn how to use the platform. You can you can find these videos by clicking the question icon within TopStep X and finding the TopStep X 5-minute tutorial section. And now it says the note. Can anybody show that on TopStep X right now? Because I do not have my screen shared.
What are you looking for, Jack? Sorry about that.
The question mark where they can find.
Yeah, I have TopStep X open.
Yep. Show them, Dakota. Show them that question mark.
Yep. All right, here's the question mark. Here's the support center. I'm learning this as well, guys. Like, I've spent some time. I'm learning it. This is where I spend. Submit, request. I have Coach Robert. He's going to be joining me Wednesday night, so tomorrow, and we're going to be going over OCO brackets and talking about overnight trading on TopStep X. So I'm excited, and man, it's beautiful. Every once in a while, I'll get an email that I'm subscribed to saying, you know what, guess what? We now have a 100 tick chart on TopStep X. So there it is.
Thank you, Dakota.
Yep.
Thank you, Jack. Anything else? Anything else on the list, Jack? Or are we back on schedule?
I think the trains are running on time.
Good. All right. Is Paul still speaking, Rips? Are you still listening to Paul's speech, or has he concluded?
I think he's done.
Yeah, I have it up in another window, and he has concluded his commentary as far as I'm aware of.
Okay. Yeah, confirmed.
What's your thoughts on a lower high right here, Rips?
So our level is at 843. So I do like a short here from 843, especially since we've wicked above that area and then we've rejected some wicks topping into that area. The other area that I'm watching, so as long as we're staying weak below 338 quarters, as we talked about, when you had that brilliant short where you hit it for $6,000, during that short, we're kind of talking about when the press conference concludes, the market is going to do one of two things. Generally, it will absorb all the information that happened during the speech. In this case, there was no real new information. There were a couple buzzwords and headline pieces, but there wasn't any new information, so to speak, that's going to carry to move the needle in FOMC. And in fact, I don't think Fed Fund futures moved at all. Jack, yield curve control check there on the YCC. How are we looking on the yields? Did anything change? Did we get a bear flattening, a bear steepening?
It was very subdued, to say the least.
Right.
I mean, let me take a look at the steep. No, nothing going on there, really. It moved around off the PPI number, and then it's been kind of in a pretty tight range.
And that, again, gives us confirmation that did he divulge any new information that is going to direct larger funds, institutional investors to move and change their positioning around? The answer is no. That's why we look to the yields for that. That's why we look to bonds. There's going to be a 52-week bond and a little bit of time here. But outside of that, I mean, we really don't have much that's coming. I think it's in 25 minutes, if I'm not mistaken here. We have a 52-week bill auction. Yeah. In 25 minutes. So we will see the results of that. Outside of that, we really don't have any new information that's going to be hitting the market. So when he didn't divulge any new information, it lets traders know that, number one, there's going to be no shock surprises to the upside or downside. And number two, that's it, right? We don't have any new information. So the trade should steadily continue to where we were before that and digesting any information that came out, in this case, PPI. Now, we're in a rock and a hard place here because we are about to hear the CPI read. He didn't give any hints to divulge that there's any information that he's willing to let loose on the CPI, but that's what the market participants are going to be waiting for. So I do expect, outside of this bond auction, the 52-week bill auction out in 25 minutes here, outside of that, we're not going to get any new information from the market that's really going to dictate more inflows or outflows of trade here.
Yeah. And usually on days like this, Rips, where like some people might think negative of the news, and when we see this type of chop, a lot of times it's going to be a very choppy day, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see this market go back right to 18,300. And it's just like, it's one of those where, bears lose money, bulls lose money, and we kind of just chop. So I'm not going to be surprised if we see 18,300 again before we finish off the fast markets. It's actually looking very tempting to me.
Really? How tempting?
Yeah. What's that?
You're looking at taking a short. You're looking at short, Dakota. How tempting? How tempting is this?
I mean, yeah. If I was to say there's a house account trade, I would say short in this zone and look for 18,300s and maybe the 18,305 Rips magical level. But
I would say it would be really nice to see a push back into those 43s, Dakota, and then potentially finding 43s? Weakness again, like a second tap at 43s. So if we did tap into 343s, finding a short at that area, targeting 305s.
2 check marks. Yeah, John, what do you think about 43s?
Well. I like it. Just 45 is value high for the session today. Although we do have a pretty weak high. There's no excess on the high. It's kind of a double top, which that can also be resistance. So what's our risk on this, Dakota?
That's just going to ask. Please talk.
Yeah, I'd say 350 somewhere. Let's see.
Are you willing to wait for a repush and a retest into 343s, or are you looking for right here, right now?
Either or.
I would personally,
Rips, talk to me.
I would like to have a little bit more of confirmation in that there's that pushback in the 343s.
I like
so I'd like to see
we're
this
actually
conveniently fail here.
What do you think?
We're pushing a little bit higher, and this could give us that opportunity.
Talk to me.
We're at 45.
Yeah, I'm looking for a
47.
whole number interaction here up at 350s. Right now, we do see some bids, some offers being just really thick into 345s here. So we're getting a little bit of a burst. I'm trying to hear what the headline is. I have some squawks going off here. I'm not hearing any specific headlines.
350.
But yeah, I mean, this is an area of liquidity. If you were looking for a short here, I would want to see action maybe up to these 50.
We are short from 50.
There's 50s.
Yeah, we're short from 50.
How many times?
We are short 15 from 50.
I think a nice ad would be a flush through 40s to go to 25 full.
Where's our stop?
I'd say 70 is a valid stop.
70s work.
So if we blow through
$5,700.
If we blow through 43s to the downside here, an ad wouldn't be out of the question, in my opinion.
Maybe targeting 300s. Dakota, did you get in that trade?
Yeah, I'm gonna just practice what I preach. I agree with it. I got in short 2 contracts right here as well.
We're in for 15. So, here we go.
I can't be the person to call out a trade and not take it with you.
No, you can't do that.
I'll be that guy. It's fine for me. I'll be that guy.
Just to recap, house account is short 15 times from 18,350 half. 350 half. We have a stop up. We have a stop in. Look at the screen. You can probably see where it is. Targeting 18,000. 18,003. Is that? Yeah. What do you think about that, John? Maybe a little too. We got to give him more room.
I'm hoping this thing just turns around and heads right back down to 300. But it is kind of a weak high. You know, it's kind of a double top. There's no excess there. We did put in a failed downside auction in the S&Ps.
Stop. 6 failed downside. Yes.
Countdown timer's at 20 minutes, by the way, Andre. 2 events, Euro close and 52-week bill auction there.
Thank you. We are short. Dakota, where are you short from?
The short value high.
I'm short from 349.
349. We're targeting 317 currently.
Yeah, 317's good. I'm looking for a push, to 300 and like any push, and we're talking about zones, right? Where Rips 305 level, and 317s. We're just closing out a little bit as we're getting into some type of support resistance.
I'm also keeping a close eye on volume here as we are kind of failing above these 50s. We are trading below 45s for now. The clean flush I want to see is below 43s into 38 quarters. So if we get that confirmation, adding to the position shouldn't be out of the question if you want to do a little.
Yeah. You want to we want to push through 43s, target 30, push through 43s into the 38s. Am I understanding that?
That would be clear confirmation and using 38s as sort of a ceiling on the trade. If that's going to be the rejection point, and then I think that we have more room to the downside, targeting specifically 319s, 305s.
Okay. Push through 43s into the 38s. You're seeing some buyers coming in here. Dakota, you're looking to build into that position?
Nope, just 2 contracts. 349 and a quarter, just 2. Risking $500.
Up here. How are we looking at tilt, John?
NASDAQ tilt's 1,400 positive.
NASDAQ tilt? Wait, hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Delta. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're looking at Delta 1,400 positive. Okay, cool.
Yeah, Delta's, tilt's 50-50 in both S&P and the NASDAQ.
All right, Rips. If we can break these 43s.
Yeah, that's the level that I just am watching here. And right now we are kind of holding above it. So losing a little bit of confidence, but hey, I lost confidence in the trade this morning and it worked out just fine. So,
right.
I'm definitely losing a little bit of confidence here, though, as we are. I'd want to see interaction back at those 43s a lot sooner than later. And right now it's kind of basing out at those levels. So,
basing out, meaning that they're absorbing the sells and the buyers, the bids are coming in and not like allowing it to go lower. Here we go.
Yeah, we continually test that level, and the more times we knock on the door, the better. There should be some stops below 43s, but I think clear confirmation comes below 38 quarters.
38 quarter. I see that. Dakota, what are you seeing over there? Something similar, something different, or are you losing confidence in this trade as well?
Similar. Like I said, I'm a little bit of a slower trader. I'm just seeing we're just kind of consolidating around here. we break one direction or the other, right? I do like it from the short side, and I'm more of a statistics trader where I'm looking at probabilities, risk reward. We have a really good risk reward for this, and where we could get a good 3-to-1 risk reward. So I'm risking 500 with the possibility to make close to 2,000 if we get to 300, 18,300. So the risk reward far outweighs the probabilities, and it will have a positive expectancy and in this type of a trade.
We are seeing some sellers here too, Rips. Interesting point right here.
Yeah, this is definitely a consolidation here, and this is where we're going to make a next leg up or down. This is where probabilities come on, and we're putting on risk. We're not putting on a guarantee.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just like flipping a coin, right? You could say it's 50-50, and you
hopefully it's a weighted coin. It's more like 70-30.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we are continuing to drive here. Those 43s are kind of holding as a strong bid point here. So, yeah, unless we start to see those crack and break, I'm losing a little confidence in this trade here.
If we want to cut bait, we can cut bait. JD, I saw that. After this trade, we'll come to you there, JD. If it's a trade that needs to go now, as John likes to say, and it's not going now, you can always get out.
I agree with that.
I want it now.
Now. Love when you say that, John.
And you can see there, we tried to find sellers again, and we're not bearing it into those 43s. We're just drifting slowly higher. So the bids are creeping up higher and higher. So
a bait.
I'm losing confidence in it, but I'd hate to be the guy that cuts us short and we get the turn.
Someone's got to. Someone's got to.
I don't want to be that guy.
Let's see if we can cut bait. It looks good if we rally up, and it looks bad if we do end up selling off.
Test it again.
What's
that's one of the hardest things about trading.
5,700, Jack. 5,700.
5,700.
Yes. 5,800. Call it. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's starting to blow out here.
Yep.
And it looks like we're starting to squeeze now.
Yeah, they're going to test. Yeah, we're one of them. 60s. John, they're going to try these new highs, aren't they?
Looks like it.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of folks really stacking those bids now.
Flat.
Yep,
Killed
I'm
it.
out.
Killed it.
I'm out.
Killed it.
I like
that was a good trade. Just
house account down 3,900, 3,875, down 3,875.
Nice risk management there.
Yeah. We'll
that's good risk management.
We're back. Okay. We're in the money for.
I guess we're going to be testing, knocking on the doors of those 71s again here.
Here we go. Yep.
That weak high.
Yep.
Also, NVIDIA is trading 908 almost here. And this is kind of that inflection point that if we did see a breakout here of NVIDIA, I mean, this would be bringing us rallying higher. But I think with CPI on the table, it's going to be pretty hard to see a meaningful breakout. When I say meaningful breakout, I mean the price action breaking above, in this case, NQ, above 371 and actually holding that. Because there just wasn't any new information that should keep the market up there. But, I'm often wrong. But I'm just saying it just doesn't seem that the market would explode to the upside. There's no news on NVIDIA. The only thing that really could bring the market higher would be the Google I.O. conference, which is going to be in an hour and 45 minutes. If they came out with some incredible product that would also have contagion in the AI sector, meaning that Microsoft benefits, NVIDIA benefits, that could see us ripping to the top side there. Did we get top ticked on our exit there?
I was just looking at that. We puked
close.
63s. We puked.
Pretty dang close. Oh, that's trading.
That's how I was feeling.
God bless. God, this shit's hard.
Good risk management, wrong timing.
Yeah.
That's how I felt this morning. I'm like, oh, you know what?
I know.
Great idea. Bad timing. It's almost like
we're trading back towards those 50s. I think, if we want to approach it with the same thesis, 43s are breaking, maybe we go for it again. But hey, what am I to say? I haven't taken a trade since that that opening trade.
I wouldn't either. All right. Well, that being said, it is 10:18. Oh, look at this. Right back to 50s. Just stick to your stop.
See, Andre, I told you to hold on to it.
Just stick to your stop. Why you leave? Yeah. Hey.
All
right. Hey, all the Monday morning quarterbacks, go crazy in the chat. All the hindsight, all the 2020 hindsight, go crazy in the chat. All that I told you. So
I can't believe that we were the exit liquidity there.
I thought, it looked like.
Oh, gotta love it.
Old salad hands, Andre over here.
My goodness.
Hey, I was with him. I that was me too, Andre. So I'm just a horrible at shorting markets. I really am. I'm such a better. I'm so much better at buying dips.
When it got that close to the high of the day, that's a cheap trade.
Yeah.
We didn't know it was going to give us that opportunity, so we were in it, at a lower price. But there was a really cheap trade at that high there.
Yeah, and what's interesting is that the liquidity got extra thick, basically above 55s. You saw a lot of folks that had exactly John's idea here, which is a cheap trade, and they're all piling in on the offer there as we are driving higher, and it got extremely thick. I mean, you can see a huge spike in volume in that candle there. There's a lot of absorption on the offers.
Mm-hmm. My goodness.
Here comes that 43 test again. This is the one where
want to see this shit.
We wanted it to break down. Just watch flush for 43 here.
Oh, man.
Go crazy. All right. Well, while we watch that, JD, if you're ready to go, JD, Mr. Croissant, let's get that leaderboard.
Andre, after watching Rips carve it up all morning, why would you possibly consider fading what he said? Never mind.
Wait a minute.
Anyway,
they all said short. I had 3 check marks next to
Yeah, we were all looking short.
Yeah, JD, Mr. Croissant, go get your croissant. Show us the leaderboard. What's that leaderboard? Show us the best. God,
I already had my croissant. Here's yesterday's best XFAs from yesterday. Darren G put together a solid day trading crude oil, NASDAQ, and the Nikkei. Thon, Eric, Hughes, and Fatima all took nice chunks out of the NASDAQ yesterday. Hughes and Fatima, OGs on TopstepTV. We've been seeing quite a bit of them again lately. Nice to have everybody back. All right. Let's take a look at some
familiar faces there, right, JD? We've seen a lot of those folks before.
Oh, yeah. Taranjeet, Hughes, Fatima, and Eric, yeah.
Great traders.
Excellent traders all around. Putting up big numbers in those XFAs. All right, here's the bottom half of our leaderboard. Meng dropped from 3rd to 6th. Joseph dropped from 6th to 7th. Isaac moved up to 8th from 9th. Solomon dropped from 8th to 9th. I'm sorry, dropped from 8th to 9th. And our newcomer today, say hello to Justin. Justin was in 14th place yesterday. Snuck into the top 10 after spreading about $2,000 around 3 XFAs. Welcome to the show, Justin.
Hell yeah.
All right. Eddie is out today, so if anybody wants to do a fake drum roll,
boom, 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 boom.
Symbol crash. Here we go.
There we go.
All right. We'll start at the bottom of the list. Sean has rejoined the ranks. He was in 7th place yesterday. Raphael held on to 4th for another day. Nick for a tick. You see him in the chat. He's in there right now. Nick slid into 3rd after picking up about $2,800 trading in 1 live account and 3 XFAs yesterday. Drew's been doing pretty good. Drew picked up another $7,000 and pulled a little further away from 3rd place, but it's not quite enough because Dakota's really running away with it in 1st place there. It's going to take a lot for someone to catch Dakota right now. Almost $160,000 total account, including payouts.
Drew's coming for you. Drew's coming for you, Dakota.
Yeah, lose some, make some.
Dakota unfazed. Unfazed. Top ticked a couple times, just absolutely unfazed. Amazing. Just absolute model of how you should be emotionally. Just what do you get it from, Dakota? You're damn near a robot.
I was pretty frustrated this morning. I was frustrating this morning. I was trying to short it, and we just bounced, and then it's trading's wild sometimes. It's you never know what the market. Some days you could read the market really good. Other days the market reads you, and today's the day that the market's reading me, right? The market rallies up, hits a stop, turns around. But That's trading. It really is. And I think the more we just get used to knowing that one day doesn't make or break you, or at least it shouldn't make or break you, the better we are.
Shit, man.
Yeah, 43s, huh? You saw it too?
Oh, yeah. See where this goes next.
Oh, goodness. Straight to 38. No, don't do it. It's not going to do it. Come on.
You're not going to do it, you dirty dog.
If we would have just left our stop where it was, we'd still be in it.
That's true. If my aunt had a beard, she'd be my uncle. So, I mean, what am I?
That's right.
If I had wheels, I'd be a bicycle.
That's a better way to put it. That's a better way to put it, Andre.
Good censoring, Andre.
Yes.
It drives you mad. It drives you mad. Like Dakota was saying. Dakota, how do you do it? How do you stay so emotionally level? How do you do it, Dakota? Because I've doing this for 20 years. 20 years,
and I've been doing this for so long. You know, you guys see me lose 10,000. You see me lose 9,000. I don't want to say I'm used to it, but I mean that's the reality of trading, is knowing that the statistics over the long run. I always will refer to this as flipping a coin. You know, sometimes it's going to be heads when you think it's tails, vice versa. But you know for a fact that when you flip a coin, the statistics will be 50-50. So if you get 10 heads in a row, it doesn't mean that the coin's like rigged. I mean, if we're talking about a true coin. And that's the same way that the casinos, they're fine with giving huge, giant, you know, wins, right? Like, oh, somebody won the jackpot. You know, here's $5 million. They don't really care because they know over the long run, the statistics are on their favor. And just because they lose money in a day giving out jackpots, you know, guess what? In 3 weeks, I'll be back at a high water mark, for example.
Love it. Love that.
Yeah, and that goes to show, you know, what Dakota's saying couldn't be more true. And when you have traders that are newer to this game, they get blinded by their emotions, and instead of sticking to their trade plan, they let their emotions drive their trade plan, and they'll mess with their statistics in that way. Dakota's not letting his emotions mess with his trade plan. He's putting on a trade, he's accepting his risk, and he's letting it play out. If you get emotional, now you're modifying your risk plan. You're not going to be playing within your risk parameters. Imagine if you're playing at a casino, like in his example there, and all of a sudden the roulette croupier says, we're going to use a different weight of a ball because now I'm upset. It's going to tilt the odds in a different favor. It's just the way that it works. And that's why most newer traders are failing at this game, is because they let their emotions get in the way of their good decision-making process.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
John, I mean, what do you recommend? John,
you play poker,
John,
right?
You've met with thousands of traders. You've been in this business for 40 years. It's damn near your family. This shit's in your bones, man. How do you deal with something like that? How do you deal with frustration in the markets? How you just get numb to it? Are you callous to it? Like how do you deal with something like that?
Well, I don't know if anybody ever really kind of masters it, but you just have to get better at it. It's like a muscle, you know. As unemotional as Dakota seems, or as unemotional as Rip seems, they didn't start that way. It took a little practice and some time to be able to do that, you know. And it kind of comes and goes too. I mean, I find myself getting really frustrated sometimes, but I just kind of keep going back to what one of the best traders I've ever known told me. He said, you know, making money trading is less about worrying about the money. It's more about learning how to make good trading decisions. When you learn how to make good trading decisions, the money is a byproduct. So if you treat that money like it's a byproduct, like he suggested, then you know you're never going to attach yourself to the outcomes of that. And that detachment, which is very difficult because, you know, money is important. We all need money. We all want money. All that stuff is very difficult to detach your worth from that. And, you know, that is where the emotion comes in. So recognize when you're starting to get emotional when you're trading. If you're starting to get emotional, it's compromising your ability to make good trading decisions, like Rips just said. You know, for me, if I take 3 straight losses, okay, there's something I'm missing. I'm doing something wrong. Let's take a little bit of a break and take a little time out, like Rip says, and then come back and look at things a little later. Maybe things will be a little bit more clear. But anytime I start to get emotional, anytime I start to get upset, that's the rule that says, okay, you can't trade now because you're compromised. Your decision making is compromised. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know for Rips or Dakota if we're ever really to be able to separate that from ourselves totally. I'm sure that there are times when both you guys start to get upset or or frustrated with what's going on in the market, and it's something that we have to practice through the entire journey of our trading. It's just we're all humans. We all feel these things. It's our ability to recognize when we're compromised, don't trade when we're compromised, focus on making good trading decisions over chasing money. And, over time, I would like to think you get better at it. There's been periods of time when I've been very good at just accepting the outcomes. And there are times that I have not been very good at accepting the outcomes. Human being, just like everybody else. But the practice of it is really what seems most important. I don't think we're ever really going to be able to separate ourselves from the things we do and the things we're traders. That's what we do. It's not who we are, but it's become so much of who we are that it's very difficult to separate from that. So when you feel yourself getting emotional, when you feel yourself getting angry, when you feel yourself getting vengeful, even if you feel yourself getting egotistical or believing that you're the master of the markets, that is compromising your decision making process to be able to make good trading choices. And every time will always bring you humility when you get a little ahead of yourself. And there's lots of high highs and low lows at this. I've seen unbelievable high highs. I've seen unbelievable low lows at this. You gotta knock those corners off and try and stay as centered as you can. It's difficult. It's not easy, but it's trading, man. We love it. Yep. We're grateful to be here every day. We're grateful for the opportunities, and we've got to embrace the outcomes as they come.
Wow. Well, just like that, I feel better. I feel better.
Incredible.
Instantly feel better now.
Just to add to what Hogue was saying too, one of the things that I personally struggled with was trying to control my emotions. And it's a fool's errand to try and control your emotions. The more that you do this, the more that you realize it's about managing your emotions and living with your emotions and identifying certain triggers where you can identify that emotional pattern starting to emerge and then reacting to it in a way that you've trained yourself. For instance, had a great trade this morning, had a lot of fun with chat. I'm euphoric after that trade. For me to go and put on another trade right after when I'm feeling that euphoria and having a good time with everybody here on stream, it's a fool's errand because I'm going to be blinded by that euphoria, and it goes both ways. If I take a really nasty trade and I feel that the market cheated me and it just took out my stop and then it kept running, I'm going to feel a little bit of tilt. We're not impervious to these things, but we try to manage our emotions through this. And for me personally, when I experience what I did today, that's euphoria. I identify that and I say, well, I'm not going to continue to trade because if I did, the likelihood of me being able to nail that trade is probably pretty low. And so like John says, these emotions, you learn to live with them. And after years and years of doing this, you start to just say, you know what? I'm not going to control these emotions. I'm going to learn to live with them. And there's a balance between, should I be trading right now with this emotional state? Or should I not be trading with this emotional state? And often when you're at the extremes of your emotion, whether it's high tilt or high euphoria, generally you don't want to be trading. You want to be trading when you have a sound mind, when you're willing to accept the outcomes, whether it's win or lose, and just go with the flow. When you get into that flow state, that's the best part about trading because it echoes in every area of your life. You become a much more patient person, become more understanding of people, and you can just achieve a lot more in your life. And that's why I think trading is such a beautiful thing.
Oh, what happened? Was that the auction? What happened?
That is the 52-week bill auction. It came in a little bit lower on the participation bid to cover at 3 flat versus 2.88 prior.
Yep.
I love what you said about, trying to control emotions to me is exhausting and impossible. Understanding the emotions and how they're affecting your decision making is really what you want to try and do. And that's that emotional journal. That's, that's Rip's kind of going through and kind of meditating on trades that he took recently and kind of reliving through them. Understanding how those emotions are going to control your decision-making process is important. I mean, there is good information from emotions. And if you can learn to use those to your advantage, always be thinking, is this really in my best interest, especially when there's something emotional going on? And you can find ways to actually use that emotion instead of letting it run you over.
And then while you guys did that, I got short 5 contracts at 356.
Love
Nice.
it.
Kidding me?
Sniper.
Are you kidding me? What do you got?
He's like, I'm going to let you folks yap about your emotional journals and all this hoo-ha. I'm going to take this market short and make some money.
Yeah, I'm still looking for 300. I still want 300. This is my live account, so here we go. I've made up. I'm no longer down 6,000. I'm down my 900 plus whatever this is that I have going that I'm going to manage, and it's 5 contracts. I'm going to close out a portion of it and see if I can let like 1 or 2 run. If we do get to 300, I want to at least have a couple runners here.
We're going to 300s. We're going. It's mad.
I gotta learn how to
on that.
But I'm gonna learn to do.
We
that.
love analogies, right, Rips?
Yeah,
You're a poker player, and if you tell me I have pocket aces, I will put my money at risk. It doesn't mean that they'll win every single time. It mentally hurts when they lose, but that's the reality.
Yeah, we actually had a conversation about this offline. Dakota and I were talking about, when you're in a trading slump, I played poker for a while. Dakota's played poker for years as well. We are rolling over, by the way. We did just clear out 330s to the downside here. Andre, great house account trade, keeping that on. I knew you could do it, buddy.
No,
I just got out of 2.
No.
Great trade.
Out of 2 there. Talk us through this trade here, Dakota.
Go, Dakota, please.
Well, I heard what Rips. I heard what Hogue said, and it kind of does go with it. Cheap trade, right?
Yep.
We just want that cheap trade, and it was beautiful. I'm sure I'm wanting 300, and here we go. Let's see if we get this push.
We just might.
But yeah, we were talking about while you're going to be managing your risk there, we were talking about, you can have pocket aces, and it's the same thing when we talk about trading. You can have the perfect perfect setup, and you can have pocket aces in poker, just like you can have a perfect setup in trading, and it just doesn't matter. You can still lose that trade. You can still lose pocket aces. And there was a slump in poker where I was like in a 3-month slump. Every single time I got dealt pocket aces, I was up against kings or queens. Every single time they'd flop a king or queen and just take me out. It was just nonstop. It was to the point where it was just comical. If I had aces, I'm not going to change my my proficiency in my betting, but yeah, it was just like I'd get smoked every single time. But yeah, it goes back to trading where it's like, you can have the best setup and repeat that setup over and over. And if you've done your back testing, that setup's good for a 70+% win rate, and you can win that every single day of the week. And it's just the law of large numbers. It's eventually going to catch up. It's why red can hit 100 times in a row at a roulette table. It doesn't mean that because it hit 100 times, all of a sudden we're going to hit black. It doesn't mean that at all. It's the law of large numbers.
Yep.
So we did reject NVIDIA up there at 912s. We're talking about a potential breakout there of 910s. We tapped in 912s. We are reversing a little bit. We are coming back down. I do think that we'll probably make our way back down to settlement, how Dakota is kind of shaping this trade right now. So I'm definitely, we were a little bit too early on the house account short, and it is unfortunate, but Dakota just definitely carved it out.
Savage.
There. What can I say?
Savage. Nice trade, Dakota. Yeah, the thing with the house account takes
how it works.
I mean, yeah, house account. It's definitely a little bit takes long to develop the trades. We got to talk them out. Stops, profit targets. Obviously, Dakota stalking the market, saw what is happening, got back in. Well done. So, house account's kind of like turning around the Titanic. Slower. I think we got 300s in sight. We got 300s.
Why does it have to be the Titanic? Why can't it be a cruise ship that's still floating?
That's true. One of those Royal Caribbean ones. Whatever. Yes, it doesn't have to be the Titanic.
At least a ghost ship.
Yeah.
There it is. Yes. My good.
All right. Now I'm only in 1 contract.
Well done.
How much have you realized on this trade here, Dakota?
$2,400.
Beautiful.
And that's net positive.
Nice job.
So my live account is now at $2,500 positive.
Beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous trade. Beautiful trade.
Shorts all day.
About it.
So.
And this does show too. I mean, there is something to be said about when you are in balance with your emotions. Dakota has remained somewhat emotionless during this stream, and you've seen that's allowed him to keep himself centered, remain in that flow state, and just attack the market with his trades that he's taking. He's not thinking about what happened on the last trade. He's not thinking, I need to chase the profits that I've lost. He's just trading in the zone right now, and there's a lot to be said about that.
Darren says, Dakota in pure gambling mode. Nope. This is This is not gambling. It really is not. It really is. This has a positive expectancy.
Dakota catches strays too. I love
Gambling
it. Dakota's catching strays in the chat, man.
Oh,
he's number one on the
man.
leaderboard. You're one on the leaderboard. You're watching the best traders in the damn world right here.
You're just lucky, man. You should go play the lottery. You're just lucky. That's all it is.
Come on, man.
Yeah, that's it is. It's like I'm on
best.
Yesterday's best like every day, and I'm on top.
It's
one
all
for,
luck.
like, 2 months straight.
Dude, these are the best in the biz right here.
You know, when I
That
think
guy
about
was
lucky people, I think
probably
about Kobe Bryant, one of the luckiest people around.
We're gonna go for those 300s. I can't watch this. We got about get over it, Dre. We got about 17 minutes left here in fast markets. This has been one of the most enjoyable fast markets we've had in a long time. Rip's making money on the upside. Dakota staying convicted in his shorts. House account, we got a little skittish on that short. Looked like we're gonna take out those weak highs. Cut bait a little, probably obviously too early. Should have stuck to the short. We still would have been in it. All good. Lesson learned.
Okay.
We go. Talk to us.
I'm out. I closed. I'm done. I'm flat. My live account plus $2,500. I think I'm gonna call it. Went from minus 6,000 to positive $2,500. What one hell of a swing this morning.
My goodness, beautiful, beautiful trading. That's how you come out. What was low water mark today, Dakota?
Minus 6,000 was
minus 6,000 to up 2,500 right now in the live account. How about that? Well done.
Yep.
Nice cover too. We are
shorting the market. I'm a permable. That's
yeah, I know. What's Dakota? I mean, man, making money to the downside, man. You don't see that. It's a very, very rare day, very rare occurrence here on TopstepTV. Watching Mr. Number One Dakota making money to the downside. Beautiful stuff. Jack says we have a Series 3. Do the Series 3 in the next 10 minutes or so.
Ooh, excited for that.
Yeah, I actually learned a lot from Dakota's test-taking skills. He process of elimination for answering this.
I haven't studied yet for Series 3. I need to though. I'm going to.
Okay. We'll do. I think we have a question in the queue here. We'll see if there's a lull. We'll see how these markets react to this 5250 level in the S&Ps. Just went right back to it. I feel like 5250s and 18,300. And the NASDAQ are the levels for the time being.
Andre, I have a question for you. When is the shoulder tap segment moved to? Because usually it was kind of like right around nowish.
Good question. Shoulder tap today. Great question. Shoulder tap. Well, actually, shoulder tap. Don't have shoulder tap today. Typically, it's at noon central, right? But today we have a trading mindset session with Dr. Jinnie Cristerna. This is going to be as good as it gets. She was on with us a month or two ago. People absolutely loved it. We have the form pinned to the top. We did. Yes, beautiful. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions. This will be an hour-long session with Dr. Jinnie. But to answer your question, Rips, typically shoulder tap is at high noon central with either Mick or Ben or Brett. But today we've got a special guest, Dr. Jinnie with JD. That was a smash hit of the segment. So be sure to tune in for that hour-long trading mindset session today. Be sure to tune in for that. For the time being, we are trading those 18,000s, 320. Dakota has said multiple times looking for a push to the 300s. We're trading 18s now. 17s. Look up below.
Yeah, 19s are flushing, probably eyeing those 305s now to the downside, believe it or not. My goodness.
Worldwide, we started with Pitbull and we're ending with Pitbull. Everything's come full circle here in fast markets. Gotta be shit.
All roads lead to Pitbull.
Good header runner, Dakota. Yes, we'll watch this play out. Again, 14 minutes left here.
Everything has come roll.
It's so funny, man.
Coach Jay with a fire.
We started off with Pitbull. We're ending with Pitbull. Unbelievable.
Too funny.
John, what's Delta? How are we looking at Delta?
Delta S&P is positive 5,400. We're on the lows. NASDAQ positive 800.
We did see up to positive 1,400 about 30 minutes ago. Off 600 as we've moved to the downside. Bob123 says everyone buy at 300. Everyone's going to buy at 300. Could be right. Definitely be some people dipping a toe. There'll definitely be people dipping a toe in the water. Hell. Here we go. Here we go. Influencer update in the house. Here we go. Isaac up. Ooh. I guess unrealized. All right, here we go. Isaac up $620. House accounts down $387. Nick for a tick up $2,100. Well done. Ooh, Pin was up at 8 a.m. this morning. He was up 16 grand. 2 hours later, up $6,000. That's all right. Brian B up $800. David up $3,900. Name I see a lot. Mr. Prince up $3,200 today. Rips, I'm not seeing you up there. I got this is for live accounts. Yes, Rips. Oh, we got to talk about Rips. What's it going to take?
I'm XFAs today.
How close are you getting to getting back in the live accounts?
I traded it yesterday because I got an email about inactivity. So I traded it yesterday and I made $55 yesterday. So I'm trying to refill it with the XFAs. So then the whole goal, and I talked to MP about this, my whole goal is to trade XFAs, copy trade XFAs, take that balance, transfer it into my live, and then trade live every single day on stream. So that's the goal. And I want to have a cushion. My live account balance faltered. I had a terrible trading experience in February. Got my account pumped up in January, but then February was just a curtain call for me. So I stopped trading in the live account, flipped over into XFAs. I keep catching a little bit of momentum. I was up to $40,000 in a balance in XFAs and then just got chopped to bits ever since FOMC. So we're making a run at it again. $7,000 today. It'll be a nice little bit of a padding there.
Absolutely. Godspeed. Thank you for that transparency here at Topstep. Real traders, real accounts, real P&Ls. No fluff, no filler here. So let's talk about that. What account balance are you looking to have to start trading live again? I mean, 40,000, I guess, wasn't enough. Where are you looking to get it to?
I'd like to be over the 50 mark. Ideally, I'd like to have 6 figures because then it's just kind of like, you have enough cushion in there where you can be a little bit more aggressive. And, I'd like to get up there. I think it's possible. I just have to, I'm not in control of the movement of the market, right? I'm just here as an observer of the market and I'm putting risk on in the market. I'd love to be able to move the market, but I'm certainly not going to be doing that with XFAs. But, I just want to try my best. And that's what I've been doing. I've been trading my heart out every single day. Some days it works. Some days you're the hammer. Some days you're the nail. And I've just been having some trouble just getting over the benchmark that I'm looking for. But I think with enough persistence and time, I can get there. It's just, just a little bit of resistance every single time I start to get that balance up there. But it's also, I'm an educator, right? I'm educating and mentoring people all day long. And there's little time for me to sit and just focus on my own trades. I'm streaming every single day. I'm streaming every morning. So there's a lot that goes into that, right? And it does give me a little distraction. But like Dakota says, he'd much rather be an educator and help people out than focusing on his own account. And you can see the effect of him being an educator. He's number 1 on the leaderboard. So I think even though it's a little bit of a hindrance and a distraction, you can still use that to your advantage and trade around the markets.
Well said.
Love it, Rips. There we go. We touched your 305.
Yes, we did.
Another one.
DJ Khaled, come on. No, it's Mr.
Khaled,
305.
where'd you come from?
Jeez Louise.
Dude, that's it's Pitbull Day, Khaled. What are you doing? Thanks for Pitbull. Come on. All right, got 10 minutes left here. I am going to log out of the house account for the time being. Go back to the global board here. We'll pick up that house account this afternoon in Power Hour. We will be joined by Austin Silver this afternoon for Power Hour. Rips, did you do a podcast with Austin Silver?
Oh, yeah, I did. It was a great time. Austin is fantastic. He's excellent. So I highly recommend tuning into. He did a podcast with MP as well, which was excellent. If you haven't checked that out, you just go on YouTube, you search ASFX, just the 4 letters ASFX, and it'll pop up right away for MP's podcast. Very, very good.
It was good. It's I will admit I've heard a lot of those stories before, but it's every time I hear them, there's a little wrinkle in there that I forgot about that part. Forgot about that part as well. MP's a great storyteller. He has lived and seen a lot. He's been around the block, as they say, when it comes to the border trade and this whole industry and whole. But yes, please check out that podcast. Rips was on there. I think Justin Werline, they got Justin Werline on there, one of my favorites. MP was on there. So it's really good to see. What's up, Dakota?
The Dakota,
what's up, my man?
I feel better.
What a day, better. Dakota.
I don't know. It probably didn't show on here, but I got a nice kiss from the girl. I'm positive money.
Wow.
I'm about done. I'm done for the day, pretty much. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Dakota,
we got traders asking, why did we get short? One Why did I get short? I mean, it's the same thing we were talking about. Same thing me, Andre, and Rips were talking about. It's the same exact setup. If you pull up my charts over here on the 5-minute, just like Hogue said, here's the high. We've seen some consolidation. We had this nice bearish, wick, and it was a valid setup. Unfortunately, we went up. Our stops got ran. And then again, we started to rally up again. I'm like, you know what? It's still valid. It's the same trade. Bang my head up against the wall. I took one loss. You can see over here on the 100 tick chart, this is where we got stopped out. We rallied up. We started to show a little bit of, sell off, and I got right back in again. And if the trade set up again, that was it. I got a better price. I got even a cheaper trade, better risk reward. And so, for example, I got in at, I can't remember what price level, but if we talk about just like what we've been saying all morning, the risk reward, where we get in here, stop loss up here, and my take profit was like, what was it, 3,000 or 300, somewhere right here. It's still a really good risk reward. And just like we were saying, Grips, if you get dealt aces, you put your money in the middle. And then if you lose and then you happen to get aces again, do you just fold it? No, I'll put my money in the middle again. Even if it just doesn't feel right, it's something that you have to do. And, it worked out this time.
It's one of the hardest things to overcome as a trader is to consistently take losses and continually take the same setup, even when it hasn't worked for the last 4 times. You can feel like a real knucklehead, because it's one of the weird things in life where if in any other area in life, if you're working a normal job and you're doing something and your boss is like, you got to stop doing that. And you say, no, on the 5th time that I do this, it's all going to change. It would sound ridiculous, right? But in trading, you can take the same setup 4 times in a row. It doesn't work. And then on that 5th time, maybe you make back all the times that you lost on those 4 setups, and then you make even more. Yep. You never know what's going to happen, right? But you have to continually take the setup. It's one of the hardest things to do, and it's what makes trading so difficult. It's counterintuitive to our natural human emotions, to say the least.
Yep. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened. I was down 6,000. This big short, this short from 360s all the way down to 280s, 290s. That made that 6,000 back up, or at least 5,000, just over 5,000. And then this one, pretty much the identical trade. And now I'm sitting positive 2,500 in my live account. So went from down 6,000 to positive 2,500 with the same exact trade concept and the same trade idea.
Love that. Absolutely love that.
The chat's really confused. So certain people in the chat are very confused as to why you decide to keep fighting to dig yourself out of that hole when you were down $6,000, Dakota. I don't.
And you know what? I disagree with that. I don't think he was digging himself out of any type of hole. He was just taking trades. I think for him to finish the day down $4,000 would be the same as him finishing the day now. It's just that the trade worked to an extension that made more money. Dakota's not the type of trader that trades his P&L. There's no way. It's not something that happens.
Yeah, I don't pay too much attention to my P&L when it comes to dictating whether I buy or sell in the trade. Like I said, I seen the trade set up. Regardless if I was down 6,000, 8,000, 1,000, I was up 10,000, I would take the same trade. Sometimes that's bad. And sometimes, like with hindsight, I'm like, man, I wish I would have never done it, because just like on Friday when I hit my daily loss limit with MP, it was the same thing. I'm like, man, I wish I would have just stopped for the day. And the reality, I made my losses a little bit bigger, right? And we always could just say, I wish I would have stopped. But the trade set up, and if the trade sets up, that we just have to take it. It's one of those things where I don't take a lot of trades, like 1 or 2 trades during slow markets. Today, you've seen me take 3 trades total. And if 3 trades set up, I take them. And the last thing I want to do is skew my statistics where a trade sets up, I don't take it. And if that one happens to be the winner, I missed out on the winner. And then my statistics are all screwed up, because then maybe I run into a string of losers. And that's the reality when you're understanding it and you're looking at it from a statistic standpoint. Is sometimes I don't like when traders switch back and forth from live to combine to live and combine or different accounts, because if they have the statistics, maybe they're taking the same exact trade setups, and some of the winning trades are coming in their live account or XFAs, or their losing trades are coming in one account and this, and then their statistics are spread out, and it skews things. And it's happened to me. It happens to me. It's difficult, but knowing over the long run, the statistics, I feel confident placing the trades regardless. When I'm saying I'm done for the day, yeah, sometimes that's hard because I did say I was done for the day and then I placed that trade, right? I placed those two trades, but oh well, it is what
it's
it
just
is.
traders talking. That's just trader talk. That's why I said in the chat. That's just a trader talking to themselves. Every trader says, all right, you're done for the day. You see a setup come in and you're like, no, this is a setup that I would take normally. So you're not done for the day. I think it's a lot of just internal conversation that we kind of vocalize because we're here on the stream, but that's just traders talking to themselves. Yeah, you're
guys
you're done for the day.
Think out loud all the time. We think out loud. That's you guys get to see the raw emotions.
It really does beg the question, Andre. What does the perfect trader look like to that YouTube troll in chat? Does that perfect trader look like, I'm going long at 300, takes zero amount of heat, takes it up to 400 and says, I'm going to get it out at 400 here, full size, goes to the tick, they take it out and they go, all done. And then the YouTube says, okay, that's perfect good enough for me.
The trader that
I've done that before.
The trader that bought 52 16s, 3 3/4 and sold 52 60s in the S&Ps, and the trader that bought 18,165s in the Nasdaq and sold 18,370s in that one trade is the perfect trader today. It's you can't, but yes, I think you're just going to hear us talk to ourselves a lot.
Oh, I love the trolls.
Right,
I mean, we're all here to learn. Maybe they get to learn something too. If not, then hey, that's okay.
Welcome. As long as you're watching. That's the only thing is, as long as you're watching, we appreciate it.
One of my favorite boxers, Mayweather. Love me or hate me, as long as you pay for it.
That's right. He's my favorite dude. He's so good. I love that. All right, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure today. This was a really good. God, you guys traded the hell out of that today. Tough luck on the house account trade. We should maybe stick to the guns. Lesson learned. We'll commit to the stop. Let us get fully stopped out. All good. Rips, absolutely stupendous trading. Buying that right, going through Powell. Long trade, whole time on that Nasdaq trade. Dakota, way to fight back. John, thanks for making me feel better about getting that stopped out on that trade. The words of wisdom are invaluable. The people in the chat absolutely loved it, and hopefully you guys took that to heart and use and learn from it and grow from it, guys. Absolute pleasure. Coming up next, we got power players coming up next with Isaac R. I saw him in the chat. Saw him on the leaderboard. We Dolby, myself, and Isaac R. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We got power players coming up next. Let's do this again, guys.
Would love to. Thanks for having us.
Got it.
Topstep was created from an idea born out of the trading pits in Chicago. The idea that we could provide traders education, access, experience, and capital to use in the markets. A decade later, with tens of thousands of traders in over 100 different countries, we know exactly what our traders want. That gave us another idea, to build a platform specifically for our traders and their unique needs.
Wait, a trading platform and an evaluation company in one? Does that exist?
Well, it does now.
Introducing Topstep X, the first of its kind trading platform built by and for futures traders, creating the first end-to-end ultimate trading experience. Topstep X is purpose-built for your unique needs, using over a decade of insights, customer feedback, and experience. Featuring integrated licensed trading view charts, our proprietary trading indicator, the Tilt, a built-in trade copier, our own dedicated data feed direct from the CME, and even a live stream of TopstepTV. And get this, with our extra fast connection, once you sign up, you are trading within 30 seconds. No connection instructions needed. It's web-based, so you can use it on your Mac or PC, with a dedicated mobile app for iOS and Android coming very soon. We haven't just built a trading platform. Topstep X is a fully immersive trading environment, and it will continue to evolve with new features, becoming your go-to source for trade execution and funding, education, community, support, and even entertainment. Oh yeah, never pay any commissions on Topstep X. That's right, Topstep X is the only platform in the futures industry that has no commissions. Experience the future today.
Welcome back to Power Players, the man in the middle. Looking very casual, but looking fantastic in that Top Step swag. Mr. Isaac Rivera, one of the top 10 shares on our live funded leaderboard. Isaac, welcome to Power Players. As you know, you are a power player. How's it going today? In the green room, you told us you are in a short. Let's get right into it. Tell us about this trade.
I am in a short. I am trading 3 different terminals at the moment. So I got some different positioning in all 3 accounts. But at the end of the day, I'm short in all 3, just different price points. But yeah, we had a couple winning trades today, my team and I. It's been an interesting morning. And just looking to see if we can extend some of this downside range, get under or to the simple moving average on the 30-minute chart. That's where I'm looking to exit this particular trade, but I think we still got some more room to the downside, especially since we couldn't break out of 5260 in the S&P. I know you guys were trading NQ all morning, had some interesting trades going on Dakota's end and Rips. So I was tuned in actually while we were trading as well. So it's been a fun moment. It's a fun morning for everybody.
All right, so let's recap that real quick. You are short from what price again, Isaac?
I am on this one account at 52.48, so I'm basically flat on this practice account. In my live funded account, I'm short 52.54.75. So I'm up about $650 on that position right now. I was just up about 900, but we just caught a little bit of a bid here going into lunch hour. And then on my combines, which I'm not even signed in on this computer, I'm signed in my computer in my office. I don't know where I'm short there, but I'm up nicely in the combines. I'll tell you that much.
Awesome. Good stuff. Dolby time, my partner in crime, Power Hour partner, Power Player partner now. What's happening, Dolby? Let's talk about crude really quick because we were talking about in the green room there. Crude's selling off a little bit. What do you think? What are your thoughts on crude and what's happening over there?
I mean, it really seems like with the relative silence in the Middle East, sort of that risk play has kind of come off. So it's kind of just rolling over. I mean, it really hasn't done a whole lot. I've not really been trading crude, but, a quiet geopolitical space is typically bearish for crude. And I think we're just kind of returning to the mean there. Just probably some news coming out of, maybe China as far as like consumption and things like that, but I'm not super involved in crude. As I said, no news is bad news if you are bullish crude. And so it's probably just going to keep on slowly selling off until it finds equilibrium or until something happens. But I'm sure people who are paying at the gas prices or paying for, gas are probably very happy right now. Cheap oils, cheap for the consumer.
Yes, it is. All right, Isaac. So you said you were watching us traded up this morning on fast markets. The chat was on one, right? The chat was just letting it rip left and right. Everyone had a hot take this morning, including yourself, Isaac. What were you doing there? You're stirring the pot a little bit in that chat. What was that about?
Yeah, we could always use a little bit of tradertainment, right? Yeah, no, it's funny because, you see people, in the chat and right? I've got my haters, Andre, you have your haters. I give you crap for catching bids and sell-offs all the time in the commentary, the dialogues. But, there's just, so look, I have a massive respect for Coach Dakota, massive respect for Rips, to the point that we were, obviously discussing being on the same team for the trading league, right? I think we all, I can't speak for them, but I think we all have, really high regard for one another and high respect for one another. And even with us, I think all of us, are on the leaderboards. Rips might not be in the top 10, but, he's on a leaderboard. We even on the leaderboards, we make mistakes. We're not machines. As emotionally detached as you can work yourself to be and train yourself to be, fear, greed, stress, overexcitement, they're going to overcome you at one point and another, right? And for most traders, that's going to happen more often than not. So yeah, there was just one particular thing with Rip's trade where I had seen he had been up right around $2,000 and had let that roll up down to positive 500, right? That's a $1,500 P&L swing. And I later learned, it was trading XFAs, but I'm a big proponent of you trade your combines and your XFAs as not only if it were live accounts and live money, but if it were your grandmother's retirement fund, right? So it's when we're preaching things preserve capital first, right? Trade for tomorrow, trade smaller than you can, all of these tenets almost that we, preach and a lot of us live by at Topstep. I just get a little oversensitive when I see, 3, 4, 5, 6,000 people tuned in streaming here for the tradertainment, right? But also for the education and to learn and to improve as traders. And then, seeing, because with being on that leaderboard comes a certain level of responsibility. It's very like Spider-Man-esque, right? It's like people are just, you got a target on your back. People are ready to tear you up, ready to fade you, ready to talk their crap about you. But at the same time, too, there is that large community of your proponents, right? Your supporters, your fanboys, your fangirls. And we all have ours. There's some overlap there. I want to say that the greater, pool of people that watch are fans of all of us on the top 10, on the top 20. You guys as the MCs and the hosts and the interviewers. But, I think that, at times we got to understand that when you do have that added spotlight and that added responsibility, you got to treat your accounts, regardless of the account class, as a business and like a professional. I'm not saying that Rips wasn't, right? In the moment, what I was saying in the chat, right, was just some like peer-to-peer dialogue, right? And I don't know how much of it he saw or anything like that. So I just want to make sure for anybody in the TopstepTV chat, I love Rips. Rips and I talk regularly on Instagram. We support each other's posts. Stories are constantly in the DM. He's one of my Trader Crush Tuesdays, okay, along with Anne Marie. She gets the Trader Crush Thursdays, right? Okay. It's all love for the TopstepTV fam, whether you're a trader or you're actually on the TopstepTV, or sorry, Topstep, company as an employee. And we're just all looking to do better. That's all. So just definitely clearing some air. If anybody thought I was hating or fading or talking down or anything like that, I was just pointing out what I wasn't entirely comfortable with. But at the end of the day, it was a trade. And thankfully, it played out. And somebody was just like, oh, you're salty right now. I'm like, no, I'm happy that it worked out. It was just not ideal to be up $2,000 or 1,500 or whatever, and then down 800, right? Like that's a lot of meat to leave on the bone. Like you were chewing on it, right? And then spit it out, right? So it's just like cover it. But thankfully, he traded into the announcement as well. So there's some risk there. He knew where his losses were. That's the most important thing. He knew where his exits were on both sides. And once he was in the money where he was comfortable with, he peeled some off, and then exited the position for a very healthy day across all his excess base. That's what we're here for. However, does that mean it was the best trade? Obviously not. You never have the best trade. You're never going to pick the top and the bottom for an entry or an exit, right? But was there definitely room for improvement there? Absolutely. And that's what I told some people in the trade. A profitable trade isn't always a great trade. What was that trade management like? What were your emotions like? What were your behaviors like? Those are all things that we got to look at. We're always trying to get better, but definitely no hate. Rips, if you felt any kind of way about anything I was saying, it's all love, brother. And I think we all kind of aspire to be in one way, shape, or form like one another. So if I offended anybody in any way, here's my certified apology on live TopstepTV, but it's all
absolutely. No, I know what you're saying. But so wait, you say treat your account as if it's your grandma's retirement account, you say, huh?
Facts. Yeah. I tell, because before I used to tell people, don't trade it as if it were Topstep's money or Michael Patak's money. Trade it like it's your money. I'm like, would you take that trade if your $10,000 was on the line, if your $50,000? But at the end of the day, like, we do stupid shit all the time, especially when it's like, hey, dude, hold on. What are you doing, bro? Opus wants to get on camera. Come here, buddy.
Who's this?
Sorry. Opus.
Is that
Opus,
dog?
say hi, everybody. A cat. Yes.
No, I don't know. It's the size of
That's
a cat.
a very
That's the size of a
good-looking cat. Yeah.
Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. What's up, buddy?
Opus.
Yeah, so I mean, not everybody has their grandmother alive, right? Or they don't have a good relationship with their grandmother. But just think about whoever you care about most in this world, right? Your mom, your dad, your aunt, your significant other, whatever. And treat your trading account as if it were their retirement account. That like the way that they lived in retirement would be 100% dependent on how you trade your account, and you start to trade a little bit differently. Right, you take different risk and less risk, and you look for different profit targets, and you put on different size or whatnot when you look at it that way, right? So I'm huge on trade the 150K like if it's a 50K account, right? Trade the combine and the XFA as if it were live, right? And then regardless of account type, trade it as if one of your loved ones' retirements, depended on it. And that makes you move differently.
It does make you move different. If I'm trading my grandma's retirement, I'd be scared, though. I'm not gonna lie, I'd be scared to trade my grandma's account. If it's my money, Like I can take losses. Tell them, hey, Grams, I lost you $5,000 today, or what did we lose? $4,000 in the house account trade today. That's a tough pill to swallow.
That's why I switched it up.
I know what you're saying.
That's why I switched it up, because you're willing to take risks on your own money sometimes, right? And I think that's part of the reason why you see so many resets and why you see so many failures in combines and you see so many accounts get lost live, is because people aren't taking it like real money. They're not treating it as if they're paying, they're trading a company's capital or even their own capital for that matter. So when you start looking at it like if it's somebody that you really care about, right, and you trade it that way, you start to notice that the behaviors and the aggression, or the aggressiveness of your trades kind of eases up a little bit.
I like that. Dolby time, you were looking at the YM.
No, I'm looking at NQ. NQ's in a really good 5 minute. Yeah, NQ's in a really interesting 5 minute range right now. So we failed to make higher highs, and support became resistance at 18,330.5. And this 5 minute range is kind of between that 330 and let's say 305. And we are kind of like bouncing off this uptrend that we've been making. So I'm kind of curious to see if we dip below that, there could be a pretty cheap short here. Potentially.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would that price be in the NQ?
I mean, I think if we could get below like 305, like Dakota said, that'd be awesome. But buyers keep on stepping in and making this higher low, which I have drawn on this kind of teal line right now. But we were not able to get above 330s in the NQ. So I'm kind of curious to see who ends up winning this battle here within this range, because it's very, very tight. Very tight. But the cheap trade would be like, short 325 with the stop above 330. Maybe at like 340 or something. So it's a tight range. It is consolidating. Should be interesting to see where this goes.
Okay, we got the NQ pulled up here. We do have the house account. House account down $3,875. Right idea, bad timing, wrong timing, unlucky, call it what you want. We were short up around.
Actually, the timing was good. We just got out a little early. That's all.
We got out a little early. Never committed to the full stop. They're saying cut bait. They were absorbing. The bids were absorbing all the sells around the 43 level. Trying to break them. They ran it up to the 60, 62, 63. Looked like a double top was going to come at us. They said cut bait. We cut bait just to watch it sell off. Dakota did get back in. Was able to get that money back. So good on Dakota. All right, watching this 5 minute range here. Nick for a Tick is asking his buddy Isaac Rivera, where's the suit and cigar today? Isaac, where is the suit and cigar?
So the weather isn't ideal today. It's cloudy and gloomy and humid as hell. I actually am also not feeling 100% either. I don't know if you guys can tell I'm a little nasally. I did a lot of beach and pool stuff this weekend, and I was like, I had a lot of like heat in my body from like being in the sun. So like I had set my AC to like 59 degrees and slept with no blanket, and my throat and nose of my sinuses were all jacked up yesterday. So I'm feeling a lot better today. But also, I don't have any important meetings to go to today. So it's just like, what's the point of getting in the car, driving around when I got this lovely puppy that wants my attention and I can be, comfortable like this. I do have a really epic meeting tomorrow. Really looking forward to that. I'm going to be on with Nick on Friday. I'll be suited up for that one as well for Power Hour. We're rounding out the trading week. Nick T and I. That's going to be exciting. And I'll be suited up for that. Definitely smoking a cigar for that. Because I also have a really big meeting outside of trading for some of my other business, things that I'm involved in on Friday. So I'll be suited up tomorrow, suited up Thursday as well. Thursday, I got a rum and cigar tasting. I have a event that I need to go to, a networking event that I was asked to be a +1 for, and then dinner. So I'm booked up Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So that's the reason why I am casual. I got nothing else to do outside of trading today. So contrary to what some people might think, I actually do not sleep in a tuxedo. So,
all right. Let's go back to your trade here, Isaac. You are short the S&Ps. How are we monitoring? It doesn't look like a whole hell of a lot's going on right now. Trading 52.46 quarter, the lower end of this little 5 minute range. Dolby's talking about the range in the NASDAQ. We're taking a look at the S&Ps. Isaac is short. What's your profit target here on this trade?
52.38. So 52.38. For the people that are in the chat, that are in my group, they know they have my proprietary indicator set up on their chart, so they know why we're looking for a target of 52.38. Just full transparency, this account that you guys are looking at, just for latency issues and whatnot, this is a practice account. So like I said, I'm in at 52.48 on the practice account short, but on my live account, I'm in at 52.45.75. Okay. So I am in at much cheaper pricing on this short on my live account. I am even cheaper on my combine account, which again is on another computer in my office. So we are looking for that target. You know, ATR is trash to begin with. For those of you guys who don't know, right here at the bottom of my chart, you know, ATR is sitting right at 5.5. So you're really only looking at about a 10-point target expectation realistically. But that was at the peak, right? You could see when I took profit on this first trade. Let me go ahead and trim the time. I think you guys have my chart pulled up. Yeah, you do. And it looks like it's not lagging either, which is nice. The internet connection in here is far superior to the one in the office that I'm typically trading on when I am on the stream. So you could see, you know, where I entered my trade and where I took profit, right? That's basically number aside, right? PPI aside, that's when we hit our peak ATR, right? But since then, average true range has only gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. So with that, up until we start getting the power hour, our target expectancy is also dropping more and more and more and more. Now, some of the things to look at is that we could not get over 5260, right? And that's an important level. If we look at my daily chart, right, you could see the top wicks from the last two trading sessions were right around that 64 level. And then we have this settlement zone where we had a lot of opens and closes. You take all the noise out of the equation, right, where the wicks went up and where the wicks went down. We look at where all those opens and closes are consolidated, and that too is sitting right around that 60, we'll just call it 60 to 65 zone. The fact that we could not transact above that, and there was liquidity there, and you guys know the S&P is attracted to liquidity, right? It's there. We could not trade higher. So what I'm anticipating is that, you know, the market's going to try to make an attempt to, you know, transact towards big round 5,200, right? Get some profit taking, right? Some of the shorter term, weaker bears try to short this market. But then when there's that value to get long again for those, you know, those perma bulls and even those intermediate term bulls to just get cheaper pricing to the downside, you could go ahead and go long, and then we'll go ahead and see if we can break that 5265 area and then start making that ascent to 5300. But that's longer term stuff, right? In the shorter term, what I'm looking at, if we can zoom this out a little bit, and you can see we are. The thing that kind of killed us here when John Hoagland was calling out a failed downside auction, which, you know, you guys could see I trailed my position here and I got out, right? And I covered those gains. You know, at the time when we look at, you know, this is our sell-off down here from PPI, right? And then we had a higher low, a higher low, a higher low, right? But then finally, when we got this sell-off after our Fed speaker, we took out this low here right around 10:18 Eastern. We took out the low from 9:35 Eastern, right where we're trading right now, ironically enough, right where we're trading right now. Why is did I do something weird to my...
We're starting to see some sellers here. They did try taking a peek below. Over that short would have been nice. Never got to those 20s. Never got to those 25s. I'm sorry, up in the NASDAQ. Would have been nice little short.
Had to chase it a little bit. Yeah, I would have had to chase it a little bit.
Okay. On the flip side, Isaac, we'll get right back to you. I want to see, make sure everything's good on your end. Real quick, Dobie. I mean, all right, so we're talking about range. We're at the lower end of this range in the NASDAQ, though. NASDAQ right now, though, no?
Yeah, we got really close to 300. We tested 305s. If we can get below 305, I think NQ could be in a world of hurt here.
Okay, yeah, definitely if we push through 300s, it could be lookup low. I'm assuming there's a bunch of stops just underneath 300s. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Isaac, are you back online? You good over there?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good.
Cool. So, right,
no,
so
everything was... yeah, I'm trading multiple accounts. So I was concerned about my position sizing, but it was because it was the practice account was one. But I did want to go ahead and just acknowledge Trader Paige. She's one of my biggest fans in the chat. She's like, I've seen Isaac risk negative 10,000 in the house account to make $4,000. Let's rephrase that statement. There was $10,000 negative worth of risk. We were obviously looking to make more than 10,000 on that trade. Michael Patak, the CEO of Topstep, for two reasons: to cover our gains, right? Eliminate loss and risk on the trade. And the fact that our segment was coming to an end, trailed out of that position for a $4,000 gain. And that's probably more than you make in a month, Trader Page. So that's what we did. Let's just make sure that we know exactly what's going on. We're going to fact check here. Okay.
Easy. Hold on. Wait,
I'm just saying.
Michael managing this?
Yes, Michael Patak was the one managing that trade. And yes, we only made $4,000 on that one trade. However, I did stay in that trade and I did make a little bit more position-wise, right? He was obviously trading much more size than I was. So on that particular trade, he made more money. But for that day, I made just as much money. And again, trading what, 2 and 3 contracts? So Trader Page, anytime you want to become a better trader, join my Discord. I'd be happy to help you out.
All right, now, let's play nice. But yes, and when we put these stops in, I think when people understand the house account, that's like a case of emergency break glass. That's like the emergency stop. Well, more often than not, we're going to manually get in, manually get out of these trades. But it's more for so you don't blow out the account, so to speak. But yes,
I mean, hey, also it's real money.
Yes.
Yeah, it's real money. So we have to make sure that we're eliminating. I'm a huge proponent of eliminate risk as soon as the opportunity presents itself. I don't believe in break even. I do believe in trailing your stop. So if you're going to trail your stop, trail it so that you make some money. If you guys look at my chart, where is it? I guess we can go here. Right? So we push the target out. Now I'm not, oh, sorry, I'm on the wrong, there we go. Yeah, so I'm in this short, right? We get up to the point where I'm up like $1,200 on the trade. I trail the stop to $1,000 and locked in at that. First, I trailed at $450, then at $750, then at $1,050, and I locked in $1,050. You know, so you want to eliminate risk on the trade as soon as the opportunity presents itself, because you never know when it's going to reverse on you. So that's all it was. But we are still up on this trade. It's lunch hour. My team knows we're usually done by noon because we don't like sitting in the markets, you know, just watching turtles race. You know, we typically have other things that we want to get to, whether it's go to the gym, go to the beach, go to work, go to a meeting, you know, whatever it is that you do once you're done with your, you know, work, you know, shift as far as trading goes. You know, I'm not in the business of being in front of in front of my computer screen for 6 hours a day, 7 hours a day. Yep. I try to make my $500 to $1,000 in the shortest amount of time possible, whether that's 15 minutes or if that's 5 hours, right? And then I take my bite out of the market and I walk away.
All right. Well, we are seeing some liquidity to the downside here in the S&Ps. 200 lot, 300 lot, 300 lot, 300. So it's good to see liquidity is back. All right, guys. All right, so the theme of the week, the tip of the week is have a clear mindset, right? We got Dr. Jinnie coming on in about half hour or so. We're very, very excited for her to come on. Everyone, make sure you tune in for that. Before that, we'll have Top Quiz, of course. But make sure we tune in for today. Trading mindset session, if you will, from noon to 1 Central. I know Adobe's a big fan of her. All right, fellas. So I want to talk about
with her. She's awesome.
Clear. All right, Dolby, tell us what we can expect at this noon session today. For those that may not be familiar with Dr. Jinnie's work, she was on with us like about a month ago. Dolby, catch us up to speed for those that might need it.
Yeah, so Jinnie, I actually got introduced to Jinnie a long time ago. She used to be kind of Topstep's house psychologist way like maybe like 8 years ago or 10 years ago, and I actually ended up working with her personally, and it was an incredible experience. I would say like top 2, top 3 experiences all time for me. And we actually ended up getting her back in to the Topstep fold, and she was very, very well received. And now we got her back again today. I mean, chat, be prepared to, have your feels felt, because, she has a way of speaking directly into your soul like no one else can. It's a really unique thing to just even experience. And there might be 5,000 people in chat. She is talking to every single person's heart and soul somehow as like an individual level. Just an incredible woman, incredible knowledge. Just is one of the best of the biz. So definitely stick around. If you can't stick around, it will be recorded. Go back and watch it. It is a very, very just impressive lady in person. She's a sorceress. In my opinion.
Her last segment was nuts. Her last segment was insane. I'm happy that she's back on. I almost feel like it took too long to get her back on, but I am not moving from this seat. I will have the volume turned all the way up. Yeah. And it's typically something that I'm going to rewind and rewatch after the fact. Because, she's one of a kind. That's for sure.
Yeah. I'm glad JD is doing the interview. I'm glad.
Yeah, Mr. Cristerna.
I wouldn't be able to get through it. She knows. She knows too much.
Dolby time. Okay, so question. What can I do? We got about 30 minutes for the audience. We all have 30 minutes. Is there any kind of prep we can do? Just come in open-minded with a clear mindset as our tip of the week? Like anything that we can do before? What would you do?
What I mean, chat, it's not going to be necessarily like technical trading stuff. We're doing a deep dive into trading psychology. So we're talking about the differences, in between a 0 and a 1. Like, how do you make a change from negative to positive? How do you view your trading? How do you view yourself? How do you view like your childhood? How does that impact your trading now? I mean, it is going to be a deep dive. So just get the trading stuff out of your mind. Come in with an open mind. Open up your heart, your soul. Let Jinnie in. It might be tough, and some traders might kind of like complain about it. But this is a time where you have literally an expert just talking to you directly. So cherish this moment and definitely watch it live if you can. It is going to be incredible stuff.
Yes. With that being said, we do have that form pinned to the top of the chat here for some questions that we can get to. Dr. Jinnie herself, please get those. Let's get a bunch of good questions in there. That hour is going to go by very, very fast. So listen intently and take advantage of it. We're really happy to do this. I think, Dolby, did I hear that we have her on every other week now? Is that, am I allowed to say that? Is that in the works? I don't know.
I hope so.
What in the works?
I think we're working on something with Dr. Jinnie. Make her a regular contributor here at Topstep TV.
Something like that. Yeah, I think there's just some issues.
We're working on it.
It's not that both parties don't want it to happen. We both want it to happen. And I think it is happening, but there's just, some stuff.
Fair enough. Danielle in the chat, our boss. Yes, we're working on it. So we're just working on it. Yes, behind the scenes. Great. Maybe I divulge a little bit too much. Sometimes you get loose lips around here.
It's 28 minutes.
Well,
28 minutes.
You can't say 28 minutes.
That's the whole point of being bell to bell. You get the slips, you get the sneak peeks. That's the whole point of being bell to bell.
Sure do, man. Yeah. Sure do. Danielle, don't kill me. Don't kill me on that one. But yes, she is coming here in 28 minutes. One of our best segments we've ever had. JD will be driving that. Get those questions in at the top of the chat for Dr. Jinnie. All right, guys. Good stuff. Okay, here we go. We are starting to off here, going to 18,300. We'll see how we react around there. As well, we're trading 52.44.
Follows suit.
NQ is testing below 305. So let's see if it can get some volume and some acceleration below here. So this 15-minute range low could be breaking. And if it breaks hard, we could maybe see 240s and test lows again. Where's VWAP at? I don't really watch VWAP. It's got to be around here. If I had to guess, it's got to be damn close.
I got 03s. I got 03s in the NASDAQ. So we're right here, like you nailed it. How'd you know that, Dolby? Just by looking at it. Dolby, tell me how the hell did you just do that? I can't do that. I still can't do that. I've been looking at charts for over half my life. And I can't just look at a chart without knowing what tipped you off on that?
On VWAP? I mean, we're about halfway between the range, to be honest. So
okay.
If we draw a box, we are literally pretty much right at the middle. I mean, the middle of this range is 300. So it just makes sense. You can just kind of visualize it. You know what I mean?
It's nice when you can be in tune with the charts and the markets and know how to read stuff. People always, give me crap often about, man, how do you have a general idea where Delta is? How do you have a general idea where VWAP is? Not looking at any of those things. It's like, I've been staring at these charts for 8 years, right? And I've been interacting with people, the likes of, John Hoagland and things like that. And it becomes almost second nature. So it's just not a bragging thing. It's nice. Like, you go to the gym so that you can get stronger and look better, right? You go to school so you can get smarter. And it's just this is the tuition that we pay, being in front of these charts and in front of these screens on a regular basis. So
Isaac,
I am seeing some size.
For you.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you're doing trading stuff? No, finish your trading thought. Then I'm going to come back to you.
I'm going to go ahead and trail. I have my stop on my live funded account at locking in $525. I am seeing some size on the ask side at 48.75, and we know how the market is, or at least the ES about eating up liquidity that is made readily available to it. However, the DOM to the downside is also starting to thicken up right around this, we'll call it 42 to 43 half range. So if we can get under 44 quarter, again, by at least 3 or 4 ticks, just so I can give the trade some room to breathe, I will go ahead and pull this stop on my live account a little bit lower and at least lock in right where we're trading right now, 44 half. I'd like to lock in 1,025 on the day and just be done with it. I don't want to go into 1 o'clock with this. Probably want to take a look at the economic releases calendar as well, just to make sure that we're not in for any surprises. But we do have value low from yesterday and value low from the day before, plus both of those session lows that are going to be acting as support. So it's going to take a lot of bearish transacting in order for us to get down to those lower levels. So we'll see what happens. But back to you, Nick. What question did you have for me?
Oh, sorry, it's a little off topic, but since you did mention the gym, I went to the gym yesterday. What is with the dudes who are just crushing chest presses like all day? What is this fascination? Oh, no. Why do dudes just like, I'm seeing like kids, like teenagers, and they're just doing like 80-pound chest presses. Like what sport, what is going on here? Why do you guys want giant pecs? What is going on? It does not make any sense to me.
I love this.
I'm honestly surprised that you're even asking that question, because it's obvious. Like, everybody should know. It's because at one point or another, you may find yourself lodged underneath a Mini Cooper, and you might have to lift it off of you.
That is true. That is true.
You might have to, I was really close to that scenario once, and that's when I started pushing chest real hard in the gym.
That was pretty good, Isaac. You never know when you're going to find yourself trapped under a Mini Cooper. You never know.
That's going to make it in the top 5 for the week. Top 5 highlights on the Topstep Instagram. Good, like, you never know when you're going to find yourself underneath a Mini Cooper. And you got to be able to lift yourself out of that situation.
We could touch on that, Dobie. It's a good question. I guess on the gym part, and kind of, I want to throw it to you here, Isaac. Like we said, having a mental or a clear mindset going into the week, going into the trade, going into each trading day. What do you do? I know you're in the gym, you go to the beach, you got a lot of stuff around you out there in Florida. What do you do to make sure you do have a clear mindset going into your trades day in and day out and week in and week out?
I mean, I got my system, my strategy, right? That's tested over time. True. It's obviously gotten me on the leaderboards. It's paid my bills for many years now. It's allowed me to go on other business endeavors, but I'm all about self-love, right? Self-care. Anybody who follows me on Instagram, sees me with my wines and my charcuterie boards and range days where I fire off, my pistols and my rifles. I go to the beach often, boating often, racing my motorcycle, racing my AMG, traveling like crazy, going to the gym. I go to the gym 5 days a week. I know it doesn't look like it, but I'm 33 years old now. So I train just to feel good, right? And just for that mobility. Actually, guys, I'm going to go ahead and trail my stop and lock in that $1,025 because we are under now, just letting you know that. So 44 quarter, I'm going to do 44 half, 44 half locked in. So I got $1,000 in my live funded account covered. Let's see if we can go ahead and extend this downside and get a little bit more before this segment's over. And if you guys fall to the ground, it's not my fault. My dog is around this tripod here, so you guys might hit the deck. Yeah, Opus. But and actually, now that's trailed.
Is that named after the wine? Is that named after the wine?
It's after the wine, but more importantly than the wine, it's after the cigar. So Opus X is my favorite New World cigar. Okay. So I actually know the owners of the Arturo Fuente family and the great-great-grandson. And his dog, his first dog was actually named Opus as well. But it's primarily off of the cigar, secondarily off of Opus One wine. All good stuff. I think I'm gonna get stopped out here. I mean, you guys got my chart pulled up on the screen, so I got my puppy here on my lap. But yeah, so I go to the gym 5 days a week. I do my push, pull, legs, push, pull, in that order, and then I like to enjoy my weekends. I work entirely too hard, contrary to what this chair and this outfit looks like. I work entirely too hard throughout the week, and I've worked entirely too hard over the last decade to not enjoy myself. And I'm fortunate enough to live, in a state where the weather's, it's summer 10 months out of the year. I'm situated in a city that's, I'm 8 minutes from 2 of some of the best beaches in America. So, you'd be silly to not take advantage of that. I don't know how people don't run at the beach. But I'm competitive. I like to play tennis and stuff like that too. That's kind of a peek into my personal life.
I like that. That's how you keep stick to a routine. You stick to who you are as a person. Keep that clear mindset. It's sometimes when your personal life gets dragged into your trading, makes for a very, very messy situation. You're not thinking clearly. Other things are running through your head. So yes, really like that. You got your routine. You stick to it. And you enjoy yourself outside of the markets. So really, really like that. All right, let's get back to that trade here, Isaac. You did get stopped out. What was the total P?
No, I did not.
Trade?
I did not get stopped out. I trailed my stop. I got $1,000 locked in. So if it does happen to go against me, I make $1,000. If it continues to move in my favor, we're kind of like at that make or break point, right? We're right down. If I move my cursor over here, we're right down to the lows from this initial sell-off after the Fed speaker was on. So we're ultimately going to either that is outside of IB low, right? That's outside of IB low. So we got to see if we go ahead and extend the session low, even though our overnight low is even lower than that. So we'll see what happens. Plus, I see we got another rock star on deck in the green room, the lovely Anne-Marie. AMB. So
he is easily distracted today by that green room. All right, guys. Well, we've got about a minute or so left here in Power Players. Isaac, you are
and I'm stopped out.
Stopped out. Locked it in. How much? Okay, what's the P&L on that trade?
A G. It's a G note. $1,000.
Nice. Absolutely love it. Dolby time. About 2 minutes left here in the trade. We are in this range. Dolby time in the NQ. You're looking for a test of what level in the NQ again?
It's the 305s are holding right now. I mean, we're still stuck in this 15-minute range, but we're kind of hovering around the low of the 15-minute range, which is 305. Okay. We have failed to really make any higher highs off of it. So it seems like buyers are stepping in passively, but sellers might be coming in a little bit more aggressively. So kind of curious to see how this is going to play out. It seems pretty content to kind of hang out here, to be honest. It seems very content. It does. This is really calmed down quite a bit.
It has. Mark is taking a breather, which is fine, which is perfect, because we have Top Quiz coming up next in the green room. Anne-Marie going to be on the hot seat for Top Quiz with Jack. So please tune in for that. We're going to cut this right on the nose at 11:41, 11:42. So we do make sure we have all the room, all the time from noon to 1 for Dr. Jinnie. So if you guys are cool with that, we're going to cut this right now. Isaac, much appreciated. Nice trade right there. Dolby time. I'm going to see you in Power Hour today with Austin Silver.
Looking forward to it.
Sounds amazing. Isaac, we'll see you in the chat. Make sure we got Top Quiz coming up next with Anne-Marie. And after that, Dr. Jinnie at high noon. Everybody, let's go. Big day today. Thank you, guys.
Take it easy, guys.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Top. James, did you make that noise?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, he just cracked us
All
up
right.
with something. Right. Okay.
Ready.
Woo. Okay. Welcome to a very special Top Quiz, the pre-show, if you will, before we have Jinnie Cristerna on after this to answer your questions about trading psychology. It's going to be great. But in the meantime, welcome to the quiz. I'm Jack, joined by, you all know who it is, Anne-Marie. How's it going?
It's going great. It's going great. I'm looking forward to today.
Yeah. No, I am too. If this is your first time, you sign up with that link. You'll get 4 multiple choice questions. If you answer 3 or 4 of them correctly, you're entered into a raffle for one of 60 free resets. You can win once per calendar week. There's over 1,000 people in here. So I think we're going to get going pretty quick because we want to give Jinnie her whole time. The questions are fair, Anne-Marie, as usual. I think you will enjoy some of them. Maybe all of them. All right. Without further ado, remember to answer the questions on your device as they appear because we are on a 6-second delay. And with that, Anne-Marie, we are going to start right about now. It's a good place to drink water. Here we go. Question number 1. Which of these is not one of the big 3 economic releases that measure inflation? Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, the PCE, the Producer Price Index, the Consumer Price Index, or Business Payrolls Price Index? Which of these is not?
That would be green.
Yes, it would be. And I hope no complaints because I made that one completely up. We had PPI today. We have CPI tomorrow. And the Fed's favorite is the quite complicated to parse through PCE. So good job, everybody there. Maybe they get a little bit harder. We'll see.
Yeah, look at that.
I love Anne-Marie Bands. Nice. I like that. Our old friend Pinch and Poo, Shroom, Kurogaster, and Silly Kitty. All righty. Anne-Marie Bands. Okay. Question.
That's good stuff.
Number 2. Which Topstep TV personality gained the moniker Mr. Croissant today during fast markets? Was it MP, Isaac, Hogue, or JD? Who is Mr. Croissant?
Wow. Maybe Isaac?
He seems like a man that would enjoy a croissant, but it was shockingly John Doherty.
Oh man, I must have missed that.
JD's really going to hate me for this if this sticks. It's better than
Mr.
the
Croissant?
Dancing Bear. Yeah. All right. Anne-Marie Band still on the top.
What?
We got, what about Bob?
That movie was hilarious.
It was.
Hilarious.
Good Bill Murray flick. All right. If it didn't stick then, it's going to stick with this next question. But here we go. I'm very proud of this next question.
Okay.
If I create a written agreement to sell JD 1,000 croissants for $1,000 in 30 days, we have entered into A, options contract, B, forward contract, C, futures contract, or D, tontine.
That would be a futures contract.
Would it?
Wouldn't it? It's not?
No, it is not.
A forward
Futures contracts
contract.
are standardized. And they trade on exchanges. There's a 224 of you that knew it.
Look at
Good on
that.
you.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Look at me.
Series 3 questions. And for those are you familiar with what a tontine is, Anne-Marie?
I don't.
It's a sort of like an investment product where the last surviving person gets it, like that Simpsons episode with the yeah. So not that. Not a trick question.
I know.
All right.
It's a good question. I won't forget.
Let's see. Nas Trade Amos got it. What about Bob Machiak? Black Swan's back in. Black Swan knew it. All right.
Nice.
You ready for this final question?
All right. Yeah. I got to think harder.
Over 40 seasons of The Bachelor, how many couples stayed together? So there's 40 couples. I spaced the numbers out, so it should be. Was it 0, 8, 23, or 32? Saw this in a New York Times article today.
I'm going to guess it's 8. I don't know.
You are correct. It is 8 of the 40 couples that stayed married. So
I missed the good news this morning. Checking it out. I missed all
exactly.
I've never seen an episode of The Bachelor.
Rips rocks in third.
Look at that.
Don't be like Ghosts. First today. Nostradamus.
Very nice. Congratulations.
Black Swan.
Oh, Black Swan.
Also, I do know, I'll have to tell you about it sometime. I do know one couple that is still together that is tangentially involved with The Bachelor. I'm looking at James in the green room right now. All right. Anyway. Those are your winners for today. We'll announce the rest of the winners during Power Hour, where Austin Silver will be on. But stick around because we're going to take a quick break while we get set up for the Q&A with Jinnie Cristerna. It's going to be great. You won't want to miss it. I promise. So stick around. We'll be right back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to the Trading Mindset. We've got a special treat for you today. Dr. Jinnie Cristerna. Please, everyone, give a warm welcome to Dr. Cristerna. Dr. Cristerna is the lead psychological surgeon and psychotherapist at International High Achievers, which is a, quote, boutique emotional wellness practice. Little bit about her background. Dr. Jinnie's also spent some time during her 30-year career as a sports psychologist and has a pretty extensive experience working with traders and Topstep traders in particular. Dr. Jinnie, first, thank you for making the time to join us today. Welcome back. Your last segment with us was excellent. Everybody loved it, and they've been begging to have you back on. So how are you? How have you been? What's new? What's going on? Tell us everything.
Sure. It's always a pleasure to come back home and talk with my Topstep family. So this is always super fun for me. It gets me out of an office setting and gives me a chance to, exercise a different muscle. So that's always good. The new stuff going on, still see my patients. Decided to create a couple of workshops for the Topstep trading family. So that is launched this month. I wasn't going to do it until the fall, but I'll be launching that this month. It will actually begin on Tuesdays. It'll be every Tuesday. And so if people are interested, they are welcome to reach out to me, send me a message and email, put them on a list, and I'll let them know the date and the time that it'll be live. And so these will just be like 90-minute workshops where they're going to learn about mental mind control. So then that way they don't fall into this manipulation, these mental gymnastics that they do. So it'll be lots of fun. We'll be doing some trading spiritual warrior type stuff. So, it should be fun. I had a lot of time to put it together, and it's I'm excited about it. So I hope everyone else is excited about it too.
That sounds really exciting. Actually, that's the first I've actually heard of it. So I will be looking forward to that personally.
You're going to be a trading warrior of sorts.
A trading warrior, yeah.
There you go.
Perfect. Thank you to everybody that submitted questions for Dr. Jinnie. We got a lot of them. We got a lot of good ones. Before we dive into those, though, Dr. Cristerna, would you mind just taking a minute or two to share a little bit about what it is that you do? Your title includes the word psychological surgeon. What does that mean? Sounds a little scary, kind of.
You should be. No, you should not be. I don't cut up in anybody's brain or anything like that. But what we do is I put people in a trance state. So their one foot is in the conscious world. So they're fully lucid, but then the other foot is in either the subconscious or the unconscious world, depending on how deep we're planning to go in that treatment. And so the nice thing about that is now they're able to see for themselves and experience for themselves what goes on with them internally. So I tell people, don't trust me, don't listen to me, don't listen to anybody, listen to yourself. And when people can see things for themselves in an environment and in a way that's safe and secure, they can believe what they see. They can learn how to trust themselves, and that way they take back their power. And so when you're able to trust your intuition, your gut feeling, then the things that you want to do actually are done a lot more smoothly. And JD, believe it or not, you become more independent and self-sufficient. And so you don't need anybody to tell you what to do. You look for guidance. You don't look for tell me. And then you feel like, oh, this didn't work. I did what you told me to do. You take what they tell you in terms of like some direction and guidance, and you take that and then you go, well, what fits for me? What does that look and feel like for me? And then that's where the magic happens. So it takes people from being dependent on other people to tell them what to do, and it moves them into a place of being able to use that knowledge and that data and be discerning and see how that might play out or apply to them, in this case in trading. So everyone is always a little different. That's why no one can tell us exactly what to do, and it always works.
Yeah, I definitely see the benefit for that for traders too. Trading's very personal. Some would say a lonely profession. You're totally dependent on your actions and reactions to market environments. You're totally solely accountable for your success or lack of success, I should say. So yeah, that's definitely something I would recommend everybody checking out. Also, just reading through your biography, I see you're one of a handful of Rohan doctors in the world and the only practicing Rohan doctor in Illinois. Is that still correct?
Yes. So I am the only one. Rohan is a psychospiritual therapy. And so basically we work in the unconscious space. Very few people have the capacity to go that deep. So they get ready. So they go deeper and deeper until they get to a place where they can tolerate knowing certain things about themselves that are really hard to know. And we all have that space that we go into. That's why it's called the unconscious space. The nice thing about Rohan is that is where you really get to see, this is what I do. This is how I abuse myself. This is how I abuse other people. And this is what people might be experiencing when they experience me, good and not so good. So Rohan is definitely something that changes people's lives permanently. Once you know, you can't not know in anything, but Rohan is just like, boom, it's in your face. What do you want to do with it? And it takes a lot of courage to do that. So not a lot of people are able to do that just yet. And that's why a lot of folks will do Yandi. It's just the subconscious space. And that's where we work, where we know and we're aware. And then we become aware of other things and how they might work together to create maybe some challenges in our lives and also some good things in our lives. And so Yandi is really about, it's pre-Rohan, and it really gives you an opportunity to take a look at, oh, this is how I can create more good stuff. I might not want to be aware of the heavier stuff just yet, but I can be aware of some of those things and then work through them enough to be able to create more good stuff in my life. So Rohan has levels. And I am the only practicing Rohan doctor who is licensed as a clinician. Most Rohan doctors, they only are psychospiritual healers, but I have a clinical license. So yeah, in the state of Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, Iowa, Kentucky, and I forget the other states. So I'm the only one that has both in a lot of states.
Awesome.
So.
Thank you for clarifying that. And we'll get your contact information out there also to anybody that might be interested in reaching out for possibly getting into that, taking those courses or learning more about themselves. But anyway, here we are. We've got all these questions for you. To start, though, I'm going to go a little bit off script. I want to ask you something about something that happened live on our stream earlier this morning with one of our co-hosts and a viewer in the chat. So like I said earlier this morning, one of our regular co-hosts who's on the show quite a bit, he's an excellent trader, excellent guy, had an interaction with a viewer who was spewing some vitriol in the YouTube chat, right? So our host had a trade on, and the viewer typed something in the chat along the lines of, I hope, pardon me, I hope you lose money on this trade. I don't even have a trade on, but I just hope that you lose money. We all kind of agreed that it's unfortunate not only to have those kinds of feelings about another trader who's working very hard and making serious efforts to improve not just themselves, their quality of life in general, but also that this person felt compelled to share those negative feelings with not just us, but with 5,000 other viewers in an open forum watching the stream. Now, I know that we pretty much have zero control over other people's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. But what can we do to keep ourselves a little grounded when someone openly and publicly displays like their ill will towards you? I guess
Right.
how can we prevent the actions of others from negatively affecting our behaviors, especially
Sure.
when we're at work trying to do well,
Sure. So there's a couple of things that you can do, but it also depends on the individual and how they are receiving or reacting to what that vitriol is, right? So the first thing I'm going to say to you, JD, is this. Remember, I just said a few moments ago, it's about how we abuse ourselves and then how we abuse others. That's what Rohan focuses on. So I can't say to you or do to you anything good or bad that I have not already said or done to myself. It's a rule. Haven't made it up. It's a universal quantum physics rule. I can only say and do to you what I have said and done to myself. And once we realize that, it takes the sting out of what people say to us that's really mean-spirited. Because this is the talk that they have with themselves all the time. I can only say that to you. If I've said that to myself, enough times where I feel confident and comfortable enough to say it out loud.
Wow, that's an incredible take. Yeah, you really turned the tables on that one.
It takes a lot of mastery, though, because this is the second part to that, JD. If you have a reaction to that, good or bad, high or low, up or down, however you want to categorize it, there was a hook. There was something in you that resonated with that. And that's where your healing is. It's not in controlling that person. It's about understanding, oh, my initial reaction to that was so mean, you hurt my feelings, or whatever, dude. You know, I hope you have a great day or better day, right? Depending on our genuine reaction to that tells us what we need to work on. It tells us about ourselves. That is data. And I tell people, if you ever want to master your emotions, look at them as data. If you do not connect with your emotions, if you do not acknowledge them, if you don't allow them to exist, right, in conscious space, you have just thrown away tons of gold. That is data that you can pay. You cannot pay to get that. That is lived experience. So when we have reactions to things, we should be grateful. We need to have a journal. And I was telling one of the traders, I'm creating a emotional trading journal so you can identify this data. Because if you don't, you've just thrown away tons of money. You're going to need that when you trade.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of emotional trading journals, we do have sort of a basic one that we like to share with traders. Maybe someone can drop that in the chat right now. And you're currently working on this emotional trading journal, or you have it ready to go?
I'm currently working on it because what I'm doing with it is I'm saying, hey, this emotion plus this emotion might equal this. And if you trade this emotion out with that, or switch this emotion out with that, see what comes up for you. And it's based on not only the 48 laws of powers in part, but it's also based on the book Power versus Force. It's a very dry book. And I believe I have it here on one of these bookshelves. But unless you like dry books, it's a very difficult read, but it has the map of consciousness in it. And so it's based on that. And so certain combinations of emotions can help us shift. And so the trading journal is going to be based on, hey, what am I feeling and what do I need to add to it or remove from this equation so I can get a different type of emotional outcome. So that's really where I am. And it's not going to be anything elaborate where people have to take a whole course on how to use it. It's just going to be something pretty basic where people can start to, sit down and go, yeah, let me switch this emotion for that. Let me process this through so I can get to this emotion right here.
And jotting down, sort of realizing what your triggers were and how you react to those triggers, that kind of thing. It's sort of the same stuff that we preach here. Hogue is big into that. He actually helped put together the emotional trading journal that Tim just shared in our chat. We'd love it if you took a look at that too and gave us some feedback on it. Perfect. All right, let's move on to some questions from you, the viewers. First off, or I should say, first question came from SER yesterday. SER 1605 wants to know what are some mental exercises that we can do daily or weekly to keep us centered?
Sure. So I'm going to tell you this. Is SER or like?
Yep, SER, line 40 on the sheet that we're both looking at. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're going in order. Perfect. So SER, one of the things that I would say to do is understand this is not about just being grounded. When we're grounded, that means we're present physically, mentally, and emotionally. And for those of you who believe spiritually, I believe in spirituality as well. So, but it's about being present in every part of your being. And so when people get grounded, I do tell them, close your eyes, right? Close your eyes, take a nice deep breath in. Both feet are on the flat on the ground. No legs are crossed, your hands on your lap. They're not folded. They're not, anything like this, because you want that energy to grow and just flow. And one of the things you want to do is just breathe in your nose, nice and slow, count of 4, breathe out if you want, count of 4, maybe 5, or, however, box breathing, whatever breathing you want to do. And you want to get connected to your body, scanning your body from head to toe. relaxing your forehead, your cheeks, your jaws, your neck, your shoulders, going down your torso, just relaxing down at your waist, your hips, your legs, your thighs. And you want to allow any tension to leave your body out the soles of your feet. That's like a basic one. And as you're doing that scan, you want to notice where is it tight? As you're scanning your body, notice where it's tight. And sometimes it could be in the pit of our stomach. Sometimes it's our chest, like, oh, my heart just feels like it's closed in, or my chest feels like it's just tightened up, or my throat, right? My throat might feel like I need to cough, or it might be tightening up itself, or maybe my head is killing me, or my fingers or my hands, whatever. I want you to notice your entire body. And then instead of just keep scanning it, I want you to fall into that tightness. What's that tightness? If it had a chance to talk to you, just the tightness or just whatever, what would it say? What is it trying to communicate to you? Are you trying to hold on? Are you trying to control? Those are just a couple of examples. And allow yourself to be present in that. And then as you acknowledge it, you'll notice that it starts to loosen up. Now, it won't loosen up completely all the time, or most of the time it won't, because there's usually something underneath there. But I want you to jot that down. And then keep scanning and releasing. And that's how we get grounded. If you can do that at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, you'll be all good. But it's not a once a week thing. So that's what I would say.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. I think your mic cut out there for a second. I hope that's not on my end. But
no, it was on my end because I was coughing and I didn't want anyone to go, ow, what is she doing?
Oh, noted. So would you say, based on what you just said, is there a point, do you think, is this like an ongoing process when you're working with patients like this? Does it ever reach a point where you can say, like, I've shared all my knowledge with you and you're perfect now, you're good to go? Is this a continuation? Does it, I guess I want to say is,
think of it as an upward spiral as we ascend, right? If you think of entropy, where is it the most chaotic? Entropy is, think of a tornado, right? Where is it the most chaotic?
Right at the center.
It's chaotic at the lower end because there's not a lot of room there. So it's like it spins more quickly. The higher you go, the slower the spin. So it's less chaotic. So it's not that any of these things need to stop happening. You need to do them daily. It's just, it becomes a part of life, right? It becomes who you are. When you do it and you start to master your emotions in your mind and they start to work together, you ascend higher and higher. And so it feels slower. When we get into the flow state, that's when everything starts to slow down. So if in sports, you might see an athlete who looks really fast, and in their mind, it's like, it's nothing. It's like, it just looks slow, but everybody's like, you're super fast. And it's like, okay, right? Because once you get into the flow state, you see everything. Same thing with trading. The difference that a lot of people have is that when you're doing online trading, it's just you. You're not in the pit. There are no other people around. There is no other energy to feed off of. So your energy, your discernment, your intuition better be not as clean as possible, as smooth as possible. If you have dirt and debris and all of that, it's just going to cloud things. It's no different than having, how many of you have been to the ocean? It's just this beautiful clear water, say in the Caribbean, But once you start walking in that water and jumping around and you kick up the sand, it's not as clear. But once it starts to settle, you can see all the way down. That is what it's like in our head with our emotions. If we become clear about our emotions, what we're feeling, what we're thinking, we can see a lot. We can feel a lot. Fear and sadness is what clouds our ability to see and feel our way through a plan, whether it's a life plan, a trading plan, a romantic love plan. It's our emotions and not understanding what they are and what they're trying to communicate to us. So when we talk about, getting grounded and being discerning, what we're saying is, do I see clearly? Do I feel clearly? Am I allowing myself to be fully present? Or am I just cherry picking the things that I want to be present in? You can cherry pick them, but remember, if you don't deal with everything, you won't get everything. And the thing you don't get might be the thing you really want, but you can't get it because you're not dealing with everything. You're just saying, oh, I want this, I want to do that. And it's like, well, the thing that you want requires you to do the thing you don't want to do.
That is the truth, though. Isn't that one of the definitions of discipline? Doing the things that you don't want to do, but doing them like you love it. Isn't that what Mike Tyson said?
Discipline and success. The greatest love that you can show yourself is self-discipline. That is how you know how much someone loves themselves. Do they have enough discipline to do the thing that needs to be done, but they don't want to do it? Right? You don't even have to do it like you love it. I just need to do it. Now, if you can learn to do that, then doing it like you love it is nothing, because it becomes something you love because it gets you what you love. It is now not this opposing force. You know, I hear so many traders, and this has not changed from the time I started working with traders. There are so many traders that say to me, my plan, my plan, my plan. I can't do my plan. And it's like, well, why do you think that is? And everybody has a whole slew of reasons, most of which is, I don't know. Tell me why I can't do my plan. Tell me what to do so I can execute my plan. It's like, well, I can't tell you. You're the only one that knows why you can't do your plan, why you can't follow the plan, why you can't execute, why you don't believe in yourself. Even if I could tell you, which I know most of the time why, if I told you, it would not help you. Because if you don't see it for yourself, you will never believe me. You will never be able to see things for yourself outside of you until you see you for yourself, and until you accept that part of you, and until you work through that part of you and heal and love that part of you, and realize that that part of you is very powerful and it's very usable. We think our fears and our sadness and our heavier feelings, humiliation and shame, we think they're worthless. We think that it creates these barriers for us, when the truth is, no, it doesn't. That is your key out of prison. Well, it feels bad. It should. It's fear. It's humiliation. It's shame. I mean, that's the whole, it should feel bad. But in that, right, there's your freedom. You know, in order to go to heaven, you got to go through some form of hell. You can only go as high as you go low. And as they say about captains and storms, you know, smooth sails, smooth, calm oceans have never made for a good captain. A good captain is tested. And if you're not willing to be tested, then be prepared to be disappointed all the time. It's nothing's going to be given to you.
Yeah.
You have to earn that.
I hope you guys are listening. We're going deep here today, everyone. Don in the chat says, you're looking into my soul, or questioning, are you looking into my soul right now?
I am. No, I'm not looking into you. I'm teasing. I'm just having fun with you guys.
Yep. All right. Let's move on to the next question. Thank you for that answer. That was really great stuff. Thank you so much, Dr. Cristerna. Next question comes from 90Bid. 90Bid says, I've heard the term scared money don't make money. In my experience, this seems to be true. In your experience, what are the biggest drivers of this negative mindset? I think we kind of touched on that quite a bit in what you just said. Is there anything else you might want to add to that?
Let me tell you something. There's a difference between being scared and a difference between being risk averse. Okay. Scared means I don't want to do it. I want 100% guarantee that I'm not going to, right? I don't want to do it unless I know the outcome. Risk averse is I know the outcome and I've done everything I could to mitigate it, and I'm going to move forward. And I'm going to move forward in a common sense way. I'm not going to put all my eggs in one basket. I might do this and then, do a little more of that, and then, go back and evaluate and continue to grow it. So there's a difference. If you're scared, right? Scared money does not make money. Absolutely. But you do have to take a chance. You do have to take a leap of faith. And that's not a blind leap of faith. That is a calculated leap. This is how much I can afford to risk. This is how much I can afford to lose. Never bet anything. Never, if you're going to play the lottery, and all you got is $10, you're like, I'm gonna play $1. You stick to that $1. All you need is one ticket anyway, right? So why would you bet the whole $10, right? And that's part of discipline,
right? And you have to be fully prepared to take that loss too. And it's one of the hardest things for traders to learn is there is no such thing as perfection in trading. People who seek perfection are often, 100% of the time disappointed when they find the futures markets or trading in general, right?
JD, I'm going to say something that might make a couple of folks mad at me and maybe you and kind of my whole generation. Some of you are trading because you're desperate. You need money. Some of you are looking for that windfall. Some of you are looking to, boom, I got to make up for all this money I lost. That is not a place to trade. That is not a place to do anything when you're desperate. That is not the place to make any kind of decision. So if that is what you're doing when you're trading, this is not going to go as well for you, if it goes well at all. Do not make those decisions from places of desperation. If you don't have the self-control and the discipline, I would say don't do it, or start small, make sure this is all you're going to do and stick to that.
That really ties into another question that we got from a trader on the sheet. If you skip down to line 57, I just highlighted it. Kyle B says, study after study. Scott Galloway talks a lot about this. 1 in 3 young adolescent young men feels a sense of despondence, lack of purpose, etc. And they're more prone to addiction and seek dopamine hits, such as trading and stocks. Do most people fall into this category, seeking dopamine hits or misguided value or unconscious addiction? Would you say that's kind of related to what we're just talking about? Oh, I think we lost you. Mute.
Yes. I'm sorry. I was coughing again. Yes, everyone does. Look, at some point in our lives, whether we're young or as we hit midlife crisis age or as we get older and we look back and we go, oh my God, I wasted all my youth, being ultra conservative or whatever. We look for some vitality. We look for some excitement. We want to feel alive again. And sometimes those dopamine hits come in, unfortunately, the form of trading, high risk behavior, whether it's sexually, whether it's financially, whether, it's socially. Maybe we are reckless and jumping into a new career, or maybe we just quit our job, whatever the case may be. We have versions of that in our lives, especially when we get bored, especially when we look back and we're like, oh my God, I've missed out on some things. Right. And so, that happens. And for some folks, they find that high in trading, but you can find that in any place. You can find that in any place. And so what I would say is, that does happen. Not so much only when we have a sense of despondence and when we feel despondent and don't have a sense of purpose. That also happens when we feel like we're lost. Not just with purpose, but maybe we had a purpose and we fulfilled it. And we don't know where we're supposed to go on and do next, right? Or maybe we've gotten everything we want, or maybe we never knew what we wanted. We don't even know we have a lack of purpose.
Kind of sounds like starting the whole fear cycle over again. After you accomplish something, you don't know what to do next, and it just keeps repeating itself, huh?
Well, you're talking, JD, about the fear of success. Right. So in sports, when I would work with athletes and I would say, well, why didn't you just knock them out? Or, you were right there, all you do is headshots. Why wouldn't you just spin heel kick or axe kick or just knock them out? Why are you playing? And they would say, where I'm like, stop playing, knock them out, be done with it. And so one of the things that I would notice in most of those athletes and with some traders is, if this trade wins, if I win that fight, I might lose the next one. I don't even want to know what the next one is, because they don't know what the next one is. Sometimes they don't know how it's going to go. And so remember, it's that self-sabotaging mindset, that doubt. Like, I want to be successful, but what happens if I'm successful? Now I got to be successful all the time. Or now I have to start over, and I don't want to start over. It's just like, well, everyone starts over. You're in the next ring. As you ascend, it's like when you were in grade school, right? You go from kindergarten to the first grade, and then you look at the kindergartners like they're babies. In the first grade, he's like, oh, I got to learn how to do this. And then you move to the second grade. You're building. You're not necessarily starting from scratch. You're starting from experience, and you're building on that experience. So a lot of you are afraid of being successful because at some core level, it's going to be harder. And we don't want hard. We want, in this meat suit, when we're alive, we want things to be easy. We want it to be one and done, and I can just do the same thing. And it's like, no, the more advanced you get, the more challenging it becomes. And that's in any career. That's in anything. Marriages, partnerships, relationships, families. The longer you're in it, the more challenging it becomes. Not because it's hard, but because you're going to explore different areas of that thing. You're going to experience different things, and you're going to have to adapt. And that adds to your toolbox. That adds to your database. That is what gives you wisdom. So don't be afraid to succeed. It will get harder.
And be prepared to be Oh, I was just going to say, and be prepared to be uncomfortable to be better, right?
I know a man who got their master's degree and was angry that he was expected by his industry to get certifications. In theory, he should be making $250,000. He makes $65,000 10 years later. And mad at everyone else who's making $250,000. Why won't they give me the job? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, go get these certifications. I have a master's degree. I shouldn't have to. But you do. And it's not just you. It is everybody in that industry. In all industries, education and learning and growing and being challenged. So instead, for those of you who are looking at maybe succeeding as something to be afraid of, or your trading plan as something that must work every time exactly the way it is every time, it's not. It's not intended to, because as you meet each challenge successfully, you're going to be rewarded by something more challenging so you can grow and become even better. And then you're going to put those pieces together, and you're going to be able to do even bigger and better things. And you're going to be able to.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So.
Well, Kyle, I hope that answered your question. I got a lot out of that. I hope you guys did too. All right, Toasthead has a little something else he wants to talk about. I'm looking at line 43 on that sheet. Toasthead says, we talk a lot about fear and greed and FOMO, etc. But what about apathy? There's a place where we end up when trading or even when gambling, when nothing matters. That place is apathy, says Toasthead. The apathy trade is the most dangerous and expensive trade. Also, apathy is hard to recognize as an emotion or psychological condition. And how difficult, I guess Toasthead's question is, how do you recognize when you're in a state of apathy, and how difficult is it to get out of that state?
Well, apathy, I got to tell you, I'm not saying it is or is not your friend, but when you don't feel any emotion, not even hopeless, right? I don't want to say that is a horrible place to be. But it's not the greatest place to be, right? That means you aren't even connected to yourself. Like, well, how are you feeling, right? Remember, our thoughts are anchored in a feeling, right? But apathy can be very helpful. Say if you're going through a breakup, you're like, I don't care. I don't have a feeling, right? It's indifferent. Yeah. And I'm going about my life. But when you're trading and it requires you to be present, that's extraordinarily important, because apathy, when you really sit with it, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters, not even the outcome. Now you're just doing it because it's like, okay, I only have $10 left. Fine, just trade it. It's not a lot anyway. I can't do anything with it anyway. right? That's the kind of feel apathy really has. It's like, it just doesn't matter. I don't care anymore. Take it, right? If you think about people who go through the divorce, fine, take the dog. And then later they go, oh my God, I gave away my dog. I love that dog, right? But in the moment, you're so angry, right? And they're like, no, I didn't feel anything. No, you felt apathetic. The anger was still there. You just split that off from yourself, but it's still there because then you have regret afterwards. Why did I do that? So apathy is short-lived anyway. So whenever you feel like whatever, so here's a rule I want you guys to write down. Never make a promise when you're happy. Never make a decision when you're angry. And the moral of that story is when you're feeling intense feelings, period, that is not the time to do anything. Hence, when I talked about desperation, right? When I said when you're desperate, you definitely don't trade. You definitely don't trade, right? When you're feeling apathetic, you definitely don't follow through, right? When you're drunk, you don't send the drunk text because you know you're drunk, right? Those are kind of core things that we have to have in our brains before we do anything. And we have to make sure that that is deeply rooted and deeply bedded. So that way, when we are in those positions, we go, this is a bad idea. I'm not going to do it. You might want to, but there's something in our brain that overrides the emotion that makes us get up and walk away. And those seeds need to be planted before we get into that emotional state, or else we won't listen to it. People, it'll be hard for them to tell you, this is not the best time. Shut up. And they'll roll to it, and then the other person will go, I told you not to do it. Right? Never in the history of ever has anybody calmed down when being told to calm down. Like, never. Calm down. Right? Because they don't even know what they're calming down from. You haven't said anything specific, whether it's sports or trading or work. You just never say to someone, calm down. You say, hey, you're really angry right now. Is this the best time for you to say something to the CEO? Right? And you go, right? Because now the brain can go, I want to, that, and this like long bleep, but then your brain can go, this isn't the best time.
Did you say, you think it's fair to say that kicking the apathy bug pretty much comes from knowledge, experience, and basic overall maturity, and I guess more confidence in yourself? Would that be fair to say?
Kicking the apathy bug. I'm going to tell you this, and we talked about this a little bit ago. If you want to kick that apathy bug, you're going to have to get your butt kicked. You're going to have to try and fail. I don't mean try to fail, but you're going to have to try, and some of those outcomes will be failures. Mm-hmm. You're going to have to survive and see for yourself, I survived that. That is what we called a bought lesson. The best lesson is a bought lesson. And I don't mean hiring consultants and stuff like that. I mean actually going through it yourself. You can have your consultants who can walk you through and guide you through, this is what's going to happen, this is how you can react to it, this is what you can do. But it means nothing until you go through that yourself. Not just once, sometimes not just twice. Sometimes we have to go and get our butts kicked enough times where we go, I think they had a point, right? Until we realize for ourselves, like, I shouldn't trade when I'm desperate, right? It's almost like it was an original idea. We all have to go through that in some way, shape, or form. Where we get in our ego and we're like, I don't need this person. This person doesn't know what they're talking about. Only to go, you know what? I think that you shouldn't trade when you're desperate. And then the person that told you that might say, that's a great realization. Because sometimes we need it to come from us. And once we have our own point of reference, then we can hear what other people have to say. But we have to have enough bumps and bruises, enough scars from our own experiences to go, you have a point. I can see what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Apathy, you kick that by having your own experience and surviving. If you can survive getting your butt kicked, you'll be fine. Because you'll know, I've been here before. I've gotten through this before. It's not the end of the world. And it doesn't.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys wrote that down because I sure did. Never make a promise when you're happy, and never make decisions when you're angry. we'll be coming back to that for sure. Thank you so much. All right. Next question comes from Allison. Allison wants to know, what are some effective strategies or techniques traders can use to manage their emotions, particularly during times of market volatility and when facing losses? So in the moment, when you kind of feel that switch about to flip, how can you, I know we can't really control our emotions, or controlling your emotions is hard. What we can control is our behaviors to those emotions, our reaction. What are some things we might be able to do to kind of stop ourselves from chasing a market or revenge trading, as some people might say it? Yeah.
So this is why having your plan is important. Follow your plan. You know, Topstep helps you guys through that. I don't delve into those deep ends of the shark infested waters. So listen, you know, to all the training you get from your consultants on that. What I'm going to say is this: follow your plan, do what you plan to do, and don't react to that, especially if you don't know what the it is. Right? Revenge, that's a very broad category, believe it or not. What about revenge are you reacting to? And until you become aware of that at a core level, this is what's going on with me. This is the part of me that's being triggered. And it has nothing to do, and I mean absolutely nothing to do with trading itself. Then you can go ahead and say, okay, this is what I'm going to do with that. Until you can do that, you follow your plan. And if you can't follow your plan, then you're done. If you're like, I'm going to change this plan, I'm going to do this instead, that's when you know you're done, at least for the day. That is when you're done. And that is when you have to walk away. Once you cannot follow.
And that circles back to all the discipline that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Building those routines depends solely on your discipline and ability to follow the rules that you set for yourself, right?
Right.
And, if you can't follow those.
Yeah, and people don't appreciate that. I wish people would appreciate that more than they do. And I'm going to be very sincere when I say that. I really wish people would appreciate that more than they do. If you do not have enough control or discipline to follow your own plan, that is a problem, because it's easier said than done. People go, oh, I have my plan. Easy. Everybody that comes and says, I can't follow my plan, realizes hard, not so easy, because you are in your own way. And it has absolutely nothing to do with trading. This is childhood stuff. This is adolescent stuff. This is parent stuff. This is betrayal stuff that you're trying to work through on an online dark room where it's just you, your thoughts, your fears, your core beliefs, whatever they are. It's you versus you. And you're the only reason you can't follow your own plan. The only reason. Especially when you have it laid out right in front of you.
Mm-hmm. That really ties into another question coming from Dee. What are some ways to prevent ourselves from self-sabotage? And I think we kind of just picked on that a little bit. Just training yourself to be more disciplined. You use the word betrayal, betraying yourself. That kind of hit hard for me. Why would we actively go out to sabotage ourselves? What's the thought process around that? How do you really, I guess, escape that, get away from it?
Well, that's the thing. You can't. The only reason traders come to me is because they've tried everything. Or they're like, before I blow my money, let me go to her, and then so that way I don't blow my money or something. But the reason we betray ourselves is because we don't believe we deserve it anyway. I don't deserve to be happy. I don't deserve to be wealthy. I want to, but then the underlying faulty thought or core belief is, I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. If you grew up in a family where there was trauma and chaos everywhere, or someone putting you in competition with a sibling or other people, or comparing you all the time, and you want to prove them wrong as an adult, don't you sit there and tell me you believe you deserve to win. You want to win, but the question is, do you believe you deserve to? The question is, do you believe you're worthy of that? If someone's always put you down and say, you're not this, you're a piece of that, and blah, 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 do you really think, as an adult, that doesn't stay with you? It would be impossible.
Is that what we would call? Is that what we would call deep imposter syndrome? Would that be sort of in the same category?
Imposter syndrome is not a clinical diagnosis, but a faulty thought.
Okay.
See, if you think about, and I love pop psychology, it brings awareness to certain things. That's not that's not a thing. What you're really talking about is a sense of belonging. I don't belong here. That's an identity issue, right? Imposter syndrome, I don't fit in. They don't let me fit in. I don't believe, right? You're really talking about a culmination of faulty thoughts and beliefs about who you are and who you are not, what you deserve and what you don't deserve. And that, right, is in conflict. That is the dissonance. What I believe is in dissonance. It's in competition. It does not align with what I'm actually doing. Right? I believe I should be wealthy, but I do everything to make sure I stay poor. I spend everything that comes in, so I can never be wealthy. Right? I believe I should be able to make a lot of money on my trading. I have a solid plan, but then I undermine myself. I self-sabotage. Right? And so for each person, it's different. And it's about really looking at what is it that's really in control of what you're doing. That cognitive dissonance, right? That cognitive dissonance will destroy and has destroyed many of people. So what we often refer to when people are saying imposter syndrome, we're talking about cognitive dissonance. Right. So I want people to start accurately talking about things. And the book is at my office, but I want people on this live. And if they watch the video later, I want you to get this book. It's called Mistakes Were Made, But Not by Me. And it's like in its gazillionth revision because they keep updating. It's about politics, personal life, all kind of stuff. It's a wonderful, wonderful book. I have all of my patients read it. Mistakes were made, but not by me.
Got it. Just wrote it down.
Okay.
We'll post that in the chat later for everybody also.
Oh. And if people are, I love my books here. Let me see if I can find it. I'll have it for the next one. Yeah, it's not up here. It's probably upstairs in my other library. So, but yeah, that's a great book for you guys to start off with. Very, very relatable book on cognitive dissonance.
I just dropped the title in the chat. Mistakes were made, but not by me. Awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We've got time for a couple more. Next question from Orlando. Emotional versus logical. What are techniques to allow the logical to overcome the emotional?
It depends. I love that question, but it depends on how strong those emotions are. If you stuff those emotions down and you haven't dealt with them, there's no amount of logic. What you've created is what we call an autonomous complex. It will do what it needs to do. It has a life of its own. This is why I tell people, deal with the feeling. Deal with the feeling. If you can deal with the feeling, then the mind can work with it and guide it someplace productive. But if you don't deal with the feeling and then something gets triggered and it starts to pop off, there's not very much the mind can do. Have you ever tried to talk to somebody who was livid? If you have, they don't hear you. There's too much emotion there. There's too much anger there. You cannot talk them out of something because they are possessed by that emotion. Do not become possessed by your own emotion. That means
when you say,
mm-hmm.
I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please,
No,
please finish. I was just curious. When you say deal with the feeling, do you mean addressing whatever that outside factor was that gave you that emotional trigger? Is that what you mean by dealing with the feeling?
Deal with the feeling. It's your feeling. The possessive pronoun is mine or yours, right? Whoever owns it, they need to deal with that. That thing that happened out there just brushed up against whatever was already there. That is your feeling. Okay. You have to understand that feeling. If you don't, you're going to be in a lot of turmoil and conflict. Nothing's going to make sense. And you're going to always try to control the emotion with a thought. And it's like, no, the thoughts stem from the emotion. The ego is trying to control something. Right? Remember, for you all who took a psychology class or two, the ego's job is not to grow. The ego's job is to keep things even. We call it homeostasis. That means it's not trying to grow. Anything that tries to move it out of homeostasis is a threat. So you trying to understand your emotion or trying to feel your emotion, if it's not something you're used to doing, it's going to be hard and it's going to be scary because it's a threat and you're going to resist it. That's just what the body and the mind does. But your commitment to yourself has to be greater than your fear. So if anything you want to apply to when your emotions try to take over, it is my commitment to myself is greater than this fear. I need to understand what's going on with me. Why am I so bothered by this?
Yeah, I imagine that takes quite a bit of soul searching, and it's not going to happen quickly, right? On average, how long would you say it takes a patient to?
It depends.
When they first, yeah.
It depends. It can take 6 weeks. Some people get it right away. It depends on how committed they are, and it depends on how open they are to seeing themselves and not judging themselves, and how much work they've done and how resistant they've been. I tell people just a sliver, just this much changes everything. But the work that goes into this much movement is this much. And so it depends on how much work. It's no different than trading. Trading, people don't realize, it forces you to look at yourself. You are dealing with you every time you sit in front of that computer and put in a trade. That is you believing in yourself and having a choice every time. Am I committed to my plan? Am I committed to me? And sometimes we go, yeah. And sometimes we go, not today. Not right now.
Just checking in the chat, JC says, I wish I had waited to trade until after I heard Dr. Jinnie talk today.
Oh, JC,
so
you'll be
people are
lessons. These are lessons.
I think we're hitting home with a lot of people, though. All right. Probably have time for one more, and this is one I definitely wanted to get to. This question comes from Jack. You're looking at line 55 on that doc. Jack says, I carry a lot of anger. It has always been an asset and a tool to push myself, but for trading, it's horrible. I know how to be a good trader. I need to address this. I know to be a good trader, I need to address this, but it's like knocking down my own self-discipline foundation for my mindset. Where do I start trying to peel this anger onion?
Yeah, I love that. Oh, thank you, Jack. Wonderful. So here's the thing. I'm going to say this to you. Start with going, I'm angry. And I don't know why, right? Just being vulnerable. This is what I'm feeling, and I don't know why I'm feeling this way. That is one of the most powerful things that anybody can do. I am feeling humiliated. I'm feeling afraid. I'm terrified, and I don't know why. And sometimes what will happen after we say, and I don't know why, boom, it comes to us, and it's like, that's why. My dad, my mom, my partner, my situation. And then you just follow that as far down as you can go, as far down as you can tolerate. And watch what happens to that anger or to that vulnerability or to that sadness. Watch what happens. You'll have enough room to breathe, to think clearly. It does take a long time to peel back layers of onions, but you can do it. And it just starts off by acknowledging and owning, this is what I feel, and I don't know why I feel this way. I don't know where it's coming from. And just write it down. Write down whatever we call the automatic writing. Just start writing, don't think, and then see what you wrote. And you will be surprised at what comes out. So that's a technique.
Awesome. Yeah, take advantage of that emotional trading journal that we posted a little while ago. We'll post it again. This will help you at least be a stepping stone into making it a routine like Dr. Jinnie's talking about now. And I think Anne-Marie nailed it in the chat also. She said, you need to listen to your feelings, accept what they're doing, and understand them more so you know how to react to them in the future. Because again, your emotions are who you are. There's really no way to stop yourself from... Go ahead.
I'm gonna share this exercise with you guys really quickly. This is one of the things that you'll be learning how to do in the workshops starting this month. And this exercise is to close your eyes and ask yourself, what am I feeling? And be honest with yourself. So I'm closing my eyes just to demonstrate. And I might say, I'm feeling nervous. I'm feeling insecure. I'm feeling uncertain, angry. And then you go, why? And why am I feeling this way? Oh, I don't know. And then you allow something to come up, and you might say, oh, it's because, my last 6 trades didn't go well for the last week or something like that. And then you would go back to the feeling, because now you have some information, some data. You go, okay, anxiety, what good thing are you trying to help me do by being here, by being present, by helping me to feel you? What good thing are you trying to help me do? And then you just wait for the thought to come up. It may feel like you're making it up, but you're not. You just wait for the thought to come up. Some of you may speak it out loud. Some people may just have it and it's like, boom, and then I want you to write it down. The reason for that is every heavy emotion that we experience is trying to help us do something. It's trying to teach us something. It's trying to protect us from something. So when we move into this different space of going, oh, it's trying to help me, I don't have to be afraid of it. I don't have to try to split it off. I don't have to push it away. It can then transform your life.
Thank you, Dr. Jinnie. And is this something that people, if they join your TopStep trading workshop, are these sort of the techniques that you'll be working on with people?
Yeah, and then we'll walk them through it. They can go through and go, oh, and then they can start that process, right? And then they can practice it. The job that I have is to teach you guys how to do this for yourself, so you don't need anybody. You might just have questions about it later, but it's to be able to learn how to take care of your own emotional reactivity so it becomes helpful and not hurtful.
Understood. And we're going to keep everybody posted on those TopStep trading workshops with Dr. Cristerna, pardon me. What's the timeline? Do you think that these are going to start being available?
Oh, they're going to start next week. I have to send it all over. Yep, I'm going to have to send it. And they're only 90 minutes. And so it'll be, exercise, at least 1 to 2 exercises that they'll practice with some psychoeducation in the back. And then that way they'll know what this is for, how to use it. And then it's just something for them to start practicing a little bit at a time.
Wonderful. I'm looking forward to that. I'm definitely going to take advantage of it. With that, everybody, we are out of time. I'm sorry. I wish we had longer. This has been great. I've really enjoyed hanging out here with you, Dr. Cristerna, and thank you again for joining us. Everybody in the chat, I'm hoping that everybody took something away from this. I sure did. I know I did. So thank you again. Looking forward to those workshops. We're going to get you back on here as soon as we possibly can, because I love doing this with you also. I think you had me tearing up last time, if you don't remember.
Well, anytime you guys want me, I'm here, and it's always a blast for me to be back home. So whatever you guys need, just let me know, and I will definitely get those workshop dates out to you. So thank you so much, and good luck to everyone trading. Remember, everything that happens for us is helping us to grow, especially those emotions. So, mwah.
Everybody, and welcome to Market Stalking with the one and only D and guests. D and guests. We have a Coach Jay, as well as an R Bob and a Dolby. And markets are moving. Nasdaq is kind of on the up and up. Crude oil is not doing a whole lot. Rip my crude
oil not moving. Yeah. That's been
gold on the up and up. And YM also kind of catching a bounce. But D, any markets you're looking at, and what have you traded today?
I traded RBOB and I traded a bit of gold as well. I've got a new XFA that I'm working on and some combines. So I do have a short RBOB position open because I kind of feel that we left some space below this area unfinished. So that's what I'm looking at, sort of a break of the lows. But yeah, so right now in the new XFA, I'm up about, well, it's still floating, but I'm up about 845 on the day. One of the combines, I took $100 loss, and then I've got the third combine for 1.3K. So yeah, it's just slowly kind of chipping away, assigning different combines and different accounts to different sort of strategies and slight kind of twists and turns and all of that. But yeah, it's been a decent day so far. I did a failed auction in RBOB as my major. That's where my most of my profit came from. It was. I actually tried to do a mean reversion trade to go back up to value. Took a little bit of a hit there because it just started smashing downwards, and I thought, this is a failed auction now. And since I am the failed auction queen, that's sort of becoming my trademark at this point. I was like, well, I've got to take the failed auction because yesterday when I was doing my review, I actually noticed for some reason, I didn't see the failed auction in RBOB because I was doing a similar thing. I was kind of looking for a break upside, and partly it's because May has a tendency to close higher in this particular product. So I kind of maybe went into the whole day slightly biased. So that didn't work out. But today I was like, okay, if you see a failed auction, don't ignore it. So I didn't ignore it, and it ended up working out. So that was pretty much it. As for the rest of it, I tried a couple of GC trades. No hit, no like home runs or anything, but I did get a couple of smaller profits there. And yeah, that was pretty much it. Not much to say, really. I am expecting, like I said, some more downside as we head into the settlement here, because we left a bit of space to the downside. We are in a pretty strong downtrend if we look at the daily chart on our Bob. So there is a little bit of space before we kind of hit the next daily demand levels. And we have a B-shaped profile. And the day type is neutral at this time. So we'll see whether that happens. Sometimes it just kind of fizzles out and it doesn't do anything. But that is one last trade that I'm trying. For now, it's just range bound, so you must be loving this, Toby.
It's very range bound. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at that range in the NASDAQ. I was looking for a break of 300, never happened, and instead it ripped to the upside. So a range doesn't tell you the direction, just tells you that there's an opportunity. So we'll see if YM also catches that. Actually, it did catch a bounce. What am I saying? Yeah, it bounced at 12:15 Central and had a nice little pop as well. Haven't had too much time to actually go over the charts, but that's why we have Coach Jay here, who's probably been in the charts for quite a while today. Coach Jay, anything that you've been seeing in the markets, any trades that you've made, anything that's sticking out to you?
Yeah, so I traded a few accounts today as well. Traded some Topstep X combines. Had some nice trades there. A Japanese yen trade last night. Coach Paul and I have been talking about Japanese yen in the market recap. It's been in a downtrend for the past 8 months, and it provides a lot of good opportunity. And Deeyana, like you're talking about RBOB in that downtrend. It was just a short, the Japanese yen. If we take a look at it here, look at a higher time frame, is a short I put on last night and kind of just held into the number this morning. When it spiked down, it didn't spike exactly to my profit target, bounced back up, and I just took that one off. And then I'm trading some combines on Quantower as well, and those are down a little bit trading the NASDAQ, which from what I'm seeing is not the best trade today. It's very range bound. It's been that way for the past week and a half. We know we have more big news tomorrow, so it feels like the market's just kind of just waiting. I've been looking at a short in the NASDAQ, but we have this big orange box here that is, and my data's not loading.
Indices are ripping right now.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I just turned to NASDAQ chart and it's like whoosh through the initial bounce.
Cut you off, man, but YM and NQ just ripped higher.
Yeah, it did. Okay, well, we might have a trade on here.
There we go.
We might have a trade on.
Last but not, go. So finish your thought, please. Yeah.
No, I've been looking to short this market, but we have this news candle, right? We have PPI this morning. That candle's kind of framed out on the screen right now. We can see the top of that red rectangle we've been holding. So the shorts, unless we accepted back into that range, I was not going to take a short. It doesn't feel like a good short up here. Kind of just got to let the market do what it needs to.
Yeah, it's like I had a daily range high in the NQ at 350. We just popped that off. Also had a megaphone shape as well, and it looks like that ripped to the upside. I'm not sure if my charts are being shared. I think they are. Maybe they are. Maybe they're not. I'm not sure. Last but not least, Coach Roberts. What's going on over there? How are the range bars going?
Don't get me started, man. Get me started in Boston here. No, they're going. It's just it's a process like anything else. So I was fortunate to see the 100-tick chart because it's close. It's close enough to at least get me out of the time element. Because, I don't like trading time. But I didn't do anything today. It's all production work, but I did make some more Topstep X videos that are being produced right now, and they will be released in the platform like the rest of them. And those are by request. Like I did some VWAP ones, multiple orders. If someone wants to put a trade on but have multiple profit targets, I show how to do that a couple different ways. Everything would be requested. So that's been my job pretty much most of the day. As soon as you said NQ is popping, though, Dobie, I did jump in and use my little calculator thing that I like to use. And it's giving me a target. As long as we break around 385, it's giving me that target around 18,400 in the NASDAQ. So if we get over that number, that's what it's speculation, right? So we'll see if that actually transpires or not, but we got to get over 385 first and then the target around 400. It's just an estimated target. If it starts getting in there and slowing down, I was going to close a trade. I won't be because I'm not trading this right now, but I wanted to put that out there. So if anybody else wants to take a look at it, I have one more level that's even higher than that from 420 to 440-ish, somewhere in that area. Just kind of keeping an eye on it. We were looking at silver earlier in the green room and then the equity started moving. So I just kind of jumped over to that to take a look-see.
Yeah. And I did, Robert, you put in a ton of work on those Topstep X videos. The 5-minute or less videos are perfect. I did actually post the link to the playlist in chat. So if you are new to Topstep X, definitely bookmark that one. That is a very quick reference tool. I like how you just break it down into like one thing per video. I don't think enough kind of tutorials do that. So if you just want one thing, find the video 5 minutes or less. I mean, play it at 1.5 speed if you can't wait that long. Awesome stuff. Thank you so much for doing that, Robert. Deeyana,
absolutely.
It looks like Deeyana gained a hat and I lost one. Is there a story behind the hat there, Deeyana?
No, I just liked it, and I'm a little bit light sensitive today. I've been going through a bit of a crash thingy, whatever, and it just felt like it's a pretty nice thing to just block out some of the very bright lights that I have here. And yeah, so somebody says, Steve R says, when I say failed auction in my head, I say it with a British accent. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that, Steve.
That's pretty funny. What is that? Is that a drum and bass hat? Is that what that says? DB?
No, it's a company called Alo. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Oh, okay.
I literally just went. It's actually a visor, one of those things that you'd wear, when you play golf or tennis or something.
Yeah.
And it's just a little thing where I can put my hair out, and I don't feel sweaty or anything like that, and it serves the purpose. So yeah.
Right.
And I thought, since a lot of people here wear hats, might as well join up, right?
Join up. Yep. I got a haircut, so I had to switch it up. Let the hair breathe a little bit. I know Dolby and Robert look like brothers. If you're like a white guy on TopstepTV, we're basically all related. Andre, Robert, myself, JD, Hope.
We all look the
all
same,
one
right?
family. We're all the same. Just all the same. I don't know how that works. How does that work? Anyway,
I don't know. It must be in the blood. It's in the trader blood or something like that.
Yeah, right. Andre was offended by that one.
It must be just
Sorry,
the paleness from a lack of sunshine. I think that's all it is, really.
It is. Sorry, Andre, you're a clone, buddy. We're all clones, man. We're all clones.
Yeah, that's right.
So we'll see if NASDAQ can sustain highs there, pushing 18,380 right now. Going to the upside, I don't have a house account right now, but theoretically, if we had a house account, what would we be looking at? What markets do we think have the most opportunity right now for a trade?
Jay, what are you looking at over there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at a few different things, to be honest. And Dee, I'll let you go in a second, but the ags have been the best movers this week, to be honest. I don't know if we can trade the ags in the house account, but this is a soybeans chart I have up right here. This is the open for soybeans. Right around here, we can see a nice opening range breakout trade. I don't like anything in the equities personally for a house account trade right now. It just feels stuck in a range. We've been chopping around VWAP the entire time. Anything feels like a quick scalp opportunity potentially, unless you catch the extremes of the range. I feel like with that account, we're kind of looking for more trend trades, and the equities just have not been trending this week.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't really see much. We're still at that same supply where just looking at ES here. And one of the reasons why me and Anne-Marie took that short in the house account was because there were some levels around there that I was looking at on the daily chart, which matched up with some of her gamma levels. And then we saw a failure of the price to advance past those levels. But, the problem here is that we're still stuck at that same range. And usually what that means is that there aren't enough sellers at a supply to take the price sufficiently away from the supply. So that's a bad sign for any shorts. So for me, I don't like going long into an opposing area on such a large time frame, because even if you get it right, the fact that you're at a supply, it kind of acts as brakes on the price action. So you kind of get a little bit of a move, and then it sort of gets smacked down, and it just takes time to build power into those opposing areas. So I personally don't see anything here either for a house account. So yeah, I think we need to wait for maybe a little bit more data to shake things out so that we can get some better levels for that particular size and account, and something more obvious, I would say.
Right. Has anyone been looking at copper recently? I know chat has kind of been pounding the table a little bit on the copper markets. I peeked at them today, and it looks like they were just cruising to the upside. I mean, copper looks like it's almost gone parabolic since February.
Platinum
as well.
Jesus.
Really? So
I totally missed that.
If you're a trend trader, the opportunities are not in the equities this week, and it may take some scanning around. But copper was up 5.5% at one point today. By the time I saw it mentioned in the chat, it was on the way back down. Right, traded above $5 and came right back down. But if we look at that trade, right, traded above a major psych level, which is $5. I don't know the last time copper's been up there. No follow through above that level. This short was 40 minutes back to where we started, and that's a $3,000 trade with a one lot.
Wow.
Right.
That's
We could be fighting to find trades in the equities, or you could go to the markets that move and try to find a setup there. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing to do because you're scanning for opportunity and you might be jumping around. But a setup is a setup, I think.
Yeah. What? I mean, that's a good question. Like, we are talking about different markets. What's the most? We can do a little roundtable real quick. What's like the most amount of markets that you all look at, let's say, like in your rotation? If ES is not getting action, I'm switching to crude. If crude's not getting action, I'm switching to XYZ. What's kind of in your all's repertoire of markets that you like looking at?
I've got about 6 things that I look at, and I think that's pretty sufficient. So I've got gold, I've got RBOB, I've got crude oil when it's moving, but currently it's not really moving. I've got DAX, which we don't have yet on Topstep, but I know that Michael is working on getting Eurex, so we'll have it at some point. I look at platinum, and I look at ES as well. So those are my 6.
Cool. And actually, before I send it back, a chat, put your markets in there. So if you trade 4 or 5 different markets, go ahead and put your 2 cents in there on the markets you trade. I'm sure other traders would also like to know what other traders are looking at. Coach Robert, what kind of markets do you look at? What's in your rotation?
So it's been primarily NQ, but I've been pushing off on the YM a bit. And one that's kind of hanging out in the back burner has always been UB. It's the Ultra Bond. They seem to hold on to levels pretty well. And, I'm not really a time-based chart trader, but the irony is UB. I'll throw that on a 15-minute chart. It just seems to look the best. It doesn't move and fly all over the place, so I don't think it's real necessary to get real granular with it. You just need to get those higher levels. I just saw my chart switch, where I will actually pull up UB on my chart. And it's called the Ultra Bond, and I will put it on 15 minutes so we can potentially see, and I'll scan it out a couple of days. There we go. We're looking back at the last 4 or 5 days. We're in the chart with the Ultra Bonds in a 15-minute chart, and if you just eyeball this thing, you could literally just see levels all over the place, like little zone areas. Like I just made flood. I'm just literally just eyeballing this, picking a few support resistance levels, but I want you to just to share them out, and you can kind of see how they almost hold true. Pretty solid, like that. See, that's actually moves over a little bit more. So once you get these mapped out, and it's fairly slow moving, but the price point is $33.25 a tick. And one of the things I talked about yesterday was breaking out of our comfort zone. That's kind of my little spiel there yesterday when I was on with John Hoagland and Anne Marie, saying, let's try something new. Let's look at something different. Let's open up the brain, expand a little more, and get outside of any type of fears. And maybe you never know. You might get lucky with something that just happens to work for you that you never even tried before, like the RBOB. Hey, oil's not moving. It's on rollover. Things aren't going. What is gasoline doing? Give it a shot, right? And it just happens to work out sometimes. So NQ first, YM second. Ultra Bond is always on the back burner, but I am going to start dipping my toes into some of these new ones we have out. So looking forward to it.
And before I kick it over to Coach Jay, position update. Does anyone have something on currently, just so we can get the scrollers updated?
Like I said, I have that short RBOB, but I don't think it's going to go anywhere. Otherwise, it should have already done something. I mean, you can put it up there. So
sure. Are you short RBOB or long RBOB?
Yeah, I'm short. I was waiting for a breakout, but again, I don't know how long I'm going to be short for because I'm actually thinking of killing it now.
What's the price?
I don't like the movement. It was 245.54.
Perfect.
We've moved a little bit past that, so but the thing is, I'm going to close it now. So yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, forget it. Anyways,
it's gone.
Next trade. So, Coach Jay, what kind of markets? What's in your toolbox of markets when your primary isn't popping off?
So, with doing the market review, market recap after the market closes with Coach Paul, there's 28 things on my watch list, but that's just everything that we can trade at Topstep. Because what Coach Paul and I want to do is talk about where opportunity might have been and if we were looking at that market, how we could have taken advantage of it. What I try to do with my own trading is try to find one from each sector that's moving, right? So one energy, one of the equities, a metal, right? So I'm not going to look at silver, platinum, gold, copper, all for a trade opportunity, but I'll try to find which one maybe has the highest percentage move on the day, right? And then I'll try to find an opportunity in that market because it might have a bigger range. So it's usually one from each sector, one of the ags. I'll usually look at soybeans. So probably 5 different markets for the day. And then, try to find the opportunities from there. Deeyana, I like the RBOB short. I think it's been a great short all week, and I kind of see what you're seeing. And I also see why you want to cut that trade, because we're holding the bottom of that range. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, because what I was expecting is as the volume grew into settlement, I was expecting some more power and then a breakout downside to basically fill the day's range, and that hasn't happened. So that's why I'm cutting it. If you're hearing some scratching, I think one of my dogs is outside, where the other 3 are in here. So he's going crazy and he's like barking outside. So he's like, I'm all alone, help! So if you hear something weird, that'll be why.
So is anyone? Oh, God.
If we can pull up my charts real quick, just that RBOB trade again, and just because it's providing an example, and I think all markets kind of do this. You guys know I look at volume all the time. I have this 3-minute chart up here, and we have this volume spike with this candle that kind of ended in a doji. And that candle was 1,400 contracts traded in a 3-minute period. And we can see for the rest of the day, that was the biggest volume traded all day. And we've pretty much stayed in that range with the low of that range holding. But I think that's going to be important going through the rest of the week, because for some reason, all of that volume had to trade at those prices. We just settled in RBOB. Is that right, D? Or
that's right. Settlement. Settlement just went through. Now, the weird things that I was noticing is that sometimes once the settlement is over, and this has been happening recently, it's not really something that I want to see all the time, but there's like extra movement that we never really used to have before. Now, I'm not really quite sure why that's happening now. I have a little theory that there's like some algorithms in the market that are active up until settlement, and then once they go, the human traders sort of take over the retail traders, so they have some effect on the price. And I think we're seeing the same in gold, actually. So it's just like one interesting little tidbit. So we might see a little bit more movement, but at this time, I didn't get the final move of the day that I was looking for in RBOB, so therefore I'm staying out.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's great. What do we think about some of the indices here? We're testing the highs. NQ peaked above 380s. Looks like it's heading back lower. I believe ES kind of has a similar structure, but still within range here, staying below 5260. Is this a range trade that looks tempting to anybody? I believe Anne Marie was actually talking about if NQ's lost 18,370, she'd like to add to a short. I mean, are we liking a range trade in the indices with what's going on, or do we think that there's going to be some upside push here going into the power hour segment?
Personally, I think it just had that big push. I'm just going to glance over another chart that I have more familiarity with here. Before taking any type of range trade, my opinion on this is give it a little more time to make sure that the range is established, that we are discussing taking a trade on. Meaning, we just got that big push up, and it's hanging around a little bit, but I don't think it's fully qualified in my eyes, in my opinion, when I look at this as a range trade yet. I do see the 930 high, 930 central, and then about the 1120 central time. 1020 central time. Those two peaks are right up there, and I'll give you the price level. It's 18,368, 18,378. Just call it right in that range right there. We're just right above it, and we're just staying over it. So I would hold off personally on taking a range trade until we establish a little bit more. This is a range, and it's not just a little bit of a pause here to take off one way or the other. So I'm in favor of it if we just give it a little more room to show itself, whether it's actually going to stay there or not, because you never know, it might dump right back down again. Then there's no range trade. it pushes through the top. It's just been ballistic, and it was just a little pullback.
Yeah.
So I'd hold off a little bit on it.
Yes, it's popping.
Yeah, we also have some pretty important things that happen around this time of day. So you get the early bond close, which used to be the old pit close. And what tends to happen is that not only do we get the MOC during power hour, but we also have extra volume coming in from bond traders who are now a little bit bored, and some of them come over to the equities. And sometimes that can cause some greater volume. So you want to wait until that shakeout happens first, then see if there's a range. So that's just my take on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have ES here pushing 52.64, just ate up like 600 contracts pretty easily at like I think it was 62.20. No, it was I think 62.50.
52.60.
So so indices are definitely on the march higher. NQ shooting higher as it typically does, and even the YM on the 30-minute. So all indices across the board catching a bid. For those at home who are keeping track of GME, it looks like it filled the gap in my trading view chart and has since then caught a bid. So we'll see how that ends up finishing on the day. Clearly very, very exciting stuff for the meme stocks. And we also have a regular market. Yeah, I mean, hey, we got a lot of action this week in the markets. I mean, when you have meme stocks popping off, anything can happen. And anything will happen. This is the market. Doesn't really need a reason.
And NQ385 trade would be an entry right there. So, and I drew it out on my chart from earlier. I took a screenshot so people can't say I just drew it on in hindsight. I drew it on early, took a screenshot, put it in chat. It did break through that 385 level. The target was roughly 18,400 on NQ. It did pull up a bit. And if it starts to drop back a little bit, I'd probably get out of that trade. And this is, to be clear, I'm not trading this right now. We're all getting live accounts. So we're in the process of there. And as soon as that live account gets set up, we just want to, just hang off for a day or two, get things squared away. And everybody, all of us are here just getting live accounts. And that's what it is. Live traders, live markets, live money, live everything. Yeah. So that's why we're doing this right now. We're just kind of screen time again. And we'll be here. Hopefully we get 400. We'll see.
House account will be active for power hour. I believe we have Austin Silver coming on, who's in chat. Yo, he says. Hello, Austin. Welcome. Great interview with MP. I hope everyone in chat got a chance to watch our fearless leader get interviewed by Austin, who's also interviewed Rips as well, becoming quite the little interviewer there. Austin, fantastic stuff. And like Robert said, we are waiting for some live accounts. Cannot wait to chop it up. Robert, what's the first trade you're going to make in your live account?
Oh, probably a loser. Yep. It's just kind of par for the course. You've been doing this long enough. You're just like, So no, we're gonna go out, man. That's what we're all. We're gonna be trading size. We're gonna be trading markets. We're gonna be having fun, getting some movements. Win or lose, we'll have our trades planned out. We'll have them talked out, and we'll throw them on live with some size on them, and hopefully go forth and prosper. If you hit a loser, you hit a loser. It's welcome to trading, right? But we'll be back at it again anyway. But I'm going for it. It's just that's what we're here for. It's the same exact setup. It's like if I'm gonna trade one micro and I'm gonna trade 5 minis, I'm doing the same thing. It's just my levels are my levels. The trade is the trade. And it's just moving a decimal point as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to it too. Just chop it up a little bit. Maybe put a trade on and flatten it real quick just to wet the whistle, breaking the account. Dee, I do want to come back to crude oil. You said it's been kind of slow. It had a lot of action recently due to geopolitical events. It seems like those headlines have quieted down quite a bit. Is this why we're seeing crude kind of sell off?
Yeah, I don't know about the sell-off, but there's certainly obviously there's always an effect with geopolitical risks in crude oil, and it's a relatively thin market, so it's not that difficult to move with even some relatively small size. Now, the thing with crude oil is that I showed this the other week on Edgewall, actually, that the range, even from about a year ago, has come down to half. So it's not even, and then in the last 3 months, it really went down. So even though we had some bigger days, they still weren't as big as what we would normally get for these type of events on crude oil. To give you a little comparison, when we had the whole COVID thing kicking about, it was a black swan event, but we had crude oil moving regularly, 700 ticks per day. We even had a few days where it went over 1,000 ticks per day. And then it kind of settled over the last 3 years into this sort of 350, 250, 300, that was kind of the mean average. And that's also what I remember it being back in 2014 when we had the crude oil crisis and all that. So really, if you look at it from a historical mean point of ranges, what should the range in crude oil be? It should be around 250 ticks per day. So we're nowhere near that. We're actually sitting, even on the bigger days, we are sitting at about maybe 180, maybe 200, and that's like an oddity where we get one move in that direction and that's it. The problem with news-based events is that they're impossible to predict because there's no way to predict them. So if you're kind of lucky enough to be in a trade when the news event comes out, that's great. But I don't like to trade based on luck. So what's been my bread and butter is the technical areas where we get some sort of a mispriced opportunity intraday. That's the failed auction. That is the average session range low and high reversals, or even continuations back to the previous day's value as a kind of a mean reversion trade. So all of that, it's kind of not been having the follow-throughs that it should have, because we get one move during the first hour of trading, during the initial balance, and then after that, it sort of fizzles out. So what's been happening is that we have, a 30-minute candle that almost exhausts like half the amount of the average range that we currently have. That, to me, in my methodology, is a little bit tricky because I base my decisions on like 15-minute and 30-minute events, even though sometimes I might front run a trade from a lower time frame. But generally, I don't like doing that. So I will position myself with usually about a 30 to 35 tick stop, and then I expect to see follow through of at least 70 ticks. Now, when I say I'm entering a trade, I have the reversal, right? And then if we only have 115 ticks to work with, and I'm using a 35 tick stop based on a reversal that I've noticed, I'm not going to be catching pure highs and lows, right? I'm going to be catching it somewhere sort of a third into it at best. Sometimes, though, what's been happening is that the market's already moved. So by the time I get my signal, I enter, and then there's just no follow through. We get stuck in 30 tick ranges. That's where there's a problem with the market. So there's no follow through past the initial balance. So until that comes back, I need to be patient and I need to trade other things. Like RBOB doesn't do that. RBOB has plenty of liquidity. So if you look at the failed auction that we had today, it sort of started to fail the auction. And even after I actually got in halfway through this because I used a 15-minute chart. So I got in somewhere around this area, so 48.06, thereabouts. And then it just proceeded to fall away from that entry point by 260 ticks. Obviously, it's much easier to trade that because you don't have to like nitpick with your entries. And I absolutely hate nitpicking entries because, again, I'm not a scalper. I'm sort of an intraday swing trader, let's call it. And I like to catch those big moves. And then by comparison, if I go to crude oil chart, if I were to use the same sort of scalability, so the same 30-minute chart, today we had a little bit of a better movement, right? But if I use the same sort of thing, today we just about on a 35 tick stop, just about managed to get to those 2 Rs. But today we had follow through, right? Even though now it's a bit dead, but we had follow through. But if you go back even on Monday, you will see that. And Mondays are not that quiet. Like Mondays can be actually pretty lucrative for crude oil. If you look at this particular reversal, it barely went to sort of 30 ticks in profit and then just started to reverse. So that's more a scalper's market to me. That's not really something that I would be looking for. And then you have like one day where it does run. But then again, you look at Thursday, look at this. It's just almost barcoding. So if I, if I use a reversal pattern, here it is, what am I going to get stuck in? Well, I can nitpick on stops to try and get a little bit more of a risk reward, but largely I'm barely going to get 1 R. And that's like if I'm pretty quick to take my profit because it just hits the edge of the initial balance and goes back up, and then it just gets stuck. That's what's been happening on a lot of the days, and that's not normal for crude oil. I've heard some people say, "Oh, crude oil is pretty slow." It never used to be. So that's why I moved away from RBOB. Dolby, you can also see that, you know, for range bound traders, for scalpers, this is great, but for anyone who's looking for those follow-throughs for at least like 2 30-minute candles past the initial balance in either direction, it's a little bit tricky.
Yeah. While you've been talking, the indices have been skyrocketing. YM has gained almost 300 points since 1220. Wow. NQ, everything is popping. Is there any news, chat? Is there anything going on right now? It can't just be meme stocks making this market move. If anyone has any news, please let us know. Maybe it's just the shorts got trapped at 7:30 and now they're paying the price, but this is very aggressive.
I think that's probably the case. I don't see anything on a financial juice. Usually there's like a big red thing that pops up. There's nothing.
Somewhere saying
this is exactly why we said to hold off. You know, that's the exact reason why. It was a comment from earlier. It's like you asked me what I would do. It's like, let's just wait and see if this is actually a range or just popped up. It's going to hover a little bit and then take off again. That's what it did. It went through both the targets that we have on there. But the equities, they are resilient. That's for sure. Jay, did you pick any of those?
I tried to take a short. Like I said, I was looking for one. I tried to take one after we pushed through 400, looking for a pullback. I think we're probably going to get it now. I saw Dakota's in that short as well. I think I was just a little early, but I wanted to keep it tight just in case that momentum continued. But we did take out a big order at 18,400. And normally when we see that kind of size filled in the NASDAQ, there is this pullback. Now, we don't know when the top of that move is, but it looks like it might have set it here at this 416. That looked like a better area to potentially take that short, and looking for about a 25 point to 50 point pullback. I like where Dakota's trade is, and I would go stop above the highs. Mine was just a little early. I should have let the momentum kind of settle before taking that short.
Isn't that funny? I was going to be long up in that position and getting out of the trade at 400. You guys are waiting for 400 to take the short. Both of them would be super cool. I mean, we're right back at 400 right now on the NQ. So yeah, that's so cool. You can jump in the same trades like that.
That's what I love when I see, is because I have certain traders who are with me for coaching. So somebody would be taking a mean reversion back to value and they make money. And then I've got somebody else just getting involved at the value low as a rejection that they make money too. It's like, wow.
Exactly.
It's just fascinating. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I'm looking at, right? We had, Dolby, you were asking me about that range earlier. The reason I didn't like a range-bound trade either is because we actually had volume come and push us out of the range that we were kind of stuck in. But I haven't seen VWAP go with this price action at all. This VWAP anchored to the session open is, for the NASDAQ, is still down at 325, which is interesting. That's a lot of space between where the market's trading and where the volume average is. A reversion back down to that VWAP would not be a surprise. That's why I don't like buying up here, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, definitely tricky for a trend trade. But typically I try to stay away from range trades in which you get a very strong candlestick that gets up into the top of the range. And it looks like that would have saved me if I was trading, because I would have not taken that trade. And Robert just let me know that the VWAP video has been added to the tutorial section. So if you go to Topstep on YouTube, go to playlists, there is probably over 15 videos now of Robert just coaching a specific thing on TopstepX, and it looks like VWAP just got added. Brian Shannon is a big proponent of the anchored VWAP, and that is in TopstepX. So you can do anchored VWAP if you want to add that to your arsenal. It is in there now. As Austin Silver says, VWAP or die. That is some conviction there, Austin. But that's what it takes if you want to be a trader.
Right. Dobie, thanks for shouting that out. I appreciate it. There were two that were added. That was the big one. That's been a big question as far as VWAP goes. I think the last two were literally, I want to do them as, TopstepX in 5 minutes or less, every individual component. break it out. So make it easier to review. You don't have to sit through like hours and hours of videos. But yes, VWAP one, that was a big one. I went through multiple ways to anchor, different levels, how to use it, different time frames, in the different settings with the main ones. It's all in that video. And I think it's right smack at 5 minutes. The other one that was posted was the process. It's another question of like, I want to enter a trade of more than one contract, let's say 5, but I want to have 5 different profit targets. I went through the whole process as well because there's a couple ways you can do it. We ran through those. Those 2 have just been posted, and there'll be more coming out.
That's awesome.
Yeah, this
Thank you so
is
much.
one thing that I'm waiting for in Topstep, and that's the trade in ticks. So that's like one thing that I'm really missing at the moment. I don't know whether they're working on it. I did try to look for it, and it didn't it seemed like it's in review or something like that. So yeah,
Well, we do have
once
the
we
tip
get that,
data.
I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Data's there, just a matter of doing those calculations,
I know.
and the brackets are being worked on as well, just to make them more easier to
So
say,
maybe
hey, I
they're
want to
gonna do
jump
it.
into this and I want to throw. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's there. It's on the list. And so are my coveted range bars, right, Jay?
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of VWAP, I started Brian Shannon's book over the weekend. Got about halfway through.
Nice.
And even if you're not a VWAP trader, I would suggest reading it just because of how cohesive it is, right? It goes through why he's using the tool and then examples of how to use it. And I think anybody who's kind of developing a trading plan could learn something from that, right? It's examples, it's risk management, it's all of it. And then me being a volume trader, it kind of fits with how I trade. But really good stuff in there for sure.
Do you think it would give you an edge in understanding the psychology behind why traders are responding to VWAP? And is there any commentary you could offer to that?
Yes. Basically traders are looking at price above VWAP means buyers are in control. Price below VWAP means sellers are in control, right? And the way he breaks it down is, institutional traders, that's where they're doing most of their business around that price. But even if you're not a VWAP trader, I had a trader yesterday actually, where VWAP was cutting price in half, right? Cutting the price action in half. And the comment was, which I agree with, depending on how you're looking at VWAP has no purpose at this point, right? Because it's cutting price in half, it's not supportive or resistant. I think the way I would look at that
but I would argue. Yeah, I would argue that it would be a good target on a range bound day. This is how I would like to use it, and that's how I use it on a lot of the days. Yeah.
Exactly. What that's telling me, right? If VWAP is at a 0-degree angle and just cutting price in half, is perfect time to range bound trade because volume is not able to push price in any direction, right? What you
but
don't
at the same time,
go ahead, dude.
Yes, at the same time, some people make the mistake of going into a trade at VWAP on a range bound day.
Yes.
So what I think they're doing there is just getting involved in the middle of the middle, and then they're like, oh, but it's good. No, it's like going against me, and the market's out to get me. It's like, no, they're not. You just didn't read the market state correctly today. When VWAP is flat, it means there is no pull, right?
Trend.
So there's no trend there. So therefore, you need to position yourself as far away from VWAP. That's where session highs, session lows, second standard deviations that Anne-Marie uses are super handy. And you can find these beautiful little mean reversions just as long as there's like enough range between the current price and VWAP. That's your trade. That's your range bound trade.
Yep, and the one that's worse than that, Deeyana, to add to your comment, trading around VWAP, just trying to pull in. If it's flat and leveled off, like Jay was saying, that it's just ranging right there. The one that's worse than that is if price is crossing up and down across VWAP is level, and it's on the point of control. That's the next worst one.
Yeah, that's just horrible. Yeah, absolutely horrible. Yeah.
You are in the shark tank.
The worst trades that I've seen.
Oh, yeah.
Because I know it says point of control, but point of control does not mean control. It means the widest point of the profile, right? It means, yes, correct, that's where a lot of people were positioned, but it's not a control of anything. They're not taking control. So that needs to be said like so much, because people come to me and they're like, I'm entering at point of control. And I'm like, okay, why?
Yeah, why?
You never have a good answer. Yeah, never have a good answer.
If you ever want to feel the most insecure in your trade, enter at point of control, because that is coin flip city.
You literally have no idea where it's going.
No.
There's no edge.
No. There is no edge.
So I would say it's we always look for trades, say, what can I trade? What can I trade here? And then digging in and just getting that anxiousness of, I need to take this trade. And sometimes to find what to trade is to find like what not to. So you look at it and say, wow, man, I would love to take a trade and name your instrument. NQ right now. When you look, guess what? VWAP is flat. Oh, nope, I'm going to go to ES. Wow, VWAP is curling up, but it's bouncing across point of control. Nope, go over to gold. What does that look like? So you can have these little quick hits that can say, these are non-negotiables for me. And point of control trading is absolute non-negotiable for me. Pull up a chart. I don't care what chart, when it is, what time of day.
That's a systematic method. That's the systematic approach. Most people who are slightly newer in this game, they don't have a systematic approach. And I think that's where the problem is if you're going to look at multiple markets, but you're not exactly sure what you're looking at. Now, what Robert said here, he quite clearly explained to everyone what he wants to see. And when he doesn't see that, he moves on to the next chart, right? But if you don't have that level of skill, or you're kind of struggling, you look at the chart and you're like, oh, what is it? Oh, God, I don't know. Probably not the best to jump around like we do sometimes. So there is, a level of skill that needs to be there before we start looking at other markets. But having said that, if you are struggling and if nothing's moving, maybe have a look at something else. But just beware that, people that you see on here have a pretty high level of skill. However much stick you guys give us in the chat, we have been doing this for a while. And Robert just proved that, like literally in like 5 seconds flat.
Yeah. And then there's a question about anchored
that's just for me. So yeah. Go ahead.
Anchored VWAP. What's the question? Is on my screen right now. All right. So 5th tile down, left-hand side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Click forecasting measurements underneath volume based. And then if you like it, you can add a little star. Click anchored VWAP. And then wherever you click on the chart is where it will anchor. And then that is your VWAP. I don't personally use VWAP because I just use boxes and my brain can only handle about one complex thing at a time. But I do like seeing other people share their kind of styles, their frameworks, what they use to help place trades. It does help knowing how the market will respond to certain levels. I do feel like anytime the market decides to bounce randomly, it's almost always VWAP is the reason, is what it seems like.
At least it is in equities. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Here's a question, an FAQ that we always get. What is the meaning of a failed auction? So should we go through that again?
Yeah, we have a couple minutes. Okay, we can wrap it up with that one.
Just quickly. A failed auction means so it involves a couple of things. So the first component is the first hour of trading range of the active trading hours. So for our friend Arbob here, that is from 8 a.m. till 9 a.m. CST. Once that time period is over, what you want to see is the market popping outside of that range and then failing to progress, thereby failing the auction back into that first hour of trading range. When that happens at a particular time of day, there's a high probability that the price is going to rotate all the way back where it came from. So all the way to the other side of that first hour trading range. It's a very high probability trade, probably works about 77% of the time in some of my instruments, energies. Don't really have the stats on some of the other products, but that's something that I've observed quite a lot. And every time I ignore it, it always smacks me in the face. It's like, hey, you failed auction. But yeah, it's a very good thing to have in your trading arsenal is a failed auction. How well is the price advancing outside of that first hour trading range? And if it's not doing a very good job, you have a failed auction potential on your hands. But the actual core setup is when the full 30-minute candlestick closes back inside that range. And that will look different every single time. There's some nuances that need to be taken care of before you can confidently trade some more volatile products. But I have been successfully front-running failed auctions for like 11 years now. So it's something to put in sort of your toolbox and to have a look at how the price behaves once that first hour is over. The first hour is going to vary depending on what you trade. So for equities, it's a little bit later. For gold, it's quite early. And then you have crude oil that's sort of kind of in the middle. So if you have a look at regular trading hours and former open outcry fit times, opening times, that can give you a good pointer for this sort of a play and setup.
Yep.
I just say come failed moves, come fast moves, and it's
correct.
Similar,
That's
but less less description to it. But like if price fails to push prices higher or lower, there tends to be a run on reversing that because anyone who wanted to play the breakout is now trapped, and then it's going to quickly kind of cover.
Yeah.
So come
and
failed
also
moves,
there's a
come
time
fast moves.
component. Absolutely, there's a time component to it. If you see the move failing, but it's sort of struggling and it's like not really advancing through that first hour trading range through the initial balance, that's probably not a true failed auction. You might be looking at a slower auction in that direction. That's always tricky, very tricky, because those are tough to figure out. But what you can see on the profile is that typically when that's happening, we start to build more and more structure on the actual TPO profile. TPO profile are these weird letters that me and Hogue have on our charts. Mine are also represented with these blue sort of extension lines. And when you see it building structure, that usually means it's probably not a true failed auction. So there's definitely a time component in that whole mix.
Yeah. Yep, that was excellent question and excellent descriptions. But this hour has flown by. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Yeah, I know, right? It was a fast one.
Well, we started stalking a little bit. We did some stalking.
We did a little bit of stalking. We stalked.
Yeah.
Mostly stalked chat.
I did see a question. I did see a question in the chat that I think we can answer real quick. I think it was from Joseph McCullough. Why is this market ripping? There's more buyers than sellers.
Nice.
At this point, really.
Way to go there, Jay. Speak Captain Obvious over there.
Yeah.
That is the answer.
That's the answer, though. That's the answer.
It is. Sometimes why it takes too long to figure out. The fact that something is happening might be more important, and we can figure out why after. Just kind of shoot first, ask questions later. But I'll leave it at that.
Don't know till you bet. But coming up, we got Power Hour with myself, Andre, and the interview man himself, Austin Silver. So it should be a very, very fun one. And I think Andre is going to have that house account queued up. The markets are bumping right now, so we should definitely be able to place a trade. Maybe I can peer pressure Andre into taking a little bit of exercise than normal. But we will see you in a couple minutes. We'll be right back with Power Hour.
We are back for everyone's favorite hour, the Power Hour. The man in the middle, Austin Silver. Austin Silver, how are we doing today?
Doing good, boys. Good to see you guys. Dolby looking good. Andre looking even better. What's up?
Even better. What? How Dolby? Wow, catching a stray already. Man.
Well, all right. Dolby called me short on the last, in the last segment. So I was just
what do you mean?
one back.
I'm short too.
Speaking of short,
short kings unite, Dolby. We unite here.
Speaking of short, I got something to ask you a bit here, Austin, about being short, taking shorts in this market. But very quickly, in the lower right-hand corner of the screen, you see the countdown clock to the closing bell, as well as hashtag Power Hour. Dolby time, my partner in crime. What is hashtag Power Hour?
We're trying to go viral, Dre. Hashtag Power Hour on X. So please share us your trader wins, your best trades, any memes, especially if they make fun of Andre. Even Austin right now. Austin is shooting off some bullets as well. So if you want to dig at him as well.
I'm in the kitchen, bro. Let's go. I'm in.
Yes, that is right. We're cooking up a stew right now. So we've had some really good stuff. I want to keep this train going. So hashtag Power Hour. Just you have a funded trader certificate, winning trade, past something, funny memes. Please let us know. Yeah, if you have any merch that you got, please share it on X. Hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. It's gone really, really well. So let's keep this going. And we have enough time. If you send it in, I will for sure grab it and post it today because we're a little bit light on some content. So good chance. It's a good chance, chat. Got a chance to impress. But back to you, Dre. We're speaking of short things.
Yeah, speaking of short things. Well, real quick, Austin, you said you are in a trade. Update us on the trade.
I am. So first thing I'll say is I'm in my second trade really of the day here on this combine. I've got a couple of 50K combines. I actually locked myself out of my XFA early this morning because I identified that we were in a range. I'm not the best range trader, and we have a huge news event tomorrow. PPI moved us this morning. CPI is going to move us tomorrow. So I'm going to wait until after CPI before trading my funded accounts, which means we get to have some fun in the combines and be a little more aggressive, right, than I like to be in the XFA. So seeing that, the first trade I tried this morning that you were mentioning was a short going into market open. I lost that short, but I got back short this afternoon, made the money back. I was up about $400, and now I'm in some drawdown on a long. So trying to feel the market out here, I just seem to be a little bit out of tune, to be honest. I think I should have been long clearly at 52.50 or 52.52. Instead, I'm long at 69. So I'm a little high, but I can justify it with a quick explanation. So if you guys are looking at my screen, I'll flip to the 15-minute chart, and I'll show you the levels I'm looking at. So we're going back to Friday. The 52.63, 52.64 high on Friday, and the 52.35 low is clearly the range we've traded in, not just since Friday, but also yesterday and today. I mean, that is a nasty pin outside the range and then right back in the range almost to the top of it following the news this morning. So my thought is now that we've kind of broken out of the range and we're what I would call an expansion outside the range, I don't want to be short yet. Now, if you read my notes on the trade, it could be a pop and drop. We could pop the top of this range and come back to the daily VWAP by the end of the day. But we also could expand, into price discovery and head towards 52.90, I think, as well. Because we're above the level, I want to be long. If we show some weakness back into the level, into the 60s, 62, 64, we'll get out of this. I have a stop in at 62, get out of this, and maybe even consider a short back to the daily VWAP. But reading and reacting, I'd rather be long here outside the top of the range, trading in price discovery mode. Because, yeah, it can go down, of course, but really, sellers haven't pushed us lower here. It's just kind of going sideways for the last 20-ish minutes. I could easily see 2 or 3 minutes of rise. We're in the 70s, 72, 74, 76, something like that. So that's my thought.
Okay, very good. Very good. Got a level here from Coach Dakota in the chat. Short anything above 18,400s in the NQ. So definitely put that down. We've got one check mark. 18,400.
So we're up there right now.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. What are our thoughts here?
First off, everyone says don't fade Dakota, but I'm in a ballsy mood Dakota.
Long.
So
you guys like
Dolby
the long.
says long.
Okay.
I would lead long. Yeah. I mean, we've broken out of the daily range high and the 4-hour range high, which are kind of one and the same, to be honest. And we don't really have any consolidations or ranges happening currently. The 15-minute is starting to tighten up just a hair. I would consider that range 18,394.50 to 18,415 and 3/4. So I would default to longs just because we're in an uptrend and it's not my job to counter trend trade the market. So
okay,
that's just kind of
fair enough.
Maybe 40% of the time you lose, but 60% of the time it's probably going to be fine. Is this the day that happens? It's a 40% chance of just going up and then it's coming straight back down to get back within range. Entirely possible. But I have not had a lot of success counter trend trading trends with my range strategy. So I would personally default to a long. I would probably look to get long 18,394.5. Maybe because it's NQ, we could move that down to like 18,380 to account for, any stretch of the range or whatever.
All right. Well, with that being said, we do have a Delta update here from my man John Hoagland, plus 18,400 in the ES. So they are very heavy long up at these levels. NQ plus 4,000. Pretty good size there as well for NQ. So we'll keep an eye on how that plays out. Dakota's been a bear today, which is a little unnerving. Typically, it's where do I buy it? And today he's looking to get short and it's been successful with it. So see how that plays out here.
To feed to Dakota's idea a little bit, I got the daily chart pulled up on ES. We are on our 9th potential bullish close, according to Edgeful. Shout out to Edgeful. I know you guys have had Andre on. Everybody's loving Edgeful. Max green days in the last year on ES. Anybody want to guess? It's 9. So we are going to tie the record here. What does that mean? We're going to find out.
Hold on, say that again. Say that again.
Can you hear me, Andre?
Yeah, I can hear you. Say that again. Yeah.
All I said was that we've, in the last year, according to Edgeful, max green days in a row, 9. Today could be our 9th daily bullish close.
Okay.
Well,
I've noted.
Yep. I mean, it looks like 5-minute on the NQ is starting to push higher too. I did go to a daily chart, and it looks like this 18,415 3/4 has bounced a couple times. It bounced on March 25th as well as April 1st on the daily. So that would be the bottom. See, that's the bottom range of a previous daily consolidation. So there might be some long-term, sellers who might be covering there since we're back up at price. So that could push price higher as we get back into that range that was established in March. March 21st to like the last 2 weeks of March. So we're kind of pushing back up into that range. So we'll see where this goes, but I would lean to the bullish side. I just don't know how we would get a cheap price for that long. It seems like the best one would have been like 18,400, but that would have been within 5 minutes of us starting the segment. So we would have had to been lickety split on that one.
Yep.
I like what I'm seeing on ES. It just broke the most recent high a day VWAP again here. 69.25. Let's see if we can get to 72. That would be really good. 73. Mm-hmm. Somebody in the chat just said that Hodl boys were squeezing Dakota.
Yeah.
I like that
guy. Here we go.
Let's all pile in.
Yep.
Let's all pile in.
Call Island Mike. Tell him to sling something.
Yeah. It's tough being number one, man. Everyone has your number. So we're all trying to get you. Me and my sim trades coming for you, buddy. Just kidding. Right. I'm not trading sim. So do you have that house account, Trey? Is that an option?
House account is open right now. Yes.
You heard it.
Cool. Update recap from this morning. Did get short in the morning. Got a little, antsy with the stop. Got stopped out just to see it go lower. That happens. But one trade, one loser, down $3,875 right now. But we definitely have the house account open right now. We did see a bit of a pullback off the highs here in the NQ.
Do you have any regrets, Trey, about that trade? Like, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but now that we're kind of in hindsight here,
which part?
Do you think that was an impulsive decision to flatten, or do you feel like there was alignment in getting out of that house account trade?
I would say I have the final call and flattening that trade. Obviously, we didn't get to the stop, but it did look like we were going. Dakota got out of the trade. Looked like we had a weak high in place at that moment. John was telling us that, so I thought we could possibly get a better entry. So yeah, I manually stopped it out to preserve capital, manage the risk. But yeah, in hindsight, for sure, definitely regret that. If we just held on to this, committed to the original stop, we would have seen some major profits. So yes, at the end of the day, that was my bad on the execution. But there's always another trade coming up for sure.
Always.
Yep.
Always.
It's tricky, Dolby. It's tricky.
It is.
It's tricky, man. When it works, you look good. When it doesn't, you look like a fool. But it's all good. All right, let's talk about Austin. What is your target profit for this trade here? You are long from
78, 77. I'm not asking for a lot. Okay. Yeah, one thing to note, I like trading with average daily range as one of the levels I look for. Average daily range today was at 49. So we are well above an average day over the last 5 days, especially, which is very interesting. I wonder what really caused that run up here this afternoon. I didn't see any major news. Did you guys?
Did not.
No.
Not with
I think it was just a squeeze, to be honest. It seems like it was a squeeze just based off of how quickly it accelerated to the upside. Typically, it's stairs up, elevator down.
Yep.
But when you get a squeeze, I think the upside can catch the escalator to the upside as well. Some are saying something on tariffs, PPI data not being great.
Dude,
it could be
Biden can't even spell tariff, bro. Don't talk to me about Biden making tariff deals, bro. Come on.
Short squeeze, Anne-Marie says.
Short squeeze.
Nvidia, taking the markets higher. There you go.
A little bit of everything. It seems
Nvidia's
like
up 1.2%. What are you talking about?
I don't ask questions. I just look at boxes.
Nah. There's some. I think it probably is that tariff deal more than Nvidia. Personally, that's my opinion.
Could be.
Yeah. So NQ here touched 18,415 and then kind of came back a little bit.
I'll tell you. You know what's the tease, man? This time and sales tool on Topstep X. When it's in my favor, I'm like, oh yeah, trust the time and sales tool. But then when it's going against me, I'm like, no, I don't trust the time and sales tool.
I don't trust it at all.
I do the same thing. You can always find a reason why the trade should work. And you can always find a reason why the trade shouldn't work.
Especially the longer you sit here.
What's this ATR that you keep on talking about? How do you use that? 'Cause I've heard you mention it and like someone else. Is it a way to
mine is
estimate volatility?
I don't know
how do you use it?
I use a DR. D is in Dolby. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, got it.
Average daily range. It adds up pin high to pin low of each day of the last 5 days, divide by 5. It's the most simple math equation you'll ever find. It's just an average. And if you look at it, the mindset behind it for me is like, if we've hit ADR, I'm not going to come in and start slinging an XFA with big size and going crazy. It's already gone what it does in an average day. I'm going to be more restrictive versus if I have a trade where, we have 30 points to ADR still, happy days. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Very simple.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's very similar to ATR, average trading range, average true range, whatever that's called.
Got it. Okay. That makes sense. So for at the extremes of it, that means you're not taking big trade. Okay.
Correct. And then even like a day like today, the thought here of trying to trade this expansion out the upside, to my point about the range. Okay, yeah, we have ADR, but look at today. We broke ADR. Now we broke the top of the range. I understand why Dakota is short, but this is what I would call price discovery. You've got bids just stepping in, smoking the sellers, and it's going to go to a high. Where now? It's hard to say. ADR is blown out. I'm going to just hopefully risk my 5 points, 6 points, try to make my 5 to 10 points and call it, Here, we're getting a push here, 70 and a quarter, 70 and a half. Squeeze Dakota. I love you, Dakota, but squeeze Dakota.
Be happening right now. Shorts coming in while we're trading sideways, hoping for it to roll over. And the longer it doesn't, the more likely they are to get out and push this market higher. Sometimes these rallies are fueled by the shorts. So,
and it's not making it easy to hop in either. Hop into the long side. Go ahead.
I was just, it would just make me think of what I had Chris Cady on the podcast, and he said sometimes, I think this is how he said, I got to think about it. He said sometimes the market, it doesn't go down because there's sellers. It goes down because of lack of buyers. So you kind of just said the inverse of that, which is interesting. The market goes up not because of buyers, but because of maybe lack of sellers. Market drift, it just drifts higher, Hopefully that makes sense.
It does. Yeah, the market does not need a reason to go higher very often, but the market does.
No, that's just what it does.
To go low, to go lower and stay lower. Yep, natural bid.
There's time in sales, 100 contracts, 100 contracts at 71. See, it's on my side now, Andre.
Yes, it is. So let's pay attention to it then. 18,420. 18,420 trading right now in the NASDAQ. New highs on the day. S&Ps as well. Take a look at the tilt really quick. ES, 50-50 in the ES. NQ, 50-50 as well. So nothing showing there. We do have that delta of plus 18,400 in the ES, plus 4,000 in the NQ. Last we got the update. So bit of a tug of war up here. Shorts may be getting squeezed again, like Anne-Marie was saying.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on that. Got this 20 lot queued up here in the house account.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean,
that pullback, maybe.
Cheap shorts here in the NQ. I mean, you could set a very, very tight stop.
You might get steamrolled on that, though.
Oh, 100%. But it would just be a very cheap trade. Right. You could set a tight stop. We're kind of at the high of this range.
Did you just say you're a cheap date?
Hey.
I'm like one of the cheapest. I'm like one of the cheapest dates. It's called value, Austin.
Yes. when you take Dolby to when he takes his dates to McDonald's, it's called saving money, clipping coupons. It's called value. Okay,
bro, we're not going to
Capital Grill. All right, my fault, bro. Burger King, Chick-fil-A, whatever.
Chick-fil-A. No, we're going to a taco stand, man. That's where I'm at.
Street tacos, baby.
Street tacos. Yeah. Oh, that's the best. That's the best date spot. Grab some tacos, go for a walk.
All right, here we go. See another push higher here.
Chad is indecisive today. Cheap steamroll. Yeah. People are saying short it, don't short it, short it, don't short it. Oh, man,
tricky.
A little indecisive.
Yeah, where's Chad at? That's a good call. Chat right now. Bullish or bearish? Bullish or bearish NQ right now.
Thank you. I like that.
So here's the thing that I would say to the shorts, and Dakota could come on here and justify this. He teaches very well. I need a catalyst. Could the catalyst be something I don't see? 100%. But with 40 minutes left in the market, we've broken out of this huge range from Friday. Do we really think we're going to drop back into the range? If you have that bias from your previous trading experience, fine. But what's the catalyst? Could it happen? 100%. There's no guarantees in this business. But what's the catalyst? When now, if you go to Brian Shannon, he was here last week, had a great segment with you guys. Robert did a really good job with him, and Hogue did a really good job with him. If you look at my screen, we broke high of day VWAP. Brian says that if that happens, 100% certainty buyers are in control. In fact, we just got a really nice little A2 signal, which is one of my indicators, right off that VWAP. And since then, it's been straight up. So, I think we're going to probably get TP in the next few minutes because you're going to blow off the top here. You don't have that catalyst of sellers.
Nope.
Austin, for some reason, we lost your screen. Can you try resharing it? We can get it right up again.
Yeah. We are pushing higher here.
If you really want to stick it to Dakota for some reason, you could try to short 20 at 430s and swap his exits.
He did it to me earlier.
Payback?
It could be. It's a house account trade, Dolby. It's not my trade. It's our trade. Our trade.
True. That is true.
430s, perhaps, eh?
It's getting there.
It's pushing fast.
There's 90 contracts sitting at 430. I think Dakota has about half of those.
I just locked my stop at 69.5, and I'm going to take a contract off in profit. We won't be too greedy here. I had 3 contracts on. So now we got 2. Stop locked at 69.5.
Okay.
Nice, man. That's awesome.
Let's see if we can rip. It's a combine, so it's okay. It's not XFA, so it's okay.
Still no trades. I do see the size in the NQ here at 430. Got 133. Oh, filled. Those all traded out. Ooh, we are pushing. Man.
Yeah. Really moving.
Yes, we are.
These are hard markets, man. It's one of those uptrends are tough, especially with the velocity, because you're just not getting a pullback, and so it can be tough to manage risk.
I could
click and pray.
On ES, just again sorry to be a VWAP whore, but I can't help it.
Yeah,
if
go for it.
Look at the ADR and the VWAP at the same time. So we'll switch to, I'm looking at ES continuous contract now, not the current month, just because I have all my other shit on the other chart. Yeah, I got this A2 signal here off the daily VWAP at about 2 o'clock Eastern time. That's right off of ADR. So what you can see is we sit above ADR, retest that level here at 41 is initial low of day set overnight in the Asian session. As we come away from that, I think in the 50s here, 5250, 5255 even, that is where you get long with some type of stop at the daily VWAP. And now we go into this price expansion, which of course can pull back, but that type of volatility I think comes because we break the range. You've got the buyers that just step in and want to get involved as this thing can rip your face off, which is what it does right now.
Got it.
And then on the psychological side, if I could be conspiratorial for a second, on the 15-minute, this pin is to some people a stop hunt. I don't personally believe in them stopping, hunting orders and things like that. Maybe they do. Maybe they do fill orders. Everybody's got an opinion about this. Mm-hmm. But if it is that this is a huge stop out, all the longs overnight and from yesterday afternoon looking for continuation gets stopped, and then it moves higher for the ultimate pain trade in that sense. Stop, just a thought. That's a nice little pullback. Yeah. It's 70
pullback. 30s. 30 evens. The 30s. NQ would have
been. Yes.
I took another contract off there.
That would have been funny, Dre.
Indecisive. Yeah. It would have been. It would have been funny, Dolby. It sure would have been.
That would have been a hell of a short there.
Yes, it would have.
I'm out.
Dolby. Okay.
Nice. Got some green.
Yep, plus 312. Not bad.
Nice.
That's awesome. That is awesome. So, yeah, maybe we do get a pullback here. I would love to see 400s if you wanted to get long again. That would kind of test the 15-minute range.
If we're being skeptical, if it picks up a lot of steam and goes fast to the downside, I wouldn't try to catch a bid. That's what I'm thinking Dakota's looking for, is this thing will slide. That's why I was just being aggressive, managing my stop the way I am here, trying to bring it up, make sure we tighten up.
All right.
Dakota's still in. He didn't get stopped. He's still in, baby. Let's go, Dakota.
Okay. So we have 0 check marks next to any prices right now in terms of house account trades. The 430s would have been nice, but we're bullish a little bit, which is okay. This could be the pullback right here.
That was pretty awesome. Dakota's still in. Excellent stuff.
Nice. Very nice.
Yeah, buyers still feel like they're coming in, though. This is not the best. Not the best setup here. It's a little bit of a chase. Some of these trades would have been really, really nice at around 12 o'clock, where the range was much, much tighter in the 5-minute. I would say between 11:30 Central and 12:30, that lunchtime hour. Really nice consolidation in the NQ. And then once it broke out, it was price discovery time and just shot to the upside.
Yes, it was.
Dakota's stop is sitting at 18,433 Goldman.
Almost got him, but
dude, that was funny, Dolby.
So good.
That's so funny.
All right, so
I like that pullback, man. I'm looking at NASDAQ. I'm flat right now, but I'm looking at that NASDAQ pullback. It painted a nice A2, nice retest of 412. I see what Dakota's seeing. I could see it sliding, but if it goes up and trends higher into the end of the day, we're all going to be like, oh, of course it did.
Should have seen that. But
the sexy thing is to call the top and get this thing, and it slides to 18,360, and we're like, ha, I got you.
Yep.
That's sexy isn't always what makes you money, unfortunately.
Correct.
No. But it does look good on Instagram, though. Not that
it does look good on Instagram.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
That screenshot looks beautiful to post on Instagram. Yeah. Okay, Austin, real quick. You had Mr. Mike on, Mike Patak on the podcast. How did it go? I listened to it. Tell people about it. Those stories are pretty wild, huh?
Stories are wild. I had a lot of people hit me up and say they want to hear. I just put the link in the live chat for anybody that hasn't seen it. A lot of people told me they wanted to hear more about his childhood, like having that successful vending machine business. Who motivated him for that? Who taught him his entrepreneurial grit? Because I think a lot of his success in starting Topstep comes from those earlier years where he learned 100%. How to take no well and how to take rejection well and how to push on and how to just manage a business and manage people. So I think that was probably the most interesting thing, but all positive comments. If you go to the YouTube video and hit the comments, all positive, which is awesome to see.
Yep.
People really like hearing from Mike. So it was awesome. And I've got a couple other exciting people coming up in the next few weeks too from your circle. And I think it'll be good. We won't give away too much yet, but if you want to subscribe to the Day Trading Show, we're going to have Nick for a Tick on, Justin Warline's coming on. Nice. You guys love Justin. You guys all send each other texts every day. Hey, do you remember my name? It's Andre and Dolby.
That's my guy. That's my guy. Hope he comes back.
Yep. Yeah. And also, we're going to get Coach Robert on here as well. So we'll keep the top guys in rotation. Nice. People like to hear of you from the team behind the scenes. And I think as you build a business, you guys know, you build a brand. Okay, we get what you're selling, everybody. but we want to see the people. We want to see the stories behind it. We want to get to know you, get to know your bullshit, get to know you're happy. Like that's how people buy into it. Because I think now more than ever, people are searching for that authenticity. So to share Robert's story, we're going to get Dolby on there. Andre, you're going to come on eventually. Like now we've got these other guys coming. Like that's, I think, what's really cool. Because now you get to see behind the trader.
Yeah. It's also interesting too that Topstep is probably one of the only firms that has multiple personalities that are public facing. Whereas some firms have maybe one person, sometimes 0 people.
Correct.
And it's like, that's weird to me. Just like if I'm looking at a business and like I want to partake in that company's product, it's like I kind of want to know who's behind the scenes. You know what 100%. I mean? If it's just like a website and there's like no face, like it's a little bit sus.
Yep.
A little bit weird to me.
Like, yes. All right, got a level for here from Coach Jay as well. He's short is up here at 2. What are you guys thinking? I got 2 check marks for shorts up here, but
I like long still.
Like longs. Okay, trade off.
I want to see more
because I would love to nail a short and just 20 lock that thing down. I would love to, bro.
Same, but we need more check marks. We need a confluence of agreement before we get in these trades. It is a team trade. It's not just me.
Here's a question: If we get Dakota to double down his position, will it slide faster?
Ooh. The market will listen. The market will definitely listen. Here we go. What's Dakota doing?
Yeah, I want to see more pain to the upside before we would take a short. Like there needs to be like some big move, some fast action, just something, some volume come in.
Chat is 70% short biased. Oh
wow, really? They were not that like 5 minutes ago.
Right. That's 3 check.
Dakota said Dakota doubled. He's down 7 contracts short. Dakota likes the challenge. I like that.
Really? What do you think, guys? That's 3 check marks. We got Chat, we got Jay, we got Dakota, but my honor partner is saying no, they like to move to the upside. So
take it. Hey. This is one man's opinion. If you guys like short side, take it. I just can't take it because it's against my system. It's against my system.
Like to. I'll speak on ES. If we can get under 68, I can entertain a short, but I can't entertain a short in the 70s right now. I just it looks too bullish. Higher highs, higher lows. I mean, it is really clean. It's just a tough one to fight. Now it is basing out, right? Like you could definitely see a little bit of a range forming at 71.5 and a bottom at 64.5, right? Little range in there, pop to the top side of it. So I wouldn't be like, I'm glad to be out of my long here, right? I'm glad I took some profits on that pop because now I could definitely see it coming back to 64.5 when you look at it like this, 100%.
Sideways action, the shorts are coming in here, and if it doesn't go lower fast enough, they'll inevitably puke and push it higher.
Yep.
A lot going on right now. Some people in chat saying, just do nothing. Just do nothing. Yeah, that's always an option, of course.
That's not fun.
As well. It's not fun, but it's keeps money.
Tradertainment. We got to entertain. We got to take our shirt off and dance.
Can't just tell jokes all the time, Dre. Can't just tell jokes all the time.
No, we cannot.
Can't just be roasting people. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to the 1 minute, and it has tightened up a lot. And it's still kind of making some higher lows, barely, but it's also making some lower highs. So we should get some action in the NQ very, very shortly. But it looks like buyers might be coming in again and pushing this above. If we can get above 421, that'd be pretty interesting. But cheap shorts here. Like if you do like shorts, they are very cheap. I mean, you could put a stop up at like 34 evens, make the market work for it. Just slam a short right now and then see if this rolls over.
Slam a short right now, you say?
It's a cheap trade. It's a cheap trade, Dre. I mean, I kind of see what Dakota's after, but you got to be quick, though.
Yeah.
All right, we're in.
It's interesting.
We're in.
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
So 15 at 416.25. We are short 15 from 416.25. Where should we get our stop
sitting
here?
At ADR, Dolby. That's your thing. NQ is way through ADR, and ES is kind of through it. Not as much as NQ, but it's interesting. The Dow is not like blown through its average daily range today, while the other
is in its own world perpetually. It does not care what is going on in any other industry.
All right, cheap short. Hey, stop, fellas. Let's talk stops here.
Anything over 32.
All right,
anything over 33.
34. Okay, we are short 15.
Would you really want to be in this at 31?
416. Say again?
I don't know. I said I don't know if I'd even want to be short if it goes back to 31. That'd be a tough short to hold. I know that's a little impatient, and I know that's where the weakest stops are, but
Yeah, chat is split on this, which is probably a good
Lovely.
sign.
Lovely.
Yeah, you said 416s, something like that.
416s. Yep. You guys like that price? Here we go.
That's fine. It's a market order, so we gave up probably 4 points on it.
Oh yeah,
but
Delta plus 18,500. Stop up at 34s.
Yeah. What's our total? What's our dollar risk on this one?
5,300.
Oof.
Nah, not bad.
Okay.
That's what 34s are. 15 lot.
To make it Delta, I almost want to.
Could be some profit taking here with this Delta. It could help us as well.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, it just couldn't get over this 421 area, and it's just getting very, very tight on the 1 minute. So we are gonna get expansion out of that, and we'll have to go and discover a new equilibrium if we can get out of it. For downward targets, I would think 18,394.
Okay, I got it at 87. I can move it up to 94. Probably some stops right there too.
The halfway point would be like 412, which is like right by our entry. But I would think we could get down to like 400 or 398. But if this is really truly going to be a big short squeeze, none of this conversation matters, and we're all just going to get our faces ripped off. So
correct.
You know what's funny? I'm looking at ES. We get no new information in the last 10 minutes. ES has been sideways for 10 minutes, not moving. I need some new information. I can't make it straight here because it's just a guess from me. I'm going to say if we break into 72, I'll be long. Unfortunately for you, Andre, I'll fade you. And then if we can crack 68, I could see myself getting into a short here. 67. I like the short. Time and sales is now looking red. You know how that indicator works.
We're going to commit to this stop too. Nope.
Literally have no idea how that works.
No idea what's going on.
Dre, want to do some power hour, #power hour stuff real quick while we let this position play out?
Yeah, let's do it quick. I'll keep you guys updated on this, but you take it.
Yeah, whenever the crew is ready behind the scenes, we can run it.
Let's hit it.
Let's do it. Alfred Haywood at Topstep passed 150K combine on the afternoon pump, #power hour. Hey, congratulations on passing. Love to see it. Just follow that process that got you passed in the trading combine, in your XFA, in your live account. You're going to be doing great, Alfred. Congratulations. We can go on to the next one. Lemon Trees, #power hour at Topstep. Daily P&L. Oof, look at that. 9,200. That is a hell of a day. Wonder if you're on the XFA, Lemon Tree. If you're in chat, please let us know. Would love to see how you are progressing. Also, a lot of trades there, man. A lot of trades. High win rate. A lot of trades. Cool stuff. And we got a lot of trade stuff. Drew Buka got long 3 micro ES, shave 2 holding 1. If only I wasn't in micros. That's okay, man. One day you will be trading the full E-minis. But most importantly, that is good risk management. If that's where you're comfortable trading, is the MES. Keep on doing it, buddy. And then Carl Hung is coming through with the memes. Oh, more like Powell hour. Not wrong.
Hey.
I think we have a love-hate relationship. Love-hate relationship with that guy. I mean, he brings the volatility, but he also brings the madness. And I think that is all of them. So thank you all so much. I hope you got a good example. That was a great submissions there, chat. So if you got something like that, definitely please submit it for tomorrow. Love the memes. Love the trader wins. That is good stuff to see.
Yep.
And back to the markets. We are dangling around our entry right now in this 15 lot. Well, we should just hold it, Dre. Just hold it.
Yeah.
Somebody would say we're even diddling around the entry. Depends on who you ask.
Hey, Dolby time. This Thursday, we got another amazing guest. We had Dr. Jinnie on today, right? Amazing segment.
Oh, yeah. I got to go back and watch it.
Definitely. It was deep. Good stuff.
Always is.
You want to tell people we got coming up? Who we have Thursday? You saw in the Slack here.
We are so excited to have Brett Steenbarger on the show Thursday, 11 a.m. Central for a AMA Ask Me Anything. So got to get your questions in. There should be a form somewhere that we can drop. So I think it's probably going to be a little bit more of a trader-centric psychology versus what Jinnie did. Both are equally valuable, though. I think he's like, the OG of trading psych?
Bro. I met him in Philly at the Money Show 7 years ago. Before I had a beard, he would never think I'm the same person. But he did a speech at the Money Show. Him and his wife were there. It was like 30 people. It was incredible. He He works with SMB. He's a true trading psychology coach.
Hell yeah.
Brett's the best. And his book is very good. It's long. It's a textbook, but I would recommend you skim the book. He has 57, I think, best practices. I could be wrong on that number. 57 best practices for traders. Each one, you could just pop it open and like have a conversation about it. It's It's a very good book.
Oh, that's
Trading
awesome.
Psychology 2.0, Dr. Brett Steenbarger.
Sweet. Well, I'm sure you're going to be tuning in for that one then. Yeah, no. Hey, we love it. Listen, a lot of people in chat have requested more psychology-based guests, and we have gone out there and have gotten quite literally some of the best. Some of the best. So you ask, we deliver.
100%. Got 20 minutes left here in Power Hour. Keep an eye on that clock. Let's see.
Because I know this could go higher, but like now that we're looking at it, it looks like a bull flag popped out the top, induced those last couple of longs, and now we'll get a pullback to sweep them out. That's just me doing my conspiracy theory thing again, just how I love it psychologically through the market. But it works sometimes. It works best with Bitcoin, man. Those bull flags and bull traps on Bitcoin are crazy. ES, it's harder because it just likes to go up. So what's your target, Andre? What are you thinking here?
394, 18,394.
Okay.
George wants us to go to VWAP. That'd be really cool if it went to VWAP.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
Yes, it would. We are just hanging out right around the entry.
I'm not lying, Andre. I kind of want to buy it though. I want to fade you just for the fun of it for the last 20 minutes, bro. But like I said, look at ES. I know NQ looks similar, but ES on the 1 minute even tighter, dude. You're on a 5 minute on there, tighter on the 1 minute. It just looks dead in the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, lower highs though in the 1 minute at least. That's some consolidation to.
But when we're this high,
1
minute. Yeah, same thing on ES. One bar, boom, takes them out. When
100%.
I said this before, I think this is a good tip for everybody. And this is me being a little bit of a nerd, but when I'm trading long, or a dork, whatever that person called me in the chat, when I'm trading long, lower highs don't really bother me. Lower lows are when I want to get out of my longs. Here's the buys. Here's the bids.
Here they come.
Yeah.
It's okay. Just hang in there.
Keep on. We got this delta. Plus 17,000 in the ES, plus 5,000 NQ.
I'm long against you, Andre. I'm sorry. 5270. I got a couple on the combine here.
Austin, you're long against the house. It's not me, Austin.
I'm long against the house for the first time. Let's go. And Dakota. Rips is probably short. I'm taking it.
Jay, my partner Dolby Time, and Dakota as well. So
Dakota's also Dakota. If you change your mind, you have to let us know. Like half of this is your idea. So let us know.
Don't get cheeky.
Yeah, he's probably reversing his trade right now. He probably is reversing our trade, actually, now that I think about it.
Oh, that looks strong.
That does look strong, but I don't know. It can this last couple minutes and in Power Hour, it can do some wild stuff. This is why I like focusing on structure and not momentum.
Dakota stop.
His stop is 18,433.
All right, we're right there too.
Yep. So maybe a stop run of 422, 423. We'll see. Nvidia is pushing up. That's not good. That is the case. That is not good at all because NQ loves itself some Nvidia.
How's GameStop and AMC doing today? Down.
I don't know.
If you liked it at 30 yesterday, you buying it at 12? No?
I mean, it's actually holding up pretty decent, to be honest. No. It's at 47.50. It filled the gap at 37.50, and it's already added $10. So it's not like it just ate it when it. Yeah.
AMC is down 43%, Dolby.
Jeez.
That sounds like an AMC problem, not a GME problem.
Yeah, GME opened at 64. It's at 47. Only down 27%. I mean, it's fine.
Only.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand AMC because it's the movies. I think movies are stupid. So that's just like
I don't understand GameStop. I don't know how anybody thinks GameStop is worth this much. It's a funny thing.
I don't know. I think the CEO is a lot better than the AMC CEO.
Who, the guy that was running that dog food company?
Is that true? Dude, they did a good job. Was it Petco or something?
Back Chewy.com or something like that.
Oh, Chewy. Yeah.
Yep. The guy that runs GameStop used to run Chewy.com.
He did.
Chewy gets my money.
That's true. Yeah, he gets my mom's money too.
Yep.
I'm looking at 76.25 as my target here on these contracts. Right. I see buyers on time and sales, unfortunately for you. I'm up 2.5 here.
Just let it
my
play
trail
out.
To stop tight.
Yep.
Let it play. If we lose, we lose.
My stop's locked. I'm clean on this one.
Yeah.
Up floating 500. I might take a contract off here. I got 4 long. Double my P&L for the day if I take it. all here, but I don't want to. I want to trail a little bit. All right, I took half off, so close 200. So realized 503 now on the combine. Not that it's that important.
Petered out there, Austin. What happened?
Well, dude, you know what? I'll be honest with you. Let me be honest with you. When I'm trading the combines now, and after I have 2 XFAs that I'm doing really well in, I get they're both simulated, but I take that XFA so seriously because I want to be on a leaderboard. I want to build a balance. I take that as the real deal. That's why I locked it out this morning. I was not risking anything coming on here. Do the combines. It's it's all simulated, but still, this is even more simulated to me. So let's see what we can do here. I got 2 contracts at 52.70 and a quarter. Stop is locked at that price as well. So 2 contracts running free here into the end. Let's say 15 minutes. I hope I can stop the break even for you guys. I already made a little more money, so I hope it comes down for you guys. You know what I'm saying? But if in case I'm wrong, I'm fading you into the distance. You know what I'm saying? I'm Hail Mary in a downfield.
15 minutes left here.
It is looking a little bit hairy right now. A little bit hairy.
It did last time too. It definitely did last time too.
That's true.
Right?
That's a good point. That's a good point, Dre. And this is kind of why you got to hold some of these positions sometimes, is because you don't know you don't know how it's gonna get from point A to point B. That's the thing. It could be a billion different variations. I mean, theoretically, the market could go and hang out 1 tick below your stop for a half hour straight, and then shoot down and be profitable. You do not know. We don't get to pick how the market gets to our stop loss or our take profit. Nor are we any wiser when we get, well, now look what's going on. Oh, it looked real shitty before, and it's not looking too bad right now.
Nope, 2 minutes can make a difference.
416 quarter. 416 quarter.
Man, this is why NQ is just don't even.
Out.
Damn,
I don't want to look
green for a second.
Yeah, I'm out there.
Damn.
Picking up some
play
momentum.
the structure. Play structure. Momentum's a lie. Play the structure.
You guys got to get out these longs, Delta. Come on, Delta. Work.
Yeah.
There it is.
Just hold it. Hold it, Dre.
Delta. Do the right thing, Delta.
Dude, you should. We could probably scalp 5 at 4 hundo, another 5 at 395, and then see if we could get a runner down to something super far down. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, we got to push here.
I'm flat here, boys. So let's. Now we're all in for the short. I'm up 588 on the combine. Not bad.
Very nice.
Oh, man, let's go. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think if we could get down to, we got 1 15-minute candle left. I bet we could, get down to 394. I think, that'd be pretty solid. What are we doing right now? We're up a G. That's pretty badass.
G.
All right, that's cool. Okay, cool.
Delta unwind.
Since I faded successfully for a 2-minute trade there, do I get the check? Do I get the keys to the house account now?
Really? You're the one that was getting long, Austin.
I know, but I made money, but now I'm out.
There you go. Fair enough.
You're in the right trade, it looks like, because NASDAQ's sliding a little harder than ES. ES is holding up at 69.5 here.
Yeah. See, if this was my trade, I would probably start walking my stop down a little bit, since we did get a little bit of the price action that we wanted.
I agree.
I wouldn't want to
flip this candle. Right.
Yeah, and just do a super strong reversal. Maybe I would probably be super tight and put it 431. Because now that
we're at 34. We're at 34.
Oh, yeah, that's not.
Let's just commit. Let's commit to it.
Yeah.
12 minutes left. 12 minutes left here in Power Hour.
Delta's very tight range on the 5-minute.
It is very tempting to join you guys in this short.
Jump on in. The water's warm,
pressure.
Austin. Water's warm.
Okay.
I know the water's warm, Dolby. You peed in it twice, but I'm just I'm up on the combine. I want to be in with you guys, but I'm up and I want to display good habits. But it's a combine and I want to rip too. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, buyer still kind of came in though, so we'll
held
see.
that VWAP that I'm looking at here. Still
These longs got 11 minutes to make up their mind.
They don't have to get flat though, right? It's not like shorts in a counter trend market.
The whole theory behind the Delta is those are short-term trades, right? So, and we see what the clock is, and most likely, probably not all 17,000 that trade on the offer there are going to be able to, stay long going into the close. So the thought is, they unwind going into the close. They got 10 minutes left.
We got
alternate scenario that we haven't really discussed. We sit here for 11 minutes talking about it, and it doesn't move.
Doesn't do a damn thing.
Entirely possible.
MOC is coming out soon. If you see MOC in the chat, please drop it in there.
Any size?
A couple Billy sell side would be nice.
Yeah. Let me phone that in real quick, Dre.
Hey, Tuckman. Do something.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah, I sold some of my GME at 70, so I got some liquidity. I can start throwing some shorts at the market for you.
Okay.
Anything down here? We got 400. We got 42 contracts. That's about it.
I think we're going to try 400s.
Whoa.
Here we go. Hello,
Okay.
hello.
Okay.
What was that?
Wakey. MOC.
Didn't see the number.
I don't know what it was. Just play the structure. It's all that matters.
Somebody in the chat asked, where did that go? What size Topstep accounts does Austin prefer to trade? I have two 150K XFAs that I prefer to trade over the 50K personally. And I'm sure everybody has their own. There you go. 3.9 billion MOC.
Buyers. Buy
side.
Whoa.
ES pumping up. NQ pumping down. It's interesting.
Dre?
Yeah, I saw that. That's a big number. A lot of buys at this.
That is a lot of buys.
A lot of buys up here. Why are they all trying to buy at these prices?
I don't know. Don't they know that we're short right now?
Yeah, who's trying to buy at these prices?
Yeah,
I put a long in here,
feels,
boys.
Yeah, 15 lot feels real small when someone just put in 3.9 billion to the buy side.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you think your 15 lot means anything, really doesn't.
I'm long at 71 and a half.
Yeah, man, this 5 minute is just not
not cooperating, is it?
No, not really.
Let's see, you got that. Okay.
I mean, you could maybe try to peel off half or something if it gets back down to our entry. I don't know. It is tough. Power hour has been tricky, man. It's been a very, very tricky trade. It's like it
Just
is
buy
so
and close your eyes,
technical.
boys.
It is so technical.
That's my strategy. Everybody in the chat, I'll teach you everything I know. Buy and close your eyes.
Man, how much for that course, Austin?
They'll be free for you, brother.
Only time.
Thank you.
All right. Add a little bit here to the day.
Nice. We're pushing.
What's GME doing? Yep. Yeah, GME popped back above 50 for a minute. Wow. Dakota, if you bailed on this one, I'm gonna
talking about it.
Coming for you, buddy. No, I'm saying if you bailed on it like 10 minutes ago.
I just had two contracts long. I took one off right there. Just to add to the P&L a little bit here. Tight risk. Stop is at 68.50. So real tight. Not letting this flip on me.
Someone's saying, is the dollar collapsing? I don't know. Let's see. It's at 105 to DXY. I don't really watch the
Hot
dollar.
take. The dollar is not going anywhere.
No.
Not a chance, bro. That's just fear mongering porn. It's fear porn.
100%. I tell people that all the time. Do you see how much they pay to buy our debt? And they don't stop,
yes, bro.
They love the greenback.
I'm not even smart enough for that.
Don't shut up.
As long as
is it in a box? If it's in a box, tell me about
it matters. Here we go. We got 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left in the power hour.
I'm locked, Andre and Dolby. 71.50. I'm locked. Break
Beautiful.
Even. Accounts up
Another
656 with one contract floating. Yeah, dude. All the Topstep features keep you safe, bro. The lockout, all of the, just everything.
That is right. We do try to keep you safe.
This is annoying. Just break out the upside. Why are you being like this?
No.
Do something.
Just you already got your bread, bro. Let us get a little bit here in the house account.
All right. Sorry. All right. Let me close and fade. Out.
Oh, quiz winners. Do you have quiz winners?
It's up to you guys if you want to do it.
Just show them. Just
hold on,
flash
Andre.
Quiz
Come
winners.
on, here we go.
Just do it. Yeah.
We need someone to take our eyes off this market. We can't watch it.
All right, let's do quiz winners really quick. It'll be in and out. Just here they are.
We'll show them for 2 seconds and then check and go back and rewind.
MOC is about to go off here.
Black Swan, congratulations. Rips his beard. That's pretty funny.
Andre, I think
Pray for
the chat was
Pugs.
saying it already came out on the buy side, right? Was it?
That's right. Yeah, but the execution happens in
5 at 5 minutes. Yeah.
Cool.
All right, I'm
We
up
can take that
655
down.
on the combine for the day. It's not bad.
Yeah,
I'm glad I was able to do some action here with you guys.
Hey, we appreciate it. Thank you for your
Absolutely,
contributions to the tradertainment.
Yep.
Of course.
Oof.
Ooh, there you go. There's your 3.9 billion.
Well, it's like a roller coaster, man. I'm feeling nauseous.
Jeez.
Well, mid new highs.
74 on the yes.
Hey, Dre, it's not your email. That's the login, buddy. You know what I mean? It's not your email.
It's wild here. All right, here we go. 4 minutes, 50 seconds in power hour. We're holding on tight to this house account trade. Short from 416, 15 times. Taking some heat right now. But couldn't get one more push. One more push. That delta, man. That delta, John. What happened?
Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Exciting 5 minutes we got here. If you want to make power hour exciting, a 15 lot can solve a lot of your problems.
Sure can.
A lot of your problems.
When are we gonna have the Top Step challenge? Like, let me Dolby go ahead.
What is that?
Like
you want to do?
You and me start clean combines or something, and we report back at the end of a week or a 2 week thing, and we update every day, something like that. That'd be fun.
That would be fun. I would do that. They're going to get us all live accounts, so I would even do my live account.
Yeah.
Sign me up. Challenge anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 3 minutes. I'm sorry you guys didn't hit this short. Yes, looks so bullish. Okay. It looks like it's going to rip face at 4 o'clock.
It's okay. I mean, listen, we had the short. We had the short before, but we closed it early. This is basically the same trade, only this time it didn't work out, and the other one it did work out. It just got, flattened a little bit early. So,
do you have to close this in 4 minutes? Can you run this for 14 more minutes?
We're probably getting stopped out before.
I mean, I don't know.
If we don't get stopped, if we don't get stopped out, I would let it play out to see if we could at least get back.
You're right, because at 4 o'clock you could get a huge sell off. Right.
Yep. Yeah, you could.
Yep.
As long as we're in this trade, we should let it play.
Come on, you were talking about cheap trades. This is a cheap stop. You're already there. Can't close it now. Yeah, let her take it.
No. Might as well let it play out. The structure is still there. It's just at the very expensive end of it. But
Yep.
What do we got? What are you going to give us? What do we got? Size? We got 85 at 435.
Ooh.
What's GME doing? That's really NVIDIA.
That's the real
Get
question.
Out of here. No one cares about NVIDIA. What are you doing? Making AI robots? I want to talk about GME.
Apple had a
Hanging
little
in
dump
there.
here at the end
NVIDIA
of the day.
dropping.
Google.
Apple. Oh yeah, Chat GPT is going to be in all the Apple phones. That's kind of cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
For free, so that means we're the product. That's fantastic. Can't wait for.
Correct. You actually, Dolby, your physical body is not the product. They actually just want your brain data.
Exactly.
That's what they want. We're just meat.
Well,
sacks,
that's too bad because my body is way better than my.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Packing some heat underneath this this
Hello.
full zip chat. Yeah.
Hello.
That's for the OnlyFans though.
Hey,
AMC dropped 50% at one point today. 1150 to 690. Everybody loved it yesterday, so you should love it today. It's 50% off.
Everyone's going to go see the movies, right?
Right. What is this? GME down 28 points, so 44% at most today, and it's recovered a little bit. But still, it opened at 66 50. And it dropped to 35.
Mm-hmm.
And popped, filled the gap and then popped. I mean, listen, if you're bullish GME, that's better than it completely collapsing and giving up everything. Dre, we're hanging in there, baby.
We're,
like,
60 seconds, man. 60 seconds.
We might need to add another 15.
Yeah. My man. Here we go.
Thinking, bro.
Dolby time, man. Come on. Here we
go.
go.
Some big orders coming in on time and sales there at the end of the day.
How far will they push it? The worst may have just passed, Caesar says. We'll see.
Yeah, sells now. Sells. My thing's all red. Big sells. And then there was some big buys. That indicator is so hard to use for me.
Dre, if we moved our stop down to like 433, how much would we save?
Nothing, really. We're at 434.
Let's go. Let's go.
Here we go. Push the
Let's
sucker.
go.
Here we go.
Nice.
Power hour going to 310. What's going on today? I mean,
let's
push this lower.
Push
this lower.
10 seconds.
Nice.
We're going to carry this into the. Let's see this.
Get it green, Andre. Get it green.
It is green. It
Oh,
is
let's
green.
go.
Yes.
Go to 400.
Yes.
Go to 400. Do the right thing.
Look at that. ES selling off too.
Oh, let's go. Oh, we're
Still
not
got it
done
on.
yet.
Still
We're
got
not
it
done
on.
yet.
Still got it on.
We got it.
Yeah.
Still got it on.
Lock
Push,
the stop,
push,
maybe,
push,
Andre?
push.
Lock that stop.
Huh?
Maybe pull the
What's
stop
that?
down so you just don't go
Pull
lock the
the
stop.
stop
I would
down?
personally, I'd say lock the stop. Don't go red on this. You fought through. Get a break even
Yeah.
better than a loss at this point.
Break even. Yeah, break
Okay.
even. Like
Even
right
just
there.
take
We're right there. We're right there. Go break even.
We got 2 Gs.
Take it.
We're
All right, we
up
just
2
went
Gs.
break even. We just went break even. We just went break even. No.
Okay.
Can you
So
close a
we'll
couple?
pay
Andre? Get a
James.
little.
I can buy
get
5
some-
right now.
Get some off. Get some Chipotle
All right,
money.
boom.
for
All
us,
right,
bro.
clear.
You gotta eat.
Just
You gotta
shaved
eat.
5. We got 10 left.
Nice. Gotta eat. Boys gotta eat tonight. We're eating Mickey
Push.
D's on Dolby.
Push.
Yep.
Let's go to 400.
Everyone's getting guacamole on their bowls
the right
today.
thing.
Good job, Andre. Way to hold into that, dude. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Great little end here. This is great.
A little overtime here in Power Hour.
A little
Yeah, a little
overtime.
overtime.
James, we'll pay James overtime.
Yep.
He's like a
Move to
lawyer.
break
He,
even.
he bills by every 15 minutes.
They round
that all
up.
the
That's
fun
so
right
funny,
there?
dude. Yes,
Oh,
a
yeah,
lot
that's
of buyers
probably us.
coming in on time and sales.
Nope, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Ooh. Almost kissed it. Eat. Go.
Can I make a
Push.
prediction before we wrap up? GameStop
for
back
sure.
to 15. By this time in June, I'll be on every Tuesday with you guys for the next couple of weeks. By this time in June, GameStop at $14, $15.
Okay.
Quote me here.
What, next
run it back
year?
in a
Oh,
month.
you said June.
No,
In June?
next month.
Yeah,
give me 4 weeks.
No way.
I think within 4 weeks, we're at $15 a share or less.
No way.
I hope I'm wrong if you're holding the bag. I have no stake in it, but that does not look like
I've already.
a healthy stock chart to me.
I sold enough to cover my. I'm trading for free on GME right now. I sold some
Good.
today.
Good.
This action.
Somebody in the chat said, seems like I've lost more money with GME, LOL hater. No, I actually have never traded GME. I don't trade stocks. But I am a hater of a company that to me makes no sense how it's at however many $1 billion in market cap. When's the last time you went to a GameStop, chat? When was the last time you rented a video game or bought a video game in a store?
Yeah, we don't have enough time to cover all the reasons why naked short selling, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
PRSing
Market
shares.
I'm a Warren Buffett guy. We're drinking Coca-Cola, we're buying iPhones, but we're not going to GameStop. So I ain't buying GameStop.
Buy what you
Simple as
know.
that.
Buy what you know.
That's it.
Nothing wrong with that. That works for a lot of people.
Well, we're kind of running out of steam here.
Yeah. If we
Thanks for
don't-
joining us, everybody. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
let's give it 3 more minutes and then we'll
got it.
wrap
Hold
it
on
up.
to it. Hold on to it.
Let's give it 3 more minutes. And the show in a 5-minute candle. Let it close out.
Let's do that.
Or if we'll have MP forward James a bonus or something. We're not doing a fire drill right now.
No, right now, yeah, that'd be.
If you can
You know
get
what?
402 here, bro, that'd be great.
Oh yeah, stretch below that 404. That'd be pretty
Boom.
cool.
All right, move to 402. Don't come up. You're just trying to squeeze
Did
anything
good.
out of this trade at this
You
point.
did good.
Thank you.
Squeezed it out, bro. You
What's
did
our
great.
stop? Our stop is
Break even 416 quarter.
Break even 416
Yeah.
a quarter. Okay.
Doesn't look like. Just hang out right here.
Mark is living with us right now, on edge.
No,
This
what?
is tradertainment, people.
Yes, it
Man,
is.
never been so glued to my screen, not on my trade. Hey,
All right, appreciate that. Well,
we're all
overtime.
That's what we
captivated.
do. That's what we're
Yeah.
A
doing.
little bit of overtime. A little bit of overtime here. So I know we got like a kind of a decent, probably like, in my opinion, an expensive entry. Like, so if we'd waited a little bit, the 5-minute would have kind of shown itself a little bit more, and we probably could have gotten a cheaper short around like 428. But we did get in.
Not wrong, Colby.
No, it's a little bit of hindsight. You know what I mean?
The little bit of cherry picking. Yep.
No one loves hindsight more than me. You have no idea. I love the hindsight after getting in the trades.
If you didn't see the short signal at 432 and a half, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
Yeah.
All right. I think that might wrap it up.
Yeah, we're coming up to our 5-minute candle close.
Flat, cancel all. All right, cool.
Flatten.
We're out.
All right, not bad.
Happy days.
Thank you, everybody.
Very good trading.
Appreciate that. Yeah, that was good. That was good stuff. Flat, close, cancel, everything. So we made some money on that. Carry it into tomorrow. That's awesome. Thank you for everything, guys. Got a big day coming up tomorrow. Dolby Time, Austin Silver. Check out his podcast. Had Mike Patak on. He's going to have Rips on. The usual names, usual suspects. You guys, thank you, everyone, for tuning in, staying with us for overtime. Check us out tomorrow. We will be back. Let's get that money. Thank you.
Let's do it.
See you guys.